You could see Alex was trying to get a laugh out of him, and you could see Alex smiling. And then Alex gets up and walks out because he realizes that it's not going to get anywhere. It went over that dude's head. I guess he's paid not to find humor in it. I mean, that was one of the best Bill Hicks performances I've ever seen. Spirit Jordak says Lanza means spear. HIG says Happy Infinite Saturn Day, folks. Marcel remarks on Coolio found dead. Seems like he wanted to expose the pedo elite. You know, I do have some clips, and I watched a video about that, about Coolio's death and how 5 months before he had alluded to things that he's actually afraid, he said, afraid to discuss. So we'll get to that. And this 11 Minutes is a documentary series about the deadliest shooting in U.S. history, talking about the Vegas shooting. It's called 11 Minutes, and it's a docu-series. I'd like to know how many parts is in this. I haven't watched it yet, but I plan to. We'll probably watch it in the Discord server. It's a 4-part series entitled 11 Minutes, detailing the deadliest shooting in U.S. history 5 years after the tragedy. And by tragedy, I think they mean like a play. There's far too much predictive programming to believe these things are authentic events. I mean, these events deconstruct themselves. They're full of holes, no pun intended. And this one was easily debunkable. And it marked the point where the media realized they can't compete with independent reporters and observers and commentators. They couldn't compete for views, and they couldn't maintain their stories, the integrity of their stories would just dissipate. And after Vegas, during the shooting, they pulled all live streams, such as this one, and said they were going to rely on more authoritative sources to cover events that are, quote, tragic. And I'm like, okay, this is just evidence that they can't compete.
We think of the Trump.
All right.
We think of Trump, and then we think of the GOP, right, with the elephant versus the donkey of the Democrats. We think of strumpet or an elephant trumpets. Do you think there's any? Well, of course, we're into the metascript here, the greater decoding of what might be going on. Have you
Maybe,
any thoughts on that?
if you recall, early on, the QAnoners were like, Trump is here for the Great Awakening, which they were called, I was comparing it to Revelation. And they were like, look, his name, Trump and Pence, trumpets. It's the trumpets of the angel Gabriel or something. That has been brought up. I hadn't connected it with the elephant yet. There may be something. And what's with the donkey? You know, isn't the donkey
Good
associated?
question. Good question. The bird, the beast of burden. Yeah. I was thinking just so in greater symbolic terms. If there's a story laid out, Karl Rove. Remember, Karl Rove said on an interview that no matter he was aiming at us as well. No matter how far you think you've got, we're 7 steps ahead because we're creating the story. So the best we can do is sort of put the pieces together and maybe preempt. Ultimately, hope to preempt. But I think Tim, because it's so pivotal, flat Earth and beyond. We have the representation of the universe. I guess the turtle with the elephants, and then we have the disc or a top. And I think ultimately these people are bit players, and everything is referencing well our greater immersion within reality and the role, the one player role that we play. I really do. I really do.
Well, my read on it is that now we're looking at the point where Westeros burns, Westworld burns, the EMP blast in Westworld correlates to this, and then we have the Hunt for Red October. Meanwhile, the Russians have a submarine, Poseidon, and all the Kraken references piling up. Judgment Day, Armageddon. Judgment Day in particular is a T2 reference, Terminator 2, which I think correlates to Pluto 2, and that's the one where you specifically have Seattle getting nuked. This is all. Look, I was looking at the names because JL, Jurassic Wires goes into this. Seattle, he breaks down as like it has to go with sea attack, and this is some prophesied sea attack. I think that might be the case because again,
Did you say sea turtle? Turtle?
Seattle. Look, this is interesting. If you look at the Terminator 2 clip where Seattle gets nuked, it focuses on a sea turtle on a playground that's burning. I don't think
No
that's a
way.
coincidence as far as the symbolic value, because the turtle, the submarine, and also you have the this like cartoon they show kids. The
Oh, that's funny, man.
There's a lot there, but specifically though, the Rust movie is going back into production, and that's Alec Baldwin. And he's the guy from Hunt for Red October, nuclear submarine, nuking America. And of course, he shot Helen Hutchins from Ukraine. The movie went into pause because of the murder, but now they're bringing it back. They're continuing the movie. And I think the code there is Westeros burning, Westworld burning. Well, the Rust has the same chapel as Westworld, the same as the Donde Chapel. It's got the chapel where the thing happened, and I think that represents the White House. Well, Rust is a Western. The West in there, and then Rust is RUS for Russia, and then T for the Terminator. Like T2, Terminator 2, Cross, Second Coming, Judgment Day, Armageddon. It's all encoded in that movie as well. And the fact that they're bringing it back as in resuming it.
I reckon, Tim, it has to be almost encoded in every movie if the script is written from way back. It's like 9/11. I've long since accepted, well, in my own heart, or my own thinking anyway, that 9/11 was meant from the outset. Whatever experience we're having here, whatever construct we're in the midst of, whatever video game in a sense, yeah, it's scripted out from the start. So, yeah, the best we can do is, I don't know, I think obviously we're leaps ahead of people who don't consider these things. The best we can do though is realize these different gaps. I was just going to say, and I know you're sick of me posting in your own main chat, but I think it's so predominant. Talking about the turtle, the 2015 Economist cover magazine. Now, what I have to say about this, I haven't heard it from anyone else, and I don't believe anyone else is talking about this, but it's flat Earth related. And there you have the turtle in the center screen, before Alice even. Alice is on the right hand side, overlooking all the theater of all the puppets in the backdrop, which are the world political leaders. But the turtle is missing his payload, which is indicated by these lines coming up from his back, right? I found the elephant, Tim. Found the elephant very close by. So all now we're missing is the disc. And what does the disc ultimately represent? Remember, fact is fiction, fiction fact. All these characters on the world stage in the backdrop, they're just exactly that. They're puppets. They're just secondary players, bit players, I call them. Alice in Wonderland, all the cartoon characters contain the real truth. So what we left looking for, while we're looking for the disc atop, which is ultimately representing the flat Earth map. All the bowlers constantly ask you, show us a map, show us a model, something like that. So that's what the disc represents. What is the layout of the land in relation to the water on the surface of the Earth itself? And, well, I'm not going to go into how I found the solution. Very simple as well. We followed the Pied Piper, Putin. Putin has a hand over his head, and you look down at his knuckle, and he's pointing down. Like children we must become, and connect the dots, or follow the arrows. Forget about all the fucking complicated adult stuff. But yeah, I just thought about that in terms of the connection to the elephants. For me, the elephants represent the solidity of land. They represent the strength, and they represent memory as well. And this is where we go back to Trump and the GOP, and the elephant being the main. Yeah.
Okay.
If the Republicans are the elephant, then what are the Democrats?
They're the donkey.
Donkeys.
Oh, okay, a donkey and an elephant.
Okay, you mentioned the Economist 2015 cover with the turtle. Did you say it was missing its payload?
Yeah. It's missing. So, I mean, I've posted that loads of times. I'll post it in chat here for anyone who is just not sure about what I'm talking about. If you zoom in to the bottom, Tim, the payload as in, so yeah, we've come away from literal reality, scientific determination, right? And now we look to the different clues. We looked at the metascript, the lasting characters to present the truth. So as you look at the very center of screen here, as I posted in chat, is that the right chat? Hopefully, can you see that?
That is.
Okay.
Thank you. And I'm looking at your missing payload, and because my take on that is the military term for a missing nuclear warhead or a weapon that's not accounted for. An arrow. Broken arrow. And then we have Artemis, the rocket, which they couldn't launch. because it's a broken arrow. It had a crack in it. And there are all sorts of connections. Artemis, the archer, the arrow being broken. She's the twin of Apollo. Many parallels. But I looked into it, and there have been 32 broken arrow incidents since 1950. So we're waiting for number 33. The missing payload would, be a reference from the turtle to the missing nuke, the incoming.
That's amazing, Tim. That's amazing. I reckon everyone I know. Well, I don't know what anyone else knows, but I think that life has to encompass a greater mystery for all of us, no matter what you're led into, no matter what sort of organizations you join. For me here, these are my own discoveries, which I think is why I sort of value them more. So if you look at the turtle there, I found the elephant, Tim. Actually, talking about arrows, if you look to the left and you see the panda bear, can you see the arrow between its legs? I think like children must become, and it's not to get immersed in all of this complicated adult stuff. As I say, just follow the Pied Piper who, remember, he was betrayed. He led the rats out of the Hamburg in Germany. Rats backwards is star, of course, and we all remember Antonio Super Rats, which is star IBS in reverse. But anyway, if we look at Putin and just take it simply as an instruction, Putin, here's where put in to this secret encoded puzzle within. We recognize as flat earthers that what's fact is fiction, fiction fact. So here we have the turtle. With the elephants in mind and the disc at the top. Well, the elephant is to be found just by the right, I guess, as we look at it, the right side of the panda bear's leg in a reflection on the ground. I pointed this out before. I can do it again if you want. But here's the thing. We got to now follow the Pied Piper. Put in, if you think the hand over the head reference, this is all Sergeant Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band reference as well. But follow the hand down, and Putin is pointing in a certain direction which coincides with the flute of the Pied Piper, which points us down towards the little boy at the end carrying the plane. So as children, we follow the arrows and see where everything leads. And there'll always be a couple of clues which tell you you're in the same direction as well. But anyway, not to get bogged down in that. That's why I thought about the elephant, and I can point out where the elephant is. But now we're left with it finding out where the disc Earth is.
Take a look at this. On the far right, top right, you have the nuke, and there's a rocket taking off. But you have the nuclear mushroom cloud, and above that you have the Earth with two faces, clearly divided: the east versus the west. The globe, its two faces, its poles are like antagonistic. Another. That's pretty much right now. And I keep talking about Westworld burning, Westeros and Game of Thrones burning, the constant reference to the West, because they're talking about the Great Reset is the sun setting on the West. And of course, Game of Thrones, Westeros burns before the winter. And they keep saying the winter's coming, and it looks like a nuclear winter. And I see the nuclear winter in Stranger Things. I see the same body of symbols, and it all correlates with West burns. Then we have nukes, which creates the nuclear winter effect. This all correlates to the dissolution of America, the fall of the Tower of Babel. It's all scripted, as you've been pointing out. And yeah, that's definitely it. Right now, we're at this point. Every time I search the word West, and honestly, this ties in to Kanye Westworld. And as Kanye Westworld burns, we're seeing him as kind of a barometer. You just look at what's happening in his life. And of course, when his house burned, that correlates to the burning house at Rust and to the burning house in Westworld when they overthrow Westworld Park. And this ties into the White House, which is, I think, what ultimately that house symbolizes. And this is the other connection. When Alec Baldwin, again, Hunt for Red October reference, when he shot that woman, he also shot the director, whose birthday is Trump's birthday, 6/14. Well, 6 months and 14 days was the timestamp on Don't Look Up before the world gets hit by the comet. The idea of judgment from above, Armageddon, which has been in the news right now, Armageddon, the dart hitting the rocket, they compared it to Armageddon. Biden's calling this nuke situation Armageddon. Bruce Willis in the news because he's digitally transcending now, Armageddon. It's pretty clear that the target, the West burning, is symbolized by this house. Then the house also ties in to Martin Luther King. In, I fear we're integrating back into a burning house because the West is the burning house. It can't be fixed. The West is the reason for global warming. And then, again, this is all, if you ask me, it's all pretty clearly outlaid in all of these various movies and magazine covers.
Now, Tim, a house is not a home, when you mentioned about looking at the 2015 there, and you referenced the Earth in the sky, what the heck is the Earth doing in the sky? I say this. Well, I have my own thoughts on this, of course, but this is ultimate. Well, what do we reference the sky in the sky the same size? Well, the sun and the moon. So we have the two faces to the soul heavenly bodies which stand out no matter what you think. The sun and the moon equal
Yeah,
seemingly
but
equal size.
the
So
house is not home because the house is the astrological house. We're going into the house of Aquarius, the new age, a new house. The old house has to burn before we go into the new house or get
yes,
flooded, the transition.
right. And that's exactly what I was thinking in terms of, you remember the REM song, Rapid Eye Movement song, which is, it's the end of the world as we know it, and I feel fine, because a house is not a home. So the house that we've chosen to sort of occupy, I guess, in a sense, in our minds, is the spinning ball Earth. Now we leave that behind. Well, I don't mind that. I don't mind that, Tim. The destruction of the lie, always to be welcomed, and it's been played out in this dramatic sense on a worldwide scale. And I don't know half the things you're talking about in detail, because you're paying so much more attention, and all the lads here are. But I think we're all coming at things from a different way. But Tim, I don't know if it's going to make it till next year. I think in a sense it has to happen this year. And maybe
I do
10-10
too.
tomorrow is significant. 10-10,
Here's
'Can
what
I
I
22.
ask
think
a
you're right.
question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Why on you're talking about, up there the two faces. Both faces look pissed and nasty.
They look antagonistic, absolutely.
Yeah.
East versus West. You can't fix that. They look like they're at war. This is
Right.
2015.
Now, that's a great question. Again, I have developed thoughts on this. When we think about the first missions to the moon, they were called the Apollo missions, but Apollo relates to the sun. So in some way, they're sort of connecting the moon and the sun in that sense. And now we have the Artemis missions. We're put on hold. Artemis is the twin of Apollo, right, Tim? And that's what it would have been
Yes.
called in the first place. So I actually think what they're saying, well, the two divided faces, I have more to say. Look where the smile points. There's other clues here. Actually, I have
Let
to
me go
look at the
back.
rugby ball earth at the bottom as well, and where something seems to be pointing, which actually leads to the ultimate solution. And I can post that. Actually, I'll post the ultimate solution by following the Pied Piper, playing children's clues, just following the line, following the arrows, Tim. Look at the two arrows
Arrows.
by Alice in Wonderland. We have 11.5 and 11.3. When you add the two up, you get 88 or 55 and 33. But yes, by doing that, so here's what I say, by following these clues. So the reason why we have these scolding faces on the sun and the moon, they're divided. They're divided. They're twins, and they've been separated. And well, who likes separation? Let me post
What's
this.
fascinating here is you have the missing arrow thing, because we were noting that this Artemis rocket wasn't launching because it was cracked and it had a leak. Lots of references to leaks, cracking a dam, schism, but they're saying, oh, it's cracked, it can't launch. And here is Artemis turns out to be the Greek version of Roman Diana. And at the same time, Diana, Princess Diana, is in the news. And the thing with Princess Diana is she crashed into the 13th pillar beneath the bridge.
Yeah.
Cracked pillar. So I'm like, wait, cracked pillar? Cracked rocket, Artemis, Diana, broken arrow references like crazy. And this broken arrow tie into the nuke situation, which is, again, has been in the news since then. Like, we were catching foreshadowing. And then, of course, this Kraken thing and the Rust movie set had brought us months ago to this possibility that the West is going to burn. And I was saying that Kanye West's meltdown starting back in February was about the West burning. That's how far in advance we've been calling this, before Putin was openly calling the West Satan, before he was openly calling or declaring war on the, quote, Antichrist West. This is how they frame it. They've been building this up for some time.
Tim, what does the word West, when you break down the words, what does the word West mean to you? I'm reminded of a song. Did I sing it today? I was busking today. I did sing it today. It's a Spanish, what's the name of the song? Spanish Boots and Spanish Letter by Bob Dylan. But the last verse, when he's rejected by his girlfriend, is going abroad, and she keeps asking, "What can I send you back on my trip?" And he's going, "I don't need anything. I just need your love. I need you to remain royal." And then loyal, royal and loyal. But he gets a letter then from her ship that was sailing, and she doesn't know when she's going to be seeing him again. And his last verse, parting verse, is, take heed of the western wind." What does the word West in that sense mean, Tim? Is it, well, East, we have Eastern philosophy. Remember the Beatles made the transition from West to East. So what is West material based? Is the devil's realm in the West?
Yeah,
Babylon,
this
the
is
new
what I'm thinking.
Babylon.
Yeah, when it comes down to it, I think what we're looking at is one, every day we have a reset. Sun sets, comes back. Great reset is the setting of the sun on an age, and
Right.
it's the setting of the sun on the west. This is brought up in the Rust Western, and now they're coming back to finish it. Like I said, Rust, Russia, T, the Terminator, the Satan 2 rocket. Like, that's all the story, but what it means by the sun setting on the west, I think it's about the Western mind, individualism, property ownership. I think this is about the Kraken, the World War III. I think it's about the rise of collectivism, destroying the individual. This is why they're at war with ideas and memes, and now they're trying to say they're basically
Beans, greens, potatoes, tomatoes, lamb, rams, raw.
Tim, so nice one. Coffee talks. Tim, you just brought something to mind. A Million Ways to Die in the West. A Seth MacFarlane movie. I posted this on in main Discord before. A Million Ways. You'll never guess. Just I won't ruin it for you. Just type in A Million Ways to Die in the West, Seth MacFarlane, and what is the leading protagonist's name? Choice of screen name. Go on. You will have to look at it.
you're gonna have to tell me because
Okay, I'll post it. Because I don't want to tell you, because you'll just get pissed off at me for saying it so much.
well, look. Here's the thing: America represents the embodiment of everything that's bad for the environment, everything that's bad for the world, the systemic racism, the nationalism, of course, but then also the capitalistic system, our social and economic system that is so bad that it will destroy the world if we don't stop it. And the movie Don't Look Up has a few very important undertones. One of them, one of the main messages of that movie was, if we follow greed, and we follow individual greed in particular, the world will be destroyed. We have to think about the collective and save the world altogether. And that's not what happened in the movie. So it's a cautionary tale, but it's the Earth as Titanic heading towards the space iceberg. And that's why they put Leonardo DiCaprio in front of that one. So you would make the association with the Titanic, which has already been used as a metaphor for the West. The Titanic is the West, not too big to fail. The climate change will take it down. This is also why they had Jeff Bezos posing on his mega yacht, and then he's on that TV show on Netflix called Inside Job, where he's on his Titanic and it gets taken down by the Kraken.
Well, Tim, honest to God.
Oh, Albert Stark's girlfriend. Okay, Albert Stark. That's from A Million Ways to Die.
Yes,
in the
that's
West.
what I was going to say. And look, Tim, at the start, I just saw it tonight. In the town of Old Stump. I said, of course, Aristarchus is the stump of the tree of life, divided tree of life that we're on. This is what the dodo bird represents. But I just learned that now tonight by reading it. But yes, I was pointing out the name Albert Stark. So another Stark. We have Tony Stark, Arya Stark from Game of Thrones, Winterfell, all of these different clues. But yeah,
that's a big clue,
MacFarlane
isn't it?
in there as well. Yeah.
Yeah, the Stark name is big because you have the House of Stark wins the Iron Throne. When Westeros burns, we enter the nuclear winter. The West burns before we go into the New Age. The New Age is the age of Mars. Well, the connection here is Tony Stark's real-life counterpart, Elon Musk, is taking us to Mars. They literally found the emblem of the Game of Thrones House of Stark on Mars. Iron Man is Tony Stark. And, of course, iron is the metal associated with the red planet. And of
FE
course,
man as
Robert
well,
Downey-
Tim. FE man is flat Earth man in a sense, right?
Well, I'm getting the picture here that the New Age isn't taking us to Mars physically, but it's making Earth Mars, and they can't do that until they burn the place down.
Wow, Tim, honest to God, I don't know what to make of this now because I do and I don't, but I did consider it today. Noel. I've spoken to you before about Noel in chat, or some people anyway. But yeah, Noel itself is Christmas, Xmas Day, 25th of December, when the sun is born, right? Elon and Noel, it's sort of the same. If you reverse it, immediately you get lion, right, or Leon. But I think that could Elon? I'm not sure. Other people definitely mention this, but I'm not sure. To everyone else, he's a fucking hero. He's conquered everything. Elon Musk, could he be the Antichrist? So the opposite. Christ was born in Noel, Xmas Day. Elon born, well, reverse of Christ, so the Antichrist, and now he is loved by all. He is adorned and admired, and look at all these achievements, etc. The richest man in the world, and everybody loves him. No one has a fault to find with him except all of us who know he's a fucking faker. Who I actually still think about 90%. There's a possibility Seth MacFarlane is playing the role. I wouldn't be surprised, but I'm not even setting that. But yeah, what about Elon Musk being the Antichrist?
I like that. Okay, a couple of things about his name. I think you're right about this. Like, the name El refers to the elevated, the Elohim or Saturn, specifically El. And this is where you have the number 42 encoded into everything. It all refers to the shining, the Saturn, of course. 42 is encoded in everything Musk does, but specifically it's from, as you know, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. But it's
You've gone low there, Tim. You're gone a bit low.
elevated, though. Ones that go to space are elevated, so the L is consistent. I think this is the name, like L. Ron Hubbard. Sure, it was Lafayette,
Right.
but they said L, and I think it's on purpose. Elon is the Elon from the book by Werner von Braun, like the Elon. I think that on is also significant. In a Royal Arch Masonry, they refer to God as Jabulon, referring to Jehovah, Baal, and On, as in like Dagon. They have like this composite God. And so you have El and On are both kind of referencing the same thing. I think it's a very occult name. I think the middle name Reed is interesting. I'm not 100% on this, but there's some fascinating connections between us and the world scene.
Well,
All right, it is October the 12th, 2022. This is The 33rd Degree by Lucifer Tim. And if you've been listening to Infinite Plane Radio for a couple of years, you are an honorary member of the 33rd Degree of every secret society you can mention, because whose secrets don't we know? Whose codes haven't we cracked? All right, phones are open, 833-311-1984. It's a rhetorical question. We've cracked them all. And that's what makes them so annoyed with us. We know more than most of the people clawing their way up the pyramid, and we're not on the pyramid. I want to say thanks to Waynol for the meme here. Never trigger the flight or fight response of the flightless bird. Hey, they've been warned. Plenty. Again, memes are free. InfinitePlaneSociety.com. Join now. Get in the Discord server. And the 24/7 think tank is free access. And there's a new feature I wanted to talk about. The 24/7 OMNICHAT, which is our ground zero think tank. It's in Discord, and it integrates with all these other platforms, and it's a permanent record. But what's better is, now we have a voice chat, and sometimes when we're not live, I jump in there. There's a lot of us in there. We just talk about whatever. And those recordings are put into a podcast feed called the Infinite Plane Society Insider, and that is spelled INCITER, Inciter. Not that we're arsonists, but the idea is these are sparks. These are sparks to create conversation. And the Insider podcast is separate from the main one, but you won't miss it if you're there. I put it very conveniently in its own little text room, recorded voice chats. If you click that, you'll be able to access a lot of those old conversations. I'll get them transcribed and more. Just sent out text message notifications and live stream notifications. I've been off and on for the last couple of days. It hasn't been 100% consistent, but that's because I've been doing some side work. Dark Matter Digital Network is back, and I am the program manager. I don't anticipate doing any live shows there, but I am doing a lot of pre-recorded content, and I'll be recording it here. So if you're listening to Infinite Plane Radio, as usual, you're in the know. You won't miss anything. But if you like dark matter, darkmatter.radio is going to be 24/7. The official launch is tomorrow, 10/13/2022, which is the 1 year anniversary of William Shatner going to space. And if you recall, on that day, Shatner goes to space. He came down and his mind was blown by how fragile the Earth looked. And he was trying to convey how he was worried. In fact, he claims that the trip to space made him weep for the Earth. And he even suggested that there was going to be a, quote, catastrophic event. He hinted at some catastrophic event. And this was last year. Well, the 1 year anniversary of that launch is today. And it's interesting how many headlines are mentioning Armageddon, Judgment Day, and the catastrophic response to a nuke if Putin goes there. Again, it all looks incredibly scripted, so I've been wondering, well, what's going to be the thing that causes Armageddon? Will it be a nuke? Will it be a rock from space? And interestingly enough, before Biden said Armageddon, before Putin said Armageddon, Armageddon was being force-memed into the public consciousness because the star of Armageddon, Bruce Willis, was having his likeness transcended into the metaverse. And this is going along with his aphasia. So it's like he's losing his mind, but his mind is going into this new format. He's transcending. And at the same time, NASA is sending its DART, which is an asteroid redirection a projectile missile that hits these rocks in space so they don't hit us. NASA is your savior, by the way. And they'll tell you, they'll say, a big rock killed the dinosaurs. So this is important. We saved you. Anyway, thanks, NASA. So the DART's going up there, and they're comparing it to the Bruce Willis mission, Armageddon, obviously, where he died to save the world. Armageddon's in the news, and it's consistent again with the rock hitting the Earth narrative and this Terminator 2 nuke thing. All of these things are on the table right now. I have a voicemail to play. Let me go ahead and get to that right away. I want to make it a point to get to voicemails first. If you leave voicemails, I always read them or play them live. Okay, here's the first one.
Hey, it's One Step. I wanted to get in touch with you because last night you were talking a lot about Baked Alaska and Nick Fuentes, and I have a whole lot of information.
Oh, yes, we got there. This is from a few nights ago. This was a message from One Step Too Far, who called to speak about a lot of these alt-right figures, these alt-feds, maybe we should call them. Fascinating conversation. It was probably the last archived live stream. We had like 3 hours on the phone, a lot of different callers, but we were talking about many of these characters, and I use the word characters advisedly, who appear in these big productions like the 1/6 event and appear to be scripted, fake. I refer to them as Judas goats. And for those who are wondering what a Judas goat is, I'm talking about a person who is controlled opposition, one, as in they pretend to be on your side, but they're actually working for the other side. But in particular, the Judas goat is trained in animal herding. And what they do is they essentially lead the other animals into the slaughterhouse. But they don't get slaughtered. It's kind of their gig. For example, Bill Hicks, Alex Jones. Are we looking at a Judas goat? Or are we looking at a legitimate hero of the people? Well, it depends on how objective you can be. A lot of people are attached to their leaders that have been handed to them. Was it Albert Pike or who said, when they need a leader, we shall provide it? This is one of these nefarious statements about how nobody rises a certain level up this pyramid without their approval. Anybody who's there with a blue check, suspect. The whole idea here, of course, of the Judas goat thing pertains to this 1/6 and even Alex Jones's position with the Sandy Hook thing and the persecution of these gun companies. I think this is all scripted. It's a scripted takedown of the First and Second Amendments. Speaking of which, today we have this. Dylan Roof has tried to appeal his conviction. It says the Supreme Court on Tuesday denied an appeal by Charleston church shooter Dylan Roof, leaving in place his death sentence for the 2015 shooting deaths of 9 black congregants. Dylan Roof was the one who was at a prayer meeting, shot the 9 people, and then the police took him to a Burger King. Well, this, again, is obviously fake and staged. We've talked about this ad nauseum, but some of the things that stood out about Charleston, and this was a big one for me. This was what got me to really start talking about this subject, because in my own life, nobody cares. But I was looking at this one, and I was thinking, this guy seems too similar to too many other characters, and his name, Dylan Storm Roof, and they said, oh, he's going to the Storm. The Storm was some white power website, white nationalists. Again, Dylan Storm Roof. The name just stood out to me. I thought, this is too contrived. And then I looked closer at the story, and then I'm thinking, wait a minute here. The storm is coming. This is obvious foreshadowing. They started building this narrative up. And then Dylan Roof is the guy who caused the ADL to label the bowl cut as a hate symbol. A couple of things about it that seemed very hoaxy. He shoots 9 people in this church, and within a few days they have a full service. Lots of people there. The President, Barack Obama, was there. He's saying Amazing Grace. And the place was packed. I'm like, is that enough time to clean up after 9 bodies? Is that enough time to see where all the bullets went and everything? No, I don't think so. It was a real fast event, real fast production. It just came and went in a flash, just like everything else they show us. There's no due process. They just basically play it like it's a movie. Anyway, Dylan Roof, again, the guy who popularized the bowl cut. Although now it's moved to the fascie haircut. I think it was bowl cut, then fascie, and now it's... They like to take anything that typifies a group and just convert it to a hate symbol. Do you remember when AOK just meant 666? And now it means white power? I mean, who decides? Why does the Illuminati hand sign for 666 have to go over to the white power crew? Why do they get to be the ones to define what that means? And of course, everything's a hate symbol these days, but let me go and show you what I mean. I think there's an actual term for it. Like the people who were, here it is, the bowl cut by Dylan Roof. Again, this is the ADL heat map, which just shows you where all the hate is around the country. Hate on display database. The bowl cut, a bowl-shaped haircut resembling the one sported by Dylan Roof. Now, I haven't seen any alt-right people with this type of haircut. Roof venerators use his distinctive bowl cut to refer to themselves and like-minded fans. They call themselves Bowl Trash, or the Final Bowlution, the Bowl Gang, the Bowl Waffen Division, Take the Bowl Pill, Disrespect the Bowl, Pay the Toll, Take Me to Church. Now, look, to me, this is made up. I think that the people who work for these websites who label things as hate speech, yeah, I think that they're the ones making this stuff up. And I read about them and their secret numbers and their codes. I'm talking about these white power groups. It all just seems too Kabbalistic, like 23, AK. They add up the numbers, compute them, relate them to other things. I just don't buy any of it as being truly organic. Here's a meme. You can tell this was made by a Fed. No self-respecting memester would put together some low-res garbage like this. Dylan Roof did nothing wrong. And then you have the Nazi Black Sun, which has been popularized by some of the new flat earthers to put out documentaries. He's wearing a Gold's Gym shirt. Now, what's interesting about this, around the time that the Dylan Roof happened, this Dylan Roof incident, 2015, there was this uptick on criticism against what was called toxic masculinity. So here you have Dylan Roof with noodle arms, never been to a gym in his life, but he's wearing a Gold's Gym shirt. Yeah, it's part of a costume. It's part of this composite character they've created. He represents toxic masculinity. He's burning an American flag, and he has a Confederate flag. They banned Confederate flags after this event. After this event, there were multiple reports of burning churches in the South that all turned out to be hoaxes. One was lightning. One was an office fire. One was the pastor who did it and tried to blame it on the other side. The whole thing was just hysterical. Take the bull pill. What a joke. But I like to point this stuff out. This is, again, if you don't call it out, they will redefine everything as hate. And, truth sounds to hate like, yeah, I think was it? Yeah, I believe it was George Orwell who said that truth sounds like hate to those who hate the truth. I mean, that's kind of what we're looking at today. Now they're getting at the point where they want such control over language that they're going to convict you of murder if someone kills themselves over your meme. And that's been the case with this Molly Russell case, which we'll get to. Molly Russell's the one who went down a really dark rabbit trail because of the internet, because of algorithms, and this led her to kill herself. And in the first case of its kind, they're saying death by internet. I mean, dark rabbit trails, like she has no volition, she was just led there. And they presented this slippery slope argument in 2018 when they blamed Alex Jones, a globe earther, a secret space program believer, an anti-flat earther. They blamed Alex Jones for flat earth. They said, oh, if you listen to this, the algorithm's going to take you there. It's like, oh, you don't have a choice. You realize this, right? Oh, no, you catch the memes like you catch COVIDs. You walk into a room, you hear this meme, now that's your belief. That's what they want the public to think. And if the public will buy that, which they will, then they can make the case that we have to ban these memes from the public because people can catch them. Don't want you to catch hate. Don't want you to catch any kind of meme that might make you go do something like question the scientists, not recycle, shoot up a school. These unregulated memes, because this is an infodemic. And the infodemic's way worse than the pandemic. That's what they want you to think. In my opinion, they created the pandemic as an excuse to control speech, to control the infodemic. And the infodemic is about the information they don't control. It's not hate speech they're going after. It's not QAnon they're going after. They're going after all unregulated speech, ideas. They don't want wrong answers out there. They don't want you to be able to compare wrong from right and come to your own conclusions. No, they're going to tell you. And why would you need to ask? They tell you the right answers. Why would you need to go ahead and ask a question? And this again fits into the agenda which I called out a couple years ago. They're going to send in blue helmeted NATO troops into every house. They will kick down your doors, battering rams if they have to. They will rappel in from helicopters, kick through your windows, land in your bedroom. They will go right to your computer, and they will rip that question mark key off your keyboards. They're going to do it everywhere. There's going to be a massive bonfire. They'll have it on TV. All the question marks burning. And this was the secret meaning behind the movie Don't Look Up. If you look up your own answers, if you look up alternative explanations, the world's going to be destroyed. Again, thanks for joining. Let me go ahead and see who's in the chat. I sent out text notifications. I know it's early, somewhat unexpected. We are joined here by quite a lot here. Rocco Calzone, David Hazel, HIGGIH. David A. Pryor says L. Ron Hubbard, spelled E-L. Yes, it's code. Lafayette, but they use L because they need to invoke the name of their god. Shannon Jones has been missing you, Tim. Thanks for the notification. Yes, I've had a number of side projects. I started an eBay store. I reclaimed a domain from the domain thief, Goldfinch, who stole 40 domains from me since 2018 in order to block traffic to my projects. He bought infiniteplanesociety.org, .net. I mean, every iteration you can think of, 40 domains. Now, I haven't had him officially served with papers for that yet because he's hard to find, but we will find him within a few months. We will locate him and serve him papers. But I managed to get timosman.art, A-R-T. I got that one back. And I reopened an eBay store, and that's probably going to allow me to spend more time doing this. I've always been able to maintain a good side income with art sales when I've had an eBay store because it has traffic. Built-in traffic. Joined by Creation Bear says tuned in. Awesome. Pippi Langstroth says what? In all caps. Angst G, Salty Siren, Marcel Ploger. G33, awesome. All right, Zero Infinity Live. Thank you for joining. I'm going to hand out wrenches here momentarily. All the YouTube channels are burners. We've burned through 140 of them. And by the way, YouTube is a party. They are I would say, a co-defendant in an identity theft suit. I have an identity theft suit against the individual who stole those domains. And YouTube is a party to this identity theft. I don't want to spend too much time in it, but I mentioned them. And I just want to mention that YouTube is it's a criminal. We'll just say that. Joined by T-Dog135 says, guess I'm moving to Bolivia. David Pryor says, wasn't there a song about a roof on fire? Yes, I believe that could even be relevant here. We've been talking about how the West is burning. West world burning. Westeros burning before the winter. The big nuclear winter meme they've been pushing out there. The dark winter, the division. It wasn't about cold weather. No, it's about nuclear winter. I mean, it might be cold. I mean, it's a hypothetical situation. Joined by Project Honda Rod says, dig all the art. Glad to support the channel. Thank you. And it will keep this channel going despite the best attempts of the monolithic media to marginalize and suppress us. And we're not even trying to be confrontational. We're not even going against the grain. We are parallel. And we are growing as a parallel media network. We don't need to be censored. We're more academic than political. And our opinions are based on an objective analysis of the facts, not just the facts they serve us, but the bigger picture. And the public's not supposed to know there's a bigger picture. They're not supposed to know there are wrong answers. Okay, let's continue. I'm going to go through my minds.com. I briefly had to mention Molly Russell because that's going to be the new agenda here. Molly Russell is the first example of somebody who's been killed by a meme. Watch out, Alex Stein. The Morgile's on the grind. Seems like a number of people are trying to break their way into mainstream success through rapping. A lot of these late blooming rappers, like mid-40s, just like, oh, I'm just going to start rapping. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with it necessarily.
But it's a color and or a flavor, and then some type of a primate or even a reference to a primate, right? So here we go. I'm reading this. We got lavender, panda bear, extra money, honey badger, white chocolate woodchuck, marmalade marsupial. Don't forget about vanilla gorilla. Don't forget about grape ape, mocha koala, tangerine.
I understand a lot of people won't have any context for what a Morgile is. I may get into it as we get closer to Halloween. We'll get into what exactly this cryptid happens to be. Just an old friend of the channel. It's always interesting to see people I haven't heard from a few years. Just where are they now? And I kind of want to do a where are they now for all of the headliners of the Flat Earth Conference. I know you got Philip Stallings is in jail for life. I believe 56 charges of human trafficking, child stuff. Let's see here. A number of them have been COVIDed off the world stage. If you want to believe it. I mean, who was it? It was SpongeBob. SpongeBob called in and he shared a clip where it appears to be that one of these very well-known flat earthers died of COVID, but he came back and he was protesting police in Canada on behalf of the truckers. I really have my doubts about any celebrity deaths for the most part. HG, no press pass yet. Press passes are still being sent out. If you just want to message me on Ko-Fi or email, I'll give you a tracking number. Press passes were delayed by about a week. I was off, but for the most part, they're heading out. We have more than 160 now. I need to get an exact count. And if you are doing any kind of reporting or interested in doing reporting, one of our plans for the near future is to crowdfund stories. We've done this stuff before. We crowdfunded a steam-powered rocket that garnered a lot of media attention. We crowdfunded billboards. We've crowdfunded art shows. And I thought, it might be a good idea to crowdfund certain stories. We want a certain event covered. Like, for example, on Friday, the Pillow Guy, Mike Lindell, and Steve Bannon are going to be engaging in election denialism in Ruidoso, New Mexico. And I thought, I'd go out there and cover it, talk to the pillow guy. And so someone else is there, Dave Clements, the professor Dave Clements, who was at the Cyber Symposium. And he's the one who happens to have an uncanny resemblance to the author of those Baron Trump time travel books, Ingersoll Lockwood. Yeah, Professor Dave Clements looks like Ingersoll Lockwood, and many have pointed this out, thinking this guy's a time traveler. Again, that's some Q stuff, but this guy's up to his. These are all basically deep in the whole Q terrain. This is again Steve Bannon, War Room, insurrectionist, Mike Lindell, crackheaded CEO, insurrectionist. Anyway, they're going to be about 3 hours away from here, and I would consider driving out there and covering it. But I'm not going to send anybody on a trip like that unless we can cover their gas expenses. Now, if you want your press pass linked, your social media linked on the infiniteplane.media website, I can do that. So all press pass carriers, if you have a Twitter, or if you just have a media contact, or if you just want your name listed, your moniker, we can put it on there as a reference point. Just send me a message, go to Infinite Plane Media, and there is a contact box. Salty Siren says, my main TikTok account is banned, so you'll have to update my new one. Yeah, they're probably mad because of Salty Siren's account. I believe Infinite Plane Media has more than 1 million instances on TikTok. All right, I'm going to go ahead and try to catch up with a number of different subjects we've been following. Jim Carrey's been on our list lately, simply because Kanye West compared his experiences lately to that of the Truman Show. And as we predicted, Kanye West's world is burning. If you recall, back in January, there was a fire in the Bronx. It was a 19-story building. 19 people were reported dead. It was on 1-9. It was started by space heaters. It was the northwest of the Twin Parks Towers. And at that time, I was talking about the significance of the word West in this bigger script. Westeros burning, Westworld burning. Then we have the Kanye West situation. And I was correlating these things as Kanye West was at that Dawn Day 2 event with the burning house. And the burning house symbol is echoed in all these mainstream productions, all these big shows like on Netflix. The same symbol is repeated all over the place, and I believe the burning house represents the West. And this has been one of our repeated themes. And I've been suggesting that as the West burns, as it gets the nuke, the Terminator 2, which is coming, as the nuclear winter arrives, we're going to see America take a fall, and it's going to be personified in our celebrity dramas. And I think that Kanye West's fall from grace right now is part of the fall of the West, part of this agenda. And there's quite a lot with Kanye West's character. He's not just some celebrity who's way too enabled and too rich and too irresponsible, too unaccountable. No, I believe this is a story kind of analogous to what we saw with Charles Manson. And he is a cult leader, but also with O.J. Simpson. There are some elements here that are being repeated. But what's more, Kanye West is in trouble with everyone because he had a fashion show, and he put out a line of shirts that say White Lives Matter, and then he goes on to Tucker Carlson. And then after this, within a few days, he gets some blowback for the White Lives Matter, and he says some things about Jews, going DEFCON 3 on Jews. Now, DEFCON, interchangeable, I guess, but this wasn't taken well, and there's a ton of blowback, which we may cover some of it, but mainly it's this. White Lives Matter. Who would wear that? Well, that's already been associated with skinheads, KKK, white nationalists. Not that they would use it, but my point of it is that this goes into the black versus white, not race, but this black versus white alchemical polarization. They're creating these poles that they can then synthesize. It's not about anything other than this continued schism that they're putting in the middle of our existences here, so that we're never going to be friends, that there has to be some third party to reconcile things once these two ends are collided into one another. And that's what's about to happen. So the helter-skelter is what came to mind when I'm watching this, because if you recall, Charles Manson did these Hollywood killings, and it was blamed on Black Panthers to instigate a race war and wipe out everyone but the whites. That was like the whole story of Helter Skelter, as crazy as that sounds. And it's going to be pinned on these murders, the murder of Sharon Tate, pinned on Black Panthers. Well, Kanye's dad is a Black Panther, interestingly enough. And today the corresponding group would be the Black Lives Matter. Now, my point here is that for Kanye West to wear that is kind of fascinating, considering at the Donde 2 event, when he's posing in front of the burning house, he's hanging out with Marilyn Manson, which brings in this Charles Manson Church of Satan connection, which is an important connection considering that the Manson killings were performed by Susan Atkins, a satanic witch from the Church of Satan, quite literally. Now, what's more, this isn't their first interaction. This collaboration between Kanye and Manson at this ritual to Hades, to Pluto, on 2/22/2022, the day of Pluto return, it wasn't just an occult ritual. I think that they just put together. I think these guys have been working together for some time on this. What I mean is, here they are performing a song called Jail, which hasn't happened yet, but I think that's foreshadowing. But previously, Kanye had released a song called Black Skinhead. And what a contradiction, but now you can see the meaning of it. So Black Skinhead came out, and that song happens to sample Marilyn Manson, which is the song Beautiful People. Now, the bigger picture here, I'm thinking here, is we're looking at foreshadowing for the instigation of some kind of, quote, helter-skelter kind of conflagration. And this is all very much, I think, tied into the return of Pluto, the meaning of it, and the Kraken, which is associated with it. But again, Black Skinhead, that song was in the news recently because the director of the new Elvis movie reportedly played that song for all of his actors before every scene to, quote, hype them up. We'll continue to look at some of the blowback here. Let me catch some comments. Penguin Doctor says, got my press pass, medical correspondent. Excellent. All right, let's continue. I'm trying to follow up on all the comments. We have about 40 people here. David Pryor says, Kanye is also a conspiring theorist. He did compare himself to Alex Jones. And he also, when he was talking to Tucker Carlson, he pointed out some interesting things that we've been talking about. As in, he noted how when there's an event they want us to focus on, and he was talking about Uvalde, it feels like the Truman Show. You can't avoid it. And he's right about that. Penguin says, you could easily do a JL interview monthly. Yeah, you know what? I ought to reach out to him and talk to him. I was watching one of his videos last night. He found some fascinating connections between the death of River Phoenix and the Viper Room and Elvis Presley. And this is a part of a bigger narrative, which JL has been uncovering for some time. But I wanted to bring up the idea that River Phoenix may have been reborn as Mark Dice. And I went, Mark Dice is being followed by, I believe, like 350,000 people, maybe more, maybe millions. Like, he's pretty popular. I have 1,000 followers, if that, on Twitter. I go over to Mark Dice. I want to follow what he's doing these days, and I've been blocked. I'm like, why would Mark Dice block me? Strange, right? Well, I think I know why. There was a night where I was talking about the significance of the Joker, played by Joaquin Phoenix. And we started talking about River Phoenix, and I brought up how River Phoenix was likely Mark Dice. And someone called in, and we spoke several times, and a friend of mine kept sending me messages saying, that's Mark Dice, right? He's using a fake name. Anyway, I called him out on it, subtly, and never got a call from this person again, and then I was blocked by Mark Dice. But I think it's interesting to note here that Joaquin Phoenix plays the Joker, but in real life, quote, real life, he is an environmentalist. He's basically doing the Greta thing. He got arrested protesting climate change alongside Jane Fonda. So there you have Joaquin Phoenix is a left-wing agitator. Mark Dice, if he is the twin, is on the other side. He's a right-wing agitator, and he was introduced on Alex Jones's show back when he was still John Connor. John Connor is an interesting reference to the Terminator 2. Remember, again, it's JC, John Connor, Savior, coming back in time, JC, Jesus Christ, against the Terminator. And the Terminator is a reference to the sunset, where night meets day, the Terminator line. Because in this myth, the sun dies at sunset. It's terminated. The Son of God, the idea here, Son and Satan here. Terminator and JC. Or T2. And T2 is the movie where you have a nuke in Seattle on the playground, and it focuses on a burning turtle. T2, I think, could be a reference to the Second Coming in a few ways, but also Pluto 2. Again, Pluto returned to its position where it was on July 4th, 1776, and the significance of this is difficult to overstate. We've covered it quite a bit since February, and I'll bring it up as it becomes relevant here. It is highly significant, though. We're talking about the cult that runs this world having this obsession with time because they control time and space, and everything they do is coordinated by this metascript, which isn't written by a few people in Hollywood. Its author is much higher, you could say, because it's all based on the stars. It's an astrotheological tale encoded into the religions, and it is superimposed over our mainstream media and the myths and the narratives that they have us go along with on the world stage, which is mostly a simulation. I mean, it's real, it's physically real, yes, but the mental reality that we're living in, yeah, there's a disparity between the observed experience and the one that they tell you exists, the one that you see through the screen. All right, let me continue. Travis Cloud says, Mark Dice blocks you. Oh, yeah, you got to see my blocked list. If you saw my blocked list, you'd be, well, it's a who's who of, I think, gatekeepers, guardrailers, and people who are charged with controlling sensitive information while being disguised as truth tellers. I had a long conversation the other day. It was a group chat in our Discord server, and it was Pete Shea who brought up something very interesting about James Cameron. James Cameron, who brought us the Terminator 2. James Cameron, on 9/11/2001, was on the set of the Titanic. During 9/11, he's on the Titanic and he's eating a sub. And I'll get to that later. But the significance there, to me, is one, the Terminator 2 movie was replete with 9/11 predictive programming. On 9/11, he's on a Titanic, which I think is a symbol for the West and the West sinking. It's a symbol for the Tower of Babel. It's the symbol of too big to fail. Now he's on the Titanic eating a sub. Now again, I mentioned the Titanic recently because it's been used as a metaphor for the Earth, for global warming, and the iceberg is the global warming we're denying or ignoring. We are ignoring this big iceberg, or we're just not aware of it, blissfully, because we're too big to fail, right? Capitalism, too big to fail. Mother Nature won't stop it. That's the idea with the movie Don't Look Up. Earth is now the Titanic. The iceberg is the comet. The comet symbolizes global warming, but in the movie it's the comet that's going to hit us in 6 months and 14 days. And who's the face of that movie? Leonardo DiCaprio. Why? Because he was the face of the Titanic. It's just to reiterate the symbolism there, that the world will, be destroyed by this Titanic. Again, this symbolism behind everything tells us this, greater story as it unfolds. But again, don't look up information, don't question the science, or we will all die. And by the way, in the movie Don't Look Up, Leonardo DiCaprio was he was an agoraphobe. He was so scared of the sky, of the sky falling, he had to take anxiety pills. The message of that is, if you knew what this scientist knew, you too would be taking pills for anxiety. He looks like he hasn't shaved in a few days, his clothes look slept in, and this is the same archetype as the main character in Moonfall. Same thing, neck beard, doesn't sleep, and he's got to take a lot of pills because he's so scared about the future. And these are movies that came out concurrently, sending the message that the Noah of our time is not being listened to. It is the scientist. And if you knew what they knew, you would be building your ark. You would be in your ark by now if you knew. But I bring this up because James Cameron is on the set of the Titanic on 9/11 eating a sub. And I'm thinking there's got to be a connection here. 9/11, Titanic, I can see that. But the sub made me think about submarines and this whole hunt for Red October, which is right now being played out on the world stage. And then you have Russia with this submarine and the Poseidon nuke that can set off a nuke tsunami. Poseidon releases the Kraken. I mean, the story is very well integrated. And these little clues are constantly popping up. Now I'm going to play a clip here. This is Jim Carrey. Again, we've been talking about Jim Carrey, another JC. And here he is talking about the significance of the number 33. We brought him up because Kanye West felt like he was in The Truman Show. And I went over to a Jim Carrey video. He was on Jay Leno a number of years ago, talking about how he manifested his life by writing a check for himself in the Hollywood Hills, up on a hill, writes a check, says, for $10 million per each film. He writes himself a blank check, puts it in his wallet, and then he achieves this, and he brings out this check that's all worn and tattered, and he shows it to Jay Leno. And I thought, this is pretty interesting. It didn't seem scripted, and it seemed as though, I mean, obviously he's talented and skilled, and that's what got him the gigs, but the idea that, you know, he manifested it by visualizing it is something that he brought up, and it's very consistent with his character, his persona. He's often bringing up these types of experiences. And here's a very interesting clip here. And it makes me wonder, you know, are some of these people a mix of actors slash puppets, and are any of them rogue? Do they ever express thoughts that are meant to be, or that ought to be kept out of the minds of the masses? Or are they all just limited hangout operatives? But let me play this.
33 vertebrates in your spine. There's 33 years in the life of Jesus Christ. Substance that comes from your medulla, which looks like the Ark of the Covenant, has angel's wings around it, the whole thing. Trip down your spine to your sacrum, which is Christ coming down into human form. Yeah. And if you don't squander that essence, that sexual essence, it ascends again and goes back up to heaven, which is your thing. It's also the story of Santa Claus. Why he comes down the chimney is because this juice or this substance actually passes what's called the claustrum, which is where they got Santa Claus. So it goes down the chimney.
I never heard that one. I heard it was Satan's claws. Penguin Doctor says, watch the movie Sphere, Manifesting. Cool movie. I also recommend, and look, we have a recommended movie list. I'll have to put that on there. If you're in Discord, go ahead and do it yourself, or I'll get to it. I'll put it in my notes here. I want to watch In the Mouth of Madness again, because I think that movie explains quite a lot about this realm, this world, this reality. I mean, if we are even minutely responsible for directing, you know, I use the term co-creation, but if we are in any way, quote, God, if we are manifesting entities, if that's what consciousness does, if it creates as it perceives, then a lot of this stuff has some serious validity. And this would explain why the MSM, which is the de facto church of the world, would be so insistent on holding the attention of all of these little co-creators. It essentially allows them to aggregate God-like power and creative control. All right, let us continue. Going through my minds.com/Infinite Plane Society. Okay, I have a question. By the way, McAfee's not dead, according to his girlfriend, or one of his girlfriends. If you watch the documentary on McAfee, it's on Netflix. But how is McAfee not Frank Zappa? Because here's a clip here, and this is Frank Zappa. But he looks and he sounds like a McAfee. I'll go ahead and play this clip. And this is another one of those individuals who seems to be kind of over the rails. Like one got away. I mean, what do you make of it? You have some of these celebs who seem to know too much. But it could be that the public is just too disconnected to make it.
School.
Okay, here we go. This is not McAfee. This is Zappa talking about mind control.
Schools train people to be ignorant with style. They give you the equipment that you need to be a functional ignoramus. American schools do not equip you to deal with things like logic. They don't give you the criteria by which to judge between good and bad in any medium or format. And they prepare you to be a usable victim for a military-industrial complex that needs manpower. As long as you're just smart enough to do a job and just dumb enough to swallow what they feed you, you're going to be all right. But if you go beyond that, you're going to have these grave doubts that give you stomach problems, headaches, make you want to go out and do something else. So I believe that schools mechanically and very specifically try and breed out any hint of creative thought in the kids that are coming up.
Interesting. Getting rid of any kind of creative thought. And there's a war on memes, as I've been saying here. By the way, we are on 24 plus podcast platforms. I'm going to put a link below. If you ever miss any of the archives, if you want to be up to date, no matter what you're using, whatever platform you're on, I probably have it covered. It's one of the things I've been working on the side here is our lateral expansion. I'll put a link there to podnews.net. Again, Infinite Plane Radio is on 25 plus podcasting platforms. Okay, this is an oldie, but there is no settled journalism. New facts need to be considered. And as much as the media would like to burn a lot of their blooper reels, they can't. Not as long as people like us are around to constantly remind them of how fake they've always been. And they don't improve that fast. I mean, really. Their special effects they leave a lot to be desired. This is a CNN hoax. You've probably seen this one, where they were pretending like a Scud missile was hitting. Again, this is from CNN. You're about to see coverage of the Gulf War 1991 live from Saudi Arabia. Charles Jaco.
If you need to take cover, I notice that you've got your gas mask in your hands. If you need to put it on, please do so. If you need to take cover, please do so. If you are able...
Now, I believe the trees behind him are basically fake. They look like they're from a hotel lobby. The backdrop is fake. He's conveniently holding a mask. The Scud missile hits, and he puts on his mask awkwardly. And I used to train people on how to put these on. I was an NBC NCO when I was in the military. This is a hilarious joke. And then his friend shows up, and he puts on his helmet, but he doesn't get the mask on.
Up in the sky, scanning the skies to see what they can see. Do we see much of anything out there? Can we see much of anything? Okay. Well, apparently there was some word of outgoing. Again, we cannot be specific about the direction.
Okay, here we go. Now he puts on his mask, and the other guy puts on the helmet. And they're claiming, though, it was not deadly. It was just fumes from the missile. And also note that the camera is handheld. Now, the cameraman has got to be a pro with his mask. If he can keep the camera that steady while putting on his mask, unless the cameraman didn't put on a mask. And you know what's interesting is this is exactly what we noticed in 2020. There'd be some reporter with a mask on talking about the public and how they're unwilling to socially distance and how the public's not obeying the commands. And then somebody walking by from the general public would say, "Why isn't your crew masked?" In other words, the camera crew, the people on the other side of the camera, yeah, they never bothered. So there you have it. The guy on the left has his mask on, and the guy on the right and the cameraman do not, but he's got his helmet on. Now, this was brought back to my attention because just the other day, this is a bit of raw footage from the BBC. It's a correspondent taking cover during a missile attack. So Putin launched a missile at this BBC reporter. Luckily, he ducks. And I just think that their timing is incredible. Hugo Bachego was broadcasting live from Kiev when the first rounds of the strike came in, and he ducked for cover. This is action here. Action-packed news. Doesn't look green screeny at all.
Okay, Hugo.
And now behind the reporter, you have a pile of burning tires and a burning tank. Not the same scene.
There, our correspondent in Kiev, obviously for obvious reasons, taking cover at that point. But just talking us through the latest on this.
Well, I hope he survived. She's so nonchalant. But this is all manufactured drama. I have been looking at a lot of the recent footage, and it looks like a mass casualty drill. I mean, the LARPing is off the chart. LARPing is live action role playing. Mass casualty drills presented as real. All right, this is something I've brought up a few times. I've been talking about how on the Chinese space station, they have a mason jar, a magic mason jar full of water, and the water doesn't float away. Well, I found an explanation. The explanation, they say, is that surface tension will keep the water in the mason jar. So there you have it. That's the explanation. You can drink water on the space station from a mason jar because of surface tension. And they say the jar is velcroed to the table. Now, I don't know if this is an ad hoc explanation after the fact, some kind of, let's just patch this together, or if this is legitimately true, but is, to my knowledge, it's the first time I've ever seen, like you could have a glass of coffee, you could pour some coffee while you're in space orbiting. Your hair is floating around, everything's floating around, but your coffee, your water, yeah, that'll stay settled as long as the surface tension isn't disrupted, right? Again, that's from the Chinese fake station. Let's get back to the catastrophic event, because tomorrow again is the anniversary of William Shatner, Captain Kirk, going to space. William Shatner said, "My space travel filled me with overwhelming sadness." And here he is, huge smile on his face, having just arrived from outer space. But he's very sad or something, so he says. I mean, this picture just doesn't match. But I bring this up because Shatner had said on TV that he was worried that there's some kind of catastrophic event. The catastrophic event. He didn't say there might be. Shatner issues dire warning of a, quote, coming catastrophic event. Shatner says he was struck by the fragility of the planet. And that's a major psyop there. The idea that the Earth is fragile and that we are destroying it. That's a narrative that they came up with to frame their environmentalist takeover of free enterprise, of freedom itself. That's all. The Earth is not fragile. And this is why they showed you the Earth. There was this movement by Steve Brand called the Whole Earth Movement. And the Whole Earth Movement was premised on the idea that there wasn't a picture of the whole Earth. That we didn't have an iconic image to point to until they gave us one, but they didn't until a lot of agitation on behalf of Stuart Brand. It was called the Whole Earth Disk. Now, this image was taken in 1972, the so-called blue marble, but Stuart Brand started in 1966 saying we need a picture of the whole Earth. To NASA, he asked, why haven't we seen a photograph of the whole Earth? I was a big fan of NASA and of the then 10 years of the space exploration. We were in 1966. We'd seen a lot of the moon, lots of the Earth, but never the complete Earth. It was odd for 10 years. Why haven't they turned the camera 180 degrees to look back? So they did. And that image catalyzed the environmentalist movement as it exists today, with its adherents setting themselves on fire, lying down in roads, and engaging in a fascist takeover of the free market. All thanks to Stuart Brand. And Stuart Brand, by the way, he showed up again in another article I found recently, having to do with the 10,000 year clock of Jeff Bezos. Jeff Bezos, another one of these, I guess you could say, Saturn worshippers. I mean, that's what I think they worship. But they worship this god represented by a black cube. I believe it's time or Chronos. The clock is pretty much an altar to this deity. Well, Bezos' $42 million clock was built into a mountain. And again, the number 42 has everything to do with Saturn. As we often talk about the meaning of the symbols, which I take from their usage. The number 42 is consistently used to associate their various launches with this deity, with Saturn worship. I mean, look, it's not me that worships the stuff. I'm just pointing out their symbols. And look, a $42 million clock, that's a pretty expensive thing that no one's going to see. It must mean something to him. It's a 10,000 year celestial ritualistic clock inside of a mountain. It's called Sierra Diablo Mountains. The Devil Mountains. Imagine that. Now, the thing is, Stuart Brand, who I just mentioned, he's the co-founder of something called the Long Now Foundation. And this Long Now Foundation is behind this 10,000 year clock in the Devil Mountain. They think in 10,000 year terms. Now again, this is a thing that's built into the mountain inside, but there's one part of it that you can find above the mountain, and that is the quote capstone. This is from bazinga.com. How much will it cost? $42 million, a $42 million project in the Devil Mountains. There's a spiral staircase that surrounds the clock. And I even found an image of Stuart Brand in a purple robe, like worshiping the thing. Strange cast of characters. William Shatner, Jeff Bezos. Now, why William Shatner? Well, he's Captain Kirk. And I think there's a significance to the name Captain Kirk. I think it may even be associated with Captain Cook, a famed explorer who went around Antarctica, letting us know there's nothing to see here, all ice. Because these space explorers are there to do the same thing. Nothing to see here, empty space. Space travel is science fiction. It's a hypothetical. It's something way in the future. And this is to take your eyes off the ground and have you looking at distant real estate light years away instead of recognizing that there might be more here. They might be hiding from you. I don't believe he really went to space, and I don't think he's that great of an actor. But he came back down. He didn't seem all that perturbed, but then he kind of changed his tone, and now he's saying that we are about to experience a catastrophic event. I think the reason why Bezos sent him as well is that with Star Trek, it's about the new frontier. And I think what they wanted to do is to create the perception that the richest man in the world and all his rich friends see space as a new frontier, a continuation of manifest destiny, westward expansion. And that can't happen, like the movie Don't Look Up says, because capitalism is not sustainable. Freedom is not sustainable. The earth can't take it. It's too fragile. And this is why we need a catastrophic event. We need a catastrophic event because the rich people will use the outer space as a new frontier. They will become trillionaires, which will disrupt our political and economic system. And then we have space wars, which will ensure that this doesn't happen. But listen to what he said. It was among the strongest feelings of grief I've ever encountered. The contrast between the vicious coldness of space and the warm nurturing of earth below filled me with sadness. Every day we're confronted with the knowledge of the destruction of the earth at our hands, the extinction of animals, flora, and fauna, things that took 5 billion years to evolve and will never see them again because of mankind. It filled me with dread. My trip to space was supposed to be a celebration, but instead it felt like a funeral. Yeah, he felt like he was at a wake for Mother Earth, dead beneath him looking down. Meanwhile, Bezos is spraying champagne on the ladies that were waiting for him at the landing site. Shatner's trying to talk about the blackness of space, and Bezos is too busy thinking about mining asteroids. Going through some comments. Penguin Doctor says, an actor acting, what a concept. You know, for some time, I had been comparing William Shatner and Buzz Aldrin. I'm like, who's the better actor? Who's the better astronaut? And Aldrin's the better actor. He's convinced the world for more than 5 decades that he's been to outer space. William Shatner, yeah, he's an okay actor, I guess. But again, when it comes to being an astronaut, this is where it gets kind of, I would say, paradoxical, because Shatner spent more time in fake space than Buzz. And if outer space travel is all simulation, then you would have to give the better astronaut title to William Shatner, even before he literally went to space. Joined by King Rollo, says the Earth is flat and motionless. True. He says, watch 200 Proofs by Eric Dubay. I have a question for Eric Dubay. You know, Eric Dubay doesn't like NASA. I'm wondering why. Wasn't NASA started by Nazis? It just puzzles me. You know, you got someone who is tremendously in favor of National Socialism like Hitler imagined, ethno-fascism. He wants Europe to be just for Europeans, even though he's in Thailand teaching yoga. But again, he's totally a Nazi, but he doesn't like these particular Nazis, and I just don't know. There's some kind of a disconnect there. But I cannot de-recommend any of the research. I think people need to see it for themselves and think about it for themselves. I mean, many of these so-called flat Earth proofs could easily be refuted, but the same could be said of the ball Earth thing. And really, this is a matter of getting someone to ask themselves certain questions. Have you perceived it for yourself? And a lot of people are liars. I hate to say it. A lot of people will say, I've seen the curve. I went on an airplane. Well, I don't care who says it. They're lying. You cannot see it from that altitude. You're not high enough. Auto Hoaxer says 200 proofs. Is it 2016? Yeah, exactly. And the conversation is actually very evolved. I think it's way past the 200 proofs and anybody pushing a dome. I believe Dubé is a domer. And the dome thing is, you know, it's questionable. Is it biblical? I don't know. My question about the dome is, what's the curve of the dome? They say the curve of the Earth is 8 inches per mile squared, but what's the curve of the dome? Does it have a curve? If it doesn't, it's flat. If the dome is flat, then it's not a dome? Doesn't make sense. David A. Pryor says, Shatner fake traveled at light speed. Aldrin only fake landed on the moon. Lame by comparison. Restless Bear says, people are liars big time. They are. They lie to themselves, and they lie to protect lies. And that blows my mind. I was talking to a globe earther who said that he was taught in school that the only moon in the solar system that doesn't spin is our moon. And he was telling me this authoritatively. And I'm like, no, I'm sorry, but according to the official narrative or official story with heliocentrism, the moon rotates on its axis every 27 days. You just don't see it. It's always turning when you're asleep. Just got to keep your eyes on that thing. But we never see the other face of it, yet they say it turns. They explain it as synchronous orbit, which I think is contradicted by tidal locking. Like, I'd like someone to explain to me how you can reconcile having tidally locked and synchronous orbit true at the same time. I think these are mutually exclusive. It's either or. If it's tidally locked, it's tidally locked. It's not spinning. If it's spinning, but the spin is disguised by a synchronous orbit, then it's not tidally locked. But yeah, it's spinning. And your solar system's flat. 99% of the people who believe they're in a solar system spinning around the sun don't know the solar system's flat. And they all think that they're clever. They're like, oh, well, if the Earth is flat, why are all the other planets round? They don't say spherical. It's not in their vocabulary, weirdly, because they should be saying spherical. Well, those planets are spherical by all of the pictures we've been shown by NASA, all the CGI, perfect spheres, all of them. Yet the Earth is not a sphere. The scientists will tell you the Earth is an oblate spheroid, chubby in the middle. The solar system's flat and the Earth is an oblate spheroid, but every other planet is a perfect ball. Show me the oblate spheroid in space. Show me a planet that's an oblate spheroid. You can't. Mars, oblate? No. Saturn, no. Jupiter, no. Nope, all perfect spheres. Penguin Doctor says, I've got some dome glass to sell you. I'm pretty sure they were selling cut dome glass at the Flat Earth conferences, but only for the VIPs. I got into the VIP room at the Denver conference before they threw me out. They had a few people escort me out. In fact, when I walked into the Denver Flat Earth conference, I was grabbed by my wrist, and I didn't resist because the lady was, I knew her, and I thought she was introducing me to somebody, and she seemed like an old aunt. But apparently, they thought I was going to be a problem, and they dragged me over to this guy, John, who was a cop, and they had their eyes on me the whole time. They kicked us out of VIP, even though I had tickets. That's how much they want to control these topics, because we would constantly refute the idea that we should assume there to be some kind of an enclosure above our heads. I mean, what a trick, to say, hey, there might be more land, but the instant people go that route, they say, but you can't go because there's a dome over you. Like, show me the dome. Although there is a cult, you could say, within the bigger flat earth movement that do believe in this dome, and they actually show glass to the members. I was actually let in on this by someone. Diana South says, if the dome was glass, wouldn't we be fried like ants under a magnifier? Interesting question. I guess the idea is that the sun is on the inside. But there are so many different ideas, and it's worth talking about because it's not uniform. They'll say the word firmament, they reference the Bible. I don't consider the Bible to be a geography book. The relevance to the conversation to me would be, how many Bibles would it take end to end to reach from the North Pole to the edge? Like, we really got to think about this. If you really do think the Earth isn't a ball, you're not going to solve it by going through old books written by the same people who write your news and make your maps. All right, let us continue here, going through my comments. Someone says, get the Fed app. Oh yes, Flat Earth Dave. Well, I think it's now changed to True Earth Dave. This is what's interesting too, is that the Flat Earth movement was blowing up until 2018, and the mainstream media put so much pressure on YouTube that they blocked the search filters. They cut off those conversations. They made it impossible to have all-night conversations about cosmography. They don't want us talking about the big picture, whatever you think it is. I think it's a travesty that they got rid of it, because if there's nothing to it, well, let us talk ourselves through it and eliminate it from the discourse. Why try to bury it? Not that they did, but for some they have. I mean, I'm not cowed. I never accepted any of their labels, like conspiracist. Do you remember you used to be called a conspiracy theorist because maybe you had theories? Makes you sound smart. But now you're a conspiracist. Conspiracism. Very clever what they did. But anyway, there's a Flat Earth conference next month. But it's not a Flat Earth conference. It's a, quote, True Earth conference. True Earthers. True Earth. They're hiding from the F word. Why? Is it to dodge the algorithms? I guess. I mean, that to me, it's like, what are you, crypto flatties now? You can't just say it. You have to hide it. And good luck on a rebrand at this point. To me, the word flat is the most effective meme that you could possibly have. It's the opposite of what they're positing. And it doesn't mean you know for a fact, but it's saying, let's start at ground zero and ask ourselves, have we really seen the curve? And I haven't. Anx G says, Dearth is the Forrest Gump of flat Earth. He's everywhere. Well, he's not at the edge, nor has he ever talked about it, and he won't say the word infinite. You know, there's some kind of order out there, some memo that was put out, because they will say he invented a word, not finite plane. He said maybe it's a not finite plane because they've been told not to say infinite. And in their latest documentary, it was called Level, they refused, this is to me, they refused to consider, I think this is insane, but I think this is, to me, this is an evidence here that it's gatekeeping. They refuse to consider exploration. They say you can't go. If you get on a boat, the Navy will kill you. There are guns. There's a radius, there's a perimeter of armed guards. And if you go too far, penguins with machine guns, 360 degree, got you surrounded, you will die. Like, that's not a good starting point for a conversation. Just can't go there. Don't even think about it. And I think that's one of the keys here. Thought control means you don't let them have certain things in their imagination. Don't let them think outside the box. Keep them confined. Otto Hoaxer says, Sean telepathic Sasquatch baby Hitler. True. True. Sean Hibbler from Level. I'm not sure about the baby Hitler thing. Oh, yeah, that's right. Hicks called him Hitler because his name Hibbler. And he uses the Nazi black sun, like the one behind Dylan Roof. Yeah, the Nazi black sun is the new symbol of the true earthers. Again, they can't scrap the whole Hitler thing when we're talking about geography. Ditch your Mein Kampf, ditch your Bibles, and get out your telescopes. Make observations. But I did recall hearing Sean Hibbler talking about the telepathic Hitler. No, I'm sorry, telepathic Sasquatch. Sorry, the Sasquatch apparently was in the woods, and he knew it was there, and he was walking out to meet it, and it stopped him telepathically and asked him if he was ready. He wasn't, and he turned back. I might find that clip. If anybody wants to go over Bigfoot stories or telepathic Bigfoot stories, I'm game for that. My only problem with Bigfoot, my main issue with the Bigfoot thing, is that the sightings mostly amount to nothing more than kind of a non sequitur argument. It could be a bear. In fact, before you jump to the supernatural, I think you do need to explore the more mundane and likely explanations. And if you've watched videos of bears, when you're not looking, they walk on 2 feet, probably most of the day. I've seen goats do it too. But bears walk on their hind legs, not just at circuses, but they do it in the woods. And if you see some bears in the woods and they're walking like people, and it's late at night or early in the morning, it's going to look like a Bigfoot. It just is, because it's, they stand so tall. AJ Ryan says, hey Tim, can I ask you a question? Have you ever come across Wolfie6020 on YouTube, the pilot that tries to debunk flat Earth? I have. I've listened to Wolfie and a few others. I've talked to Rhetoric. I've spoken with, what's the other guy's name? Fight the Flat Earth. And Fight the Flat Earth cut me off when I said the Challenger explosion was fake. Like, they won't even go there. They take everything that they've seen for granted. They exist on the world stage. They have a very insulated frame of reference, and no debate is actually possible with people on this topic anyway. You cannot debate the shape of the world with people who cannot entertain hypotheticals, or will not, I should say, because I'm sure they can, but they don't, or they won't. Their thinking is very limited when it comes to this topic. They'll say, what's at the edge? If the earth was flat, cats would have pushed everything off the edge by now. Okay, well, what's at the edge? You're asking a question, what's at the edge of the known world from your perspective? You don't have answers, ha ha ha. Well, tell me what's at the edge of your universe. If the universe has an edge, apparently what's the edge? Their answer is, I don't know. My point is, whether you think the earth is flat or a ball, you don't know what's at the furthest reach. There's a point where we have an area that is unknown. And we are the ones talking about the unknown. And they're the ones who laugh at the people who talk about what could be unknown because they've been told that we already know everything. The know-it-alls aren't really open to new information. The science is settled. Journalism's settled. It's settled facts. It's settled law. It's carved in stone. But in the New Age, that's not going to be the new standard. When the Georgia Guidestones blew up, I said, you know why they blew those up? Because they don't need to carve their rules in stone anymore because they might be held to some kind of objective standard. Now they've gone to the digital monolith, which you can see at NATO. And it has the same exact message that the Georgia Guidestones used to have. But now it's in a digital format, which means they can edit the thing as need be. Travis Cloud says, Fight the Flat Earth cried when you said the Challenger explosion was fake. That hurt their feelings. You know what I find peculiar about that? They're so mad and they're so hurt that those people didn't die. I'm like, what are you? Psychopaths? You should be happy they're not dead. But they're more angry at you for pointing out the hoax than finding out that these people are alive. Like, it's good news. Those kids are alive. If they even existed. It's good news. A bunch of crisis actors got paid. Nobody died. Nobody cried. And they're like, how dare you? Because they're in the world where a bunch of kids got butchered, and it gives them political points. That's all. Something else about Fight the Flat Earth and his friend, Mick Toon. So Mick Toon and I were speaking once. We had a long conversation. It was myself, Mick Toon, Red's Rhetoric, and I was showing them clips from the space station, and I'd show them CGI. I'd show them glitches. I showed them the cosmonaut dropping screws in the bathroom and they hit the floor. I'm sorry, but it's 0G. Those screws should be floating around. But no, they hit the floor. They bounced. We showed them clips, astronauts on Earth Day holding a globe and they drop it and it hits the floor. That's not supposed to happen in space. Every single time I showed them a clip, you know what they would say? That's not my argument. I'm only talking about the Earth. I'm not talking about the space station. I'm not talking about NASA. I don't have to answer for NASA. They dodged it. They could not confront anything having to do with the fakery of space that you could discern as a graphics editor, video editor, if you've done Photoshop. If you're visually literate, you can see through this stuff. They're not allowed to. They have to confine their conversation to what you can measure here on Earth. It's not an authentic, real debate. King Rollo mentions bubbles in space. Scott Kelly was confronted about bubbles in space multiple times. And not just bubbles. Okay, so when you look at the space station, they're out there doing their spacewalks. And by the way, Tom Cruise is doing a spacewalk. The first civilian to do a spacewalk very soon. And it's Universal. You know, Universal Pictures, their logo's the globe. Universal is what Catholic means. Because the universal religion is the ball. That's the universal God proxy or God replacement. But when you look at these spacewalks, you'll often see bubbles in space. Now, the visually illiterate or the apologists for the bad science fiction presented by NASA, the overpriced bad science fiction, they'll say, oh, that's space dust. Or that's just you being a dumb flat earther. There's nothing there. Your eyes are deceiving you. No, those are bubbles. They're floating up like bubbles. And they can't understand it. They'll say, it's impossible. There can't be bubbles in space. Well, of course it's impossible. Maybe they're not in space. What about wooden moon rocks? I got into a debate yesterday about wooden moon rocks. How the moon rocks presented to the government of Holland were all petrified wood. And I had some NASA apologist, and he was actually commenting on something I said about the fake Challenger explosion. He's hitting me up about this saying, you cannot say these rocks are made out of wood. You don't have any evidence. Prove it. And I showed him the NPR article that said, yeah, these were all tested by geologists. No response. No response. Usually they make something up. One guy made it up, a story about how, oh, the reason why they have wooden moon rocks in all the museums is the astronauts were giving away the real ones to impress the ladies. Like, that's not even written down anywhere. They call us the conspiracy theorists, but they make up conspiracies to cover up lies that they weren't even paid to tell. Like, you're not the one getting paid $50 million a day. Why are you lying for NASA? But when you look at the spacewalks, you'll see bubbles. I've seen a clip with a squid floating around in the back, no joke. Someone reported on it. Some believer in outer space said, there's a dragon by the ISS. I remember thinking about this. Like, if you aren't willing to entertain the possibility that the space station is fake, you might be led to arrive at conclusions like this, because there is this instance where you appear to see behind the space station looks like a dragon that someone had spotted, and it's just swimming around in the background. And I'll pull this clip up if I can find it, but they have a ship called the Dragon which kind of hides the search result. Anyway, the thing moved like a squid to me. It looked like a squid, but it's far in the back, not a dragon. Anyway, what's more likely? A squid or a dragon? Well, dragons are fake, squids are real. There is a scale model space station in a pool of water, desalinated water. Could be a squid. And last year, Elon Musk did send hundreds of baby squid to space. So there are space squids. Maybe they let one go. But beyond bubbles, beyond squids, beyond these other anomalies, what unequivocally proves that the space station is underwater when they're doing these spacewalks is the lighting. This is basic visual literacy. Look at your light, like you have a flashlight, your headlights on your car when you're driving. Note how your lights work, how it lights up the environment. Then go look at a video of underwater at night, some underwater diving where they use lighting underwater, and you'll see that the light underwater is very diffused because, of course, the medium. And the spacewalks always have lighting that is very consistent with underwater lighting. Yet, all of their photography, not their live footage, or so-called live footage, not their photographs, but only their spacewalks give you the diffused lighting. Every other time they show you outer space, it's crystal clear. And when you compare these things side by side, it shows you discrepancies. Look at the zero-G astronaut with their hair floating around and compare it to somebody on a parabolic flight. There is no comparison. These are two different phenomena. One is fake, one is real. AJ Ryan says, I watched a few of Wolfie's videos and I didn't like his attitude. Look, these guys aren't credible. And a lot of them are really mad. And I think one of their techniques is to shame people. And to me, that's really not science. To me, science is about facts and presenting facts. It's not about attacking people for not believing something. Maybe they don't understand it completely. But these guys are not credible witnesses. I'm talking about Fight the Flat Earth, McToon, Red's Rhetoric, Wolfie. Any one of these, Simon Dan, any one of these full-time professional Flat Earth debunkers, all of them believe in all the fake news. They believe in all the fake shootings. They believe in global warming. They believe in every single fake hate crime, even the ones that have been debunked. These guys probably mourn Jussie Smollett because he was lynched. Like, they're so plugged in to the world stage that they're not credible witnesses. They have no insight into the nature of this place because their reality is confined to the parameters established by the world state church. You're not going to get anywhere. Whenever I would debate them, it's only so I can point out to the people who are listening the discrepancies between the knowers and the believers. And the believers are nasty in every religious cult. They can be, the zealots. Clockwork 113 says cringe. Travis Cloud says rip Jussie. Yeah, rip Jussie. So sad, all those MAGA hat wearing Klansmen lynched him. You know, it's a good thing they did a follow-up story. Because we would still be, I mean, that's how it works. The media tells us what's real. You may disagree with it, but they're eventually going to delete anything that doesn't agree with them. That's why they can continue to lie. Because they know in the end, it's their lies that remain. Everything else will be mud flooded out. The next flood, the Great Reset, I think it's this digital book burning. King Rollo says, nobody's been to the moon. Is the moon even a landable object? The most interesting thing to come out so far about this topic has been more recently, and this is why I think Eric Dubé's 200 Proofs doesn't go far enough. It's way back. That's 5 years behind. Cutting edge would be Vibes of Cosmos, formerly Sturgio Studios 10. He's come up with a very interesting set of observations regarding the moon, and this theory that the craters aren't from rocks. These aren't impact craters, but what we're looking at are dark spots, and that the dark areas on the moon, which he contends is a projection within the ionosphere, represent the land masses, and that the white of the moon represents the oceans, the bodies of water. And what you're actually seeing is a negative map of the Earth projected from below by some, quote, black sun light source, which we see above. And he points to a cluster of craters that constitute about 1/3 of the entire moon's surface area and correlates those with our known continents, and they are arranged as the way as you would see them on a flat map. But if this is true, if the moon is a projection, then the continents that we live on, that we know of, including Antarctica, only constitute a third of the land masses in this realm represented on this map, if that's what it is. But my point of it, the most interesting thing to me about it is that there is a correlation. There is a relationship between the shapes of these continents and that particular set of craters. It's undeniable. To deny it would be to engage in reality denialism. You may not agree with it, but it's there. Same with Mousegate. We had talked about fakery in space here, like the green screens and how they can't see it or they won't acknowledge it. Well, the fact is, Elon Musk, for whatever reason, played a joke on everybody, and they put a CGI mouse on one of their rockets while it was in space at Mach 8. Now, this CGI mouse was easily explained away. It's just space ice. At first, I was told by Mick West from Metabunk that it was a video compression artifact. Okay, well, before we talk about what it was, whether it's space ice or a video compression artifact, let's just acknowledge that on December 6th, 2019, on the CRS-19 mission where SpaceX was sending a resupply module to the space station, on that mission they included mice. They were sending genetically modified mice to space. On that very mission, a lot of people reported seeing a mouse on the outside of the rocket. Now, when you look at the mouse on the rocket, it's a mouse. It has ears, it has a tail, it moves like a mouse. It is a mouse. If you say it's not a mouse, you're lying, because it is a mouse. Now, you may disagree that it's a mouse. You could say it's space ice, you could say it's a video compression artifact, but the fact is, it is shaped like a mouse and it moves like one on the mission that they're sending mighty mice to space. Genetically modified mice, muscular rats, muscular mice, sent up there to, I guess, test the effects of muscular atrophy on mice in 0G. But the fact is, Mighty Mouse is a mouse that goes into space, and on the Mighty Mouse mission, they did have a fake mouse on the outside. Now, here's the question. Is it a fake mouse on a fake rocket, or is it a fake mouse on a real rocket? It was inserted real time. So that's the question. Well, if you don't want to be a reality denialist, but you still insist that space travel is real, to be logically consistent and to not be a liar, you have to agree anyway, that this was a digitally inserted, augmented, virtual reality mouse. It's a CGI mouse, like a CGI plane on 9/11. Yeah, this is a CGI mouse on a real rocket. Musk is hilarious. Like, that's the only rational explanation you can have for this, other than saying the whole thing is fake. Because nobody, whether they believe the Earth is round or flat, whether or not they believe in space travel, nobody can say that they believe that a mouse could survive at Mach 8 on a rocket. The big lesson of Mousegate for me, though, was that some people will lie to themselves in order to not acknowledge an uncomfortable contradiction in their perceptions. And that is a contradiction. But if you're going to say there isn't one there, you are gaslighting yourself and others. By the way, and I can go through this really quick on my Twitter, right after we uncovered this Mousegate story, and this went viral. It wasn't just us. It went through a lot of different sites, a lot of newspapers reported on it. But I recall at this time, I was being followed by someone who worked for SpaceX. I'm going through my Twitter emails. I pretty much emailed or DM'd anybody on Twitter that had anything to do with the January 6th committee. All right, here we go. I believe I found him. What I'm bringing up here is an email exchange that I had with the head of security for Starlink. Again, Starlink, Elon Musk's constellation of CubeSats. Okay, I found him here. It's CS. Goes by RX Cole. I'm not sure if he's blocked me yet. I mean, I'm going to compile my blocked list. I'm kind of proud of it. Head of Cybersecurity, CTO at Inheritance AI, raising awareness of consumer privacy and the threat landscape. Well, he used to work for Starlink. And I messaged him and I said, hashtag Mousegate, tell Elon the IPS knows. Looks like he's changed jobs, but anyway, he was following me for some time. And he was only following a handful of people. Even now it's only 70 people, but I was one of his follows. He hasn't blocked me. But anyway, he also had he was someone who was being followed by Elon Musk, and there were some actual email or Twitter exchanges between this guy and Musk. And I figured Musk might have put him on to us because we were being so critical of SpaceX and Starlink. This was the time that Starlink was supposedly starting to screw up the skies for astronomers, which just isn't true. It's part of the mythology. Echo says, speaking of gaslighting, Angela Lansbury was in the movie Gaslight, where we get the term. I didn't know that. I've heard of the movie Gaslight. Gaslight is the term gaslight, and she just died at 96 years of age. Angela Lansbury, she wrote Murder, She Wrote. But gaslighting refers to a movie, the term came from a movie where the husband was driving the wife mad by screwing with the gas lights. He would turn it down, she would say, did you turn it down? He would say no. And it just refers to contradicting somebody's perceptions repeatedly, lying in other words, but doing so in such a way that eventually they cease to trust their own perceptions because they're constantly contradicted. And they become apathetic. They become pliable, malleable, moldable, controllable. All right, let's go through some more headlines here. Jimmy Kimmel offers to make Marjorie Taylor Greene's biggest fear come true. Yeah, they're really going after Kanye. That's kind of the big story. Now here's a good one though. Founder of 8chan is facing death threats after going after QAnon. Ron Watkins' dad. You got Ron Watkins from 8chan. And apparently these suspected, I guess they're suspected of being Q. Like some people say it's Ron, some say it's, I know who Q is, I believe. But someone else who was formerly suspected was Fred Brennan. And he kind of broke up with the bigger Q community, it seems. Founder of 8chan facing death threats after going after QAnon. What happened is Jim Watkins, the father of Ron Watkins, had faked a couple of Q drops a couple of months ago. And this guy exposed it. As a result, he has been targeted with death threats. And apparently, it's so bad that Jim Watkins has actually put a $17,000 hit on Brennan's head. It says here, 2 years later, Watkins is suggesting that someone should capture Brennan and bring him to the Philippines, where they have ultra strict cyber libel laws. Quote, I found out the Philippines government allows renditions to the Philippines. It costs $15,000. It could be worth it. I could sell one of my cars. And that's Jim Watkins talking about paying to have Brennan extradited to the Philippines for slandering this guy online. And then someone else put up a $17,000 hit on him. And I think he lives in Atlantic City. China fuels final space station module ahead of launch. Now this is actually big news because China is completing their space station. And theirs is magic. You can drink water from a jar, from a mason jar, and the water doesn't float out. But it's significant that they're completing it now because this means that we no longer need the ISS because Russia and China cooperate. I see it as a power move. The instant the Chinese have their completed space station, they can shoot down the ISS. Let it fall. Going through some comments here. Jimmy Kraken Corn says how Angela Lansbury helped her daughter Deidre Shaw escape Charles Manson. They're all connected. It's all a big show. And speaking of Charles Manson, it's going to be replayed, I think, with this Kanye West narrative as it unfolds. Yeah, here we go. Says she navigated her daughter away from the murderer and cult leader Charles Manson. There's a few stories about Manson that I find very unbelievable. You know, who's the actor that played Machete? Danny Trejo? Or Danny Trujillo? Or Trejo. Trejo. Okay, he claims that he spent a night in jail with Charles Manson. And he claims that while they were in jail, Charles Manson hypnotized him so good that it was better than heroin. And I think this is part of the myth building that Charles Manson was a cult leader that was very, I guess the way they want to make it seem like he's kind of a mind controller. He's got some kind of almost magical powers, hypnotic eyes, and people just do what he says. I don't think that's the case. I think it's part of the myth here. But whatever the reason for the creation of this myth, I think there's a few reasons. Like all psyops, these are multi-pronged. But here you have Danny Trejo talking about the time that he spent in a jail cell with Charles Manson and how Charles Manson was able to mentally put people in drugged-like states.
Part in the book where you talk about meeting Charles Manson in prison, and you said that he could have been a pro-hypnotist. Like, these stories are unbelievable. What do you remember from that encounter?
He was, Charles Manson couldn't have done what he did anywhere else. Like, you pick a neighborhood in London, a bad neighborhood. He couldn't have gone to a bad neighborhood in London and got girls to do what he did. They'd have pimped him out. I mean, and I have no disrespect to Charlie, but he was what, 5'5" or something, and he wasn't like a thug, you know what I mean? And the girls he got, they were all broken. My friend George Perry was up in.
Okay, well, no disrespect to Charles Manson. Now I'm trying to get to the point where he talks about the hypnotic powers. Here we go.
These broken girls that were looking for a daddy, and you're like, are you kidding? Or slap this little bitch, and so would most of the guys.
I'm trying to get past the rant here where he talks about the hypnotism. It got to be pretty unbelievable.
Guys with knives, you're dead. And I'm not gonna fight you. I mean, Mike Tyson, I talked to Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson says, shit, nobody care how tough you are in prison. I'm the toughest guy in the world.
Okay, this is Dan Trejo, Machete, talking about prison. But the story that he recalls here it's in his memoir. And he recalls a bizarre incident. Here's the actual clip. Where he was, quote, hypnotized by Charles Manson when he was just 17 years old. Yeah, no disrespect. Well, Charles Manson was obsessed with the idea that we were running out of air, that the atmosphere was finite, and that there were too many people. And he brought out this idea of the Helter Skelter, which he claims was communicated to him through a Beatles album, which was the White Album, which ties in with a lot of stuff. A White Album telling Charles Manson to instigate a race war by killing a white actress and her family and people around her and blaming it on Black Panthers. Again, Charles Manson was doing race psyops way before CNN got into the business. I've said before, he should have just gone to work for CNN. He wouldn't have gone to jail for his provocations, because that's what I think it actually was. I think this is just a psyop.
denying that actor Danny Trejo has lived a rich and interesting life. Born in Echo Park, Los Angeles in 1944, Trejo became involved with drugs and crime at a young age. According to IMDb, he spent 11 years of his life in and out of jail on drug and armed robbery charges. However, while in prison, he took part in a 12...
Now, this could be fake too. I wonder about how many of these people, like celebrities who go to jail, rappers who go to jail, if it's not just part of their character being built. And while they're gone, they're taking acting lessons. But I often think that this is just, again, could be easily faked. But yeah, he's played this, here we go. This is the same thing. This is the same clip, I think.
6. In a strange twist of history, Trejo and Manson had stints that briefly overlapped in the Los Angeles County Jail in 1961. He recalled feeling sorry for Manson, who was a small guy, greased.
Okay, I'm not going to spend too much more time on this, but I am looking into the Manson thing, and I can't believe how incredibly photographed this guy is. Here it is, guided meditation. And if you look at the interviews, he's never tied up. He's always got the long hair and beard, which I guess it's normal, but more often than not, Manson comes off to me as an actor.
High by using guided meditation. He then proceeded to hypnotize the group into feeling as though they were high on weed and heroin. And shockingly, it seemed to work. Trejo recalled, "By the time he described it hitting my bloodstream, I felt the warmth flowing through my body. If that white boy wasn't a career criminal, he could have been..."
So he felt the warmth of heroin flowing through his body based on the words that Charles Manson put out there? I mean, come on. Echo remarks the director, Roman Polanski. Yes, Roman Polanski, Rosemary's Baby. He directed that movie. Rosemary's Baby has the devil's child. And then Manson's killer, the witch Susan Atkins from the Church of Satan, rips the baby out of Sharon Tate, who is the wife of Roman Polanski, director of Rosemary's Baby. Not a coincidence. And what's more, of course, Roman Polanski is connected with the story of drugging with Quaaludes, his victim, and then, he's been associated with that for the longest time. He did a movie with Johnny Depp, I believe, about more Satanism. But in Rosemary's Baby, she's drugged. She's unconscious when the devil impregnates her. All right, let us continue. We were talking in the Discord server the other night. Again, I'm putting all of those archives onto a separate podcast feed. If you go to the server, you can't miss it. And we were talking about world stage characters and how they're often just recycled. And here's a good example. Tesla, who's more myth than not, and you often see him carrying lightning bolts. And then you have Thales, which is pretty much an anagram for Tesla. And the resemblance is Thales is the one who discovered static electricity, often carrying lightning bolts in the statues that you see of him. But like Tesla, he was something of a free thinker against the grain. Now, he was credible. He predicted a solar eclipse, among other things. He had this idea that the universe was made of one substance. He said everything was water. But Thales is a very Tesla-like character. He's one of the 7 sages of ancient Greece. Very similar, and it's almost like Tesla is just a remake of Thales, who just invented a lot of things or came up with a lot of things associated with static electricity and this alternative cosmography. In Thales' case, he said everything was water, kind of implied that the world was flat, like a shield, not a baller. And yeah, he did predict a total solar eclipse, 585 BC. All right, Tom Cruise is going to space. That's the plan. They say we have a plan in development. Tom is taking a rocket to the space station. He's going to play a down on his luck guy who finds himself in the position of being the only person who can save the Earth. Very original. Very original. Isn't that the story of Moonfall? I think it's the exact story. All right, here's the clip I want to find. This is during the 9/11 attacks. James Cameron and Bill Paxton were eating, in a submarine on the deck of the Titanic. Now, will they eat? I think they were eating sub sandwiches. That was the point of this thing. One of the points. But again, he's on the Titanic set on the deck with Bill Paxton. They were doing a documentary called Ghosts of the Abyss. Just an interesting tidbit there. Again, the submarine associated with 9/11 and the Titanic, and the connection there being the next 9/11 will bring down the Titanic, which represents the West, or the Tower of Babel, which is the ISS, and the submarine, a reference to the nuclear submarine, which will deploy the Kraken. And that should be happening any day now. In fact, tomorrow, 10/13/2022, will be the 1-year anniversary of William Shatner's trip to space, where he talked about this catastrophic event that he feared, which makes me think that maybe tomorrow will be the day. Yep, Tom Cruise is going up into space. This is going to be with Universal Films Entertainment Group. The significance here, I think, is that Tom Cruise is someone who spent a lot of time with Stanley Kubrick. In fact, Eyes Wide Shut is on Netflix right now. I may rewatch it. You cannot overstate the significance of this. The guy who faked the moon landing, the guy that directed 9/11, has Tom Cruise in a movie, and then Kubrick supposedly dies. After 9/11, the very first movie awards hosted by Cruise, and he talked about, of all people, Kubrick. And I believe he was reading a quote from James Cameron. But anyway, here's an image from TMZ of Tom Cruise in a spacesuit, and it has these weird tubes plugged into the front of it. And, at first glance, actually, at every glance, it still looks like an alien behind him, holding him around the waist, like by his love handles. Does anyone else see that? It looks like Tom Cruise has an alien, like literally on his back, and it's got these long fingers wrapped around his waist. Like, not maliciously, like lovingly, if anything. Strange picture. But Tom Cruise going into space, again, stands out to me for a few reasons, because if he worked that closely with Kubrick, who's synonymous with moon fakery, then maybe he learned something. Maybe he said or saw something. Maybe he was chosen at this time. I actually think Tom Cruise has a destiny. I think that he's a world stage character, and I believe that this trip to space was probably planned 20 years ago, if not before. I think Tom Cruise actually plays the role of, I think, in this space age narrative as it rolls out. It's been presented with a lot of songs by David Bowie, for example. The first music video in space was a David Bowie. Ground Control to Major Tom, Space Oddity. Well, there's a connection between Space Oddity, Kubrick's Space Odyssey, Our Journey into the Space Age, and David Bowie's song Starman, which was played on the Tesla Roadster sent into space. This is a story. Again, Space Odyssey is the journey of man into the space age. And Tom Cruise, I think, is actually playing the role of Major Tom from Space Odyssey. And Major Tom dies in space. Interestingly enough, you can find predicted programming for Tom Cruise dead on the moon in South Park. Then, in David Bowie's posthumous release Black Star, on that album there's a video where the character's on the moon and there's a man in a spacesuit, and his face is a skull. That would be Major Tom. Again, I don't think it's coincidental, but we'll continue to follow this story as it evolves. But I see the predictive programming here for another space hero dying in a tragic way. In fact, on the new Tom Cruise movie, the Top Gun 2, you just watch the first 10 minutes of it, you will see in that 10 minutes, that's actually Tom Cruise playing the role of Yuri Gagarin, the first man in space, who died a mysterious, fiery death. Some believe that that was a faked death and that's a side story, but it's connected. My point is, the first 10 minutes of the new Top Gun movie, he gets on this experimental craft and he goes Mach 10. At Mach 7.3, he goes off the radar. Everybody laughs and they say he went over the bulge of the Earth because the Earth has a bulge. But in that scene, he's clearly, and this is all in the symbolism, it's all in the iconography, he is Yuri Gagarin. He's got the space helmet on. He lands in this rural area, just like Gagarin did after going to space. Gagarin goes into he lands in a field. Some girl walks up to him and says, "Are you an alien?" He says, "I came from outer space." In the Top Gun movie, he lands in this area, goes to this diner that looks like it's from the early 20th century. He asks for the phone, and some kid asks him, "Are you from outer space?" They even look the same, if you look at Cruise and Gagarin. But they recreated that for a reason. The first man in space begins the space odyssey. And Tom Cruise now being the first man, first civilian to do a spacewalk in space. Yeah, there's a story here, and it's continuous. It's contiguous. Travis Cloud says, Neil deGrasse Tyson recently made a comment about Tom Cruise ejecting at Mach 10 and how it should have torn him to shreds. Neil deGrasse Tyson is the world's biggest buzz killer. He's like, Santa couldn't do this. Santa couldn't. He's always debunking things, taking the fun out of things using science. Other times he sounds like he's making it up as he goes. Like I saw him in a basketball court. I'm talking about Neil deGrasse Tyson dribbling a ball, and he would say, the only reason it's bouncing back to you is because friction and the earth moving, and it's causing it to bounce back. Or he's like, the only reason why the kicker made the field goal is that the turn of the earth rotated, and it moved the goalpost into the path of the ball. And he's done that multiple times. How many times has Neil deGrasse Tyson said that the football game was saved by the rotation of the earth? Here it is, another one. Yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson explains how the Earth's rotation helped Cincy win. The Cincinnati Bengals' improbable come-from-behind victory is helped by the Earth's rotation, according to Neil deGrasse Tyson. Neil explains how the Bengals won the game. And his explanation is always something to the effect of, the Earth rotated into the path of the ball. Had nothing to do with the kicker. No. Why Earth's rotation affects field goals. I was actually listening to Star Talk this morning. I listened to all of the popular science podcasts just to know, the popular fictions of our time. Science is the opiate of the masses. And look, I'm not anti-science whatsoever. And I was kind of annoyed by a lot of the flat earthers who are anti-science. No, I'm not anti-media. I just think that media is being corrupted by lies. Same for science. But I'm going to play a short clip here. This is Neil deGrasse Tyson, who says that flat Earth is the result of a failure of the educational system. Just his goal. I mean, his explanation is that the teachers failed. And I'm saying, no, I'm sorry. Flat Earth is the result of a failure of the film production companies at NASA after they stopped using Kubrick. Okay, here we go. This is Neil.
As being harder for being farther away. People often think of field goals as being harder for being farther away, but that's not the main problem.
All right, this is, again, Neil deGrasse Tyson explaining the real reason why people kick field goals, and again, it's the rotation of the Earth, especially when it comes to the long distance kicks.
Does the angle of the player holding it make?
I can't speak with authority on this, but I would bet different kickers have different preferred angles. But let me just say, your foot, it has a round front to it, and the ball is round. And when round things hit round things, a fraction.
Now, again, much of what they say is sensible, but when he gets into the rotation of the Earth thing,
a round ball with a flat surface.
Was that an advantage?
Completely an advantage, because that removes the
why Earth's rotation affects field goals. And he's actually tweeted this several times.
Does that not engage with a field kick?
So if you have a north-south stadium, and many are, if it's oriented that way, and the kicker kicks the ball.
Okay, this is the one. If it's a north-south stadium.
Depending on how high and how long it's in the air, the rotation of the Earth can have a significant effect on its trajectory towards the goalpost. If you're trying to make a
So there you have it. The rotation of the Earth in a north-south stadium will have a significant influence on the trajectory of the ball.
50-yard field goal, that's far away enough. And the ball is airborne long enough for the rotation of the Earth to deflect it to the right by 1/3 of an inch. Cincinnati Bengals against, I forgot who, was it Seattle Seahawks? In overtime, sudden death kick, and the kick went up and everybody's heart stops and no one breathes, and there it tumbles, and it hit the left upright and went in for the win, but kind of barely went in. And then I tweeted, I said this game was won, assisted by the rotation of the Earth. And that forced...
There you have it. The rotation of the Earth helped Cincy win. Very believable. All right, I hope we can get to everything. If we can't, we will have to pick up later today. Not a big deal. I planned on this anyway. Late night, open phones during the day, catching up on the last 24 hours of the 48-hour news cycle, because they cram 48 hours of news into every single day. I have a clip here from Donna Langley, and this is Donna Langley, who's with the film company Universal in LA, and they are sending Tom Cruise into space. And she's explaining how we're all going to space with Tom.
Cruise is taking us to space. He's taking the world to space.
And this is the real purpose to it. One small step for a man, one great leap for all mankind. We went to the moon. How dare you say we didn't? Oh, did we? I wasn't born yet. Did you? Yes, we went. America went. Russians didn't. You see, they put this collective pride to it. Like, oh, we won the Super Bowl. No, you didn't get off your couch. You got up maybe once to eat get some potato chips, another beer, but you didn't win the Super Bowl. I'm like, no, we won. No, we don't get to take credit for it. But these are collective achievements. That's how these things are framed. And the moon landing's no different. And so Tom Cruise, this is my point. When Tom Cruise was working with Kubrick, I thought, Kubrick secured his legacy with Apollo 11, that he convinced the world for at least 50 years that you could walk on the moon. I mean, there's some staying power to that bit of film. That's quite a movie. And I believe Tom Cruise saw that and thought, I want to have a similar legacy. And what he's going to do, when Tom Cruise goes to space, I think it will solidify the existence of low Earth orbit and outer space. It'll undo all of the bad cinematography from NASA for the next 50 years, that he's basically going to secure his own legacy with this.
I think Tom Cruise is taking us to space. He's taking the world to space. But yeah, that's the plan. We have a great project in development with Tom that does contemplate him doing just that. Yeah, taking a rocket up to the space station and shooting, and hopefully being the first civilian to do a spacewalk outside of the space station. How did that?
All right, well, I hope he's practicing his scuba diving. Tom Cruise to be the first to do a spacewalk. I have a few predictions about where this will go, but we'll save that for later. I'm going to play a short clip here. This is Jimmy Kimmel. Last night they were talking about Kanye.
One of Putin's biggest cheerleaders in the United States, Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, she's busy trying to scare voters to the polls. Clan Mom made an appearance at Trump's rally in Arizona, where she fired up the Magoon Squad with her take on the great replacement theory.
Okay, this is Marjorie Taylor. I believe she's dropping the grain. What's it going to end up being? Marjorie Taylor Stein? I've been thinking maybe Alex Stein is the reason for that. Anyway, let me go ahead and play this clip. This is Marjorie Taylor.
Joe Biden's 5 million illegal aliens are on the verge of replacing you, replacing your jobs, and replacing your kids in school. And coming from all over the world, they're also replacing your culture. And that's not great for America.
It isn't, because I kind of think it is. I feel like,
All right, now, that's just, again, I'm just playing that clip because the replacement theory was said to be the motivating ideology that got the Buffalo shooter to run down and shoot up the Tops supermarket because he didn't want to be replaced. And this was spread by Tucker Carlson, and I don't think it's a coincidence that Tucker was blamed for that shooting, just as the Batman movie has the main killer who's a radical and radicalizes his online followers. He kills the mayor. His weapon is a Tucker. The Tucker as the weapon of the Riddler is very significant here again, because the Riddler's the guy whose main symbol is the question mark. They demonize the phrase, they demonize everything they can that they don't use. They don't like conspiracy theorists. Well, now you're a conspiracist. Using the symbol of the question mark for the new antagonist is very consistent with their MO. And the idea that the killer's weapon would be called a Tucker, probably not a coincidence. All right, let us continue here. I want to catch up as much as we can. This is Donald Trump. This is interesting here. He is in Nevada at a rally, and at 11:22, and this is the time that Kennedy was killed. Therefore, this is considered to be highly significant to the QAnoners who believe that Q is JFK. Well, here we have it. Donald Trump makes a Q in the air in front of everybody.
Corrupt people will never take a camera and turn it around and show them how many people are here. They never do it.
Does that mean anything to you? It means a lot to the QAnoners. They are high on peed-on breadcrumbs. And the QAnoners lie and manufacture evidence way more than CNN does. They really do. They're constantly playing videos of Donald Trump getting into Air Force One, and they're dating it yesterday. Oh, look, yesterday, Trump was on Air Force One. It's all a movie, guys. No, that's from 2 years ago. Like, why do they have to make up fake news? And I think it's because their whole movement is based on hope and LARPing. Mostly hope. Now, this might be a bit of a example of how maybe concurrent programming, but there's something else to it too. You have the bombing of the bridge, which was on Putin's birthday, and the secretary, or rather the Ukraine's National Security and Defense Council, they tweeted an image of Marilyn Monroe singing "Happy Birthday, Mr. President." Anyway, very stagey, probably very fake. And I saw something else along these lines where it just seems like some of these things are just too hard to believe. Like there was a stamp being released commemorating that, and it's like, wait, how long does it take to make a stamp? I've seen similar instances back when every single PSYOP was attended by a hashtag, like "This city strong," "Boston strong," "Las Vegas strong," and you'd have T-shirt manufacturers pumping out T-shirts with the names of the victims, and I'm like, wait, how do we know the names of all the victims and get them on the shirts and have them worn by mourners the next day? Like you're at a candlelight vigil for yesterday's mass shooting and you're all wearing T-shirts with the names of the victims? Of course, nobody asks any questions. Again, this is from Dr. Fouché, PhD. "I'm scared there's going to be a nuclear war and I'll be stuck in a fallout shelter with the unvaccinated." Waiting on that. That's going to happen soon, I'm sure. The fallout shelters will be your home, like the ubiquitous lockdowns of 2020, but with a completely different explanation. And then they'll be able to continue it. And they'll say, well, we're going to keep you locked down for the weather. And I do think that the environmentalists ought to be locking down now. Why would they wait? Why would they wait for a government mandate? If you really believe the stuff, if you really believe the science, you would be locked down. But no, it's not about believing the science. It's actually about conforming, and they need everybody to play along. Texas officer fired for shooting hamburger-eating teenager. Yeah, this was a pretty bad one. There was a teenager eating a burger in a parking lot, and a San Antonio police officer walked up to him and said, "Show me your hands," or something, and started just unloading his gun into him. So he drove off, and then the officer caught up with him and gave him, I guess he applied pressure to the wounds, but he wounded this teenager who was eating a hamburger. I don't know what to make of it. Trigger happy. probably thought he was black. Funny, not funny. But the truth is, this is the world stage right now, and everything the media presents to you is always just selective, if anything. It's like they don't care. They literally don't care about gun violence if it involves gang members and handguns, no matter how old or young the victims are. They don't care about violence in the subways. They don't care about muggings. They don't care about knockout games. They don't care about mobs going into convenience stores and looting. They don't care about any kind of crimes where people get beaten and it's recorded on Twitter. But they do care about very specific school shootings. Always very specific. They're always very similar, demographically speaking, when you look at the victims. And it's always the same weapons. And that's how you know that they don't care about the guns. The left, that is. The left doesn't care about guns. They care about control. If it was really about guns, they would be going after those guns. But they only want the ones that they have attached to the political right. I mean, guns are political props more than anything in these debates. Nobody's taking your AR-15. It's a red herring. And it's worth pointing out that Armalite, as in the company that paid $73 million to the Sandy Hookers, Armalite is complicit in the psyops, every single one of them, that involve their weapon. You think they would give away $73 million if they weren't part of it? If they were really against this agenda, and this goes for the NRA as well, they would be calling out crisis actors. They would be calling out the fakery, but they don't. And that tells you everything. All right, Tom Cruise going to space. Kanye West is being, exiled by Hollywood? What are they going to do? Yee's The Shop episode won't air because of more hate speech. And this is another conversation that's being had right now. I was listening to some podcasts, like there was one from the Daily Beast, just liberal left-wing trash, and I listened to it just to study it, and they're all saying the same thing. He needs to be deplatformed. They're talking about deplatforming Kanye. Again, this is, to me, like with Alex Jones, this is how they get the public to accept the need to purify the internet. This is, again, the infodemic at work. Charlemagne the God says, KKK Kanye, or KK Kanye West, chose to be a Nazi. He said that on the Breakfast Club. Justin Bieber distances himself from Kanye West after attacks on Hailey Bieber. Now, Justin Bieber and Kanye were doing the Sunday school, the church thing where they were praying together, Coachella and all that. Not anymore. Peter W. says Alex Jones ordered to pay $965 million in the show trial for a staged event. Yeah, like $1 billion. For what now? And again, do you think he would be complicit? I mean, to me, I kind of think that he wouldn't go along with it if it was just. To me, there's no way with that kind of money involved. No way he would ignore the facts that would throw this case out. Like, let's see some pictures. Let's look at some of the, I don't know, maybe just one or two autopsy photos from one of the adults. They won't even show that. And why is that? We don't get any evidence. And like, look, you want to see real bodies, like I said, go to Twitter. You can find real trauma, real death, real carnage all over the place, but these ones aren't politicized. They're not dead crisis actors, which is what you're really looking at when you're looking at these 20 years of fake shootings. You're looking at essentially dead crisis actors, and fake dead kids' lives don't matter. Kim Kardashian paying security at kids' school after Kanye's online attacks. Fascinating. After DEFCON 3 on Jewish people tweet, Twitter, Instagram restrict Kanye West. What you're seeing here are stars reacting to it, and I don't think this is something you can walk back from. And again, I believe this is intentional. I think the White Lives Matter ties in to the Marilyn Manson performance with Kanye at Donde 2 and to the song Black Skinhead. It's all predictive programming, and it all ties in to the Charlie Manson scenario of Helter Skelter. All right, if you want to leave a voicemail, it's 833-311-1984, or if you want to call in live, we will be live this evening. Sign up for text message notifications. And if you want to join the Discord server, go to infiniteplainsociety.com. I highly recommend it. It's worth it for the memes, for the research, cutting edge research, and now we have the 24/7 chat room, which does have a voice room. And I am recording whatever's in the voice, and I'm putting it into a separate podcast called the IPS Insider. That's INCITER, not insider, but similar. And the reason why we're doing this is we have a lot of very interesting talks that go late into the night, and sometimes they're multiple hours, too long for me to put my video editor. So I just set up a separate podcast feed, and they're all linked there. We have a lot of side projects, a lot of things that are being wrapped up. I want to go over all of our Mandela effect research. There's a lot. And when I say Mandela effect research, I don't mean we're finding all the Mandela effects. I mean we're studying the topic all around. It's a very fascinating topic, and I think it's relevant because it's really about perception and how we understand how memory works and how your memory is fungible. It really is. And if you don't think you're dupable, if you think you have a perfect memory, then you're primed to be deceived. You know, it's like show me a Mandela effectee that's good at spelling. You can't. And what's more likely? That there's a misremembrance or that reality's shifting. I mean, that's just a simple oversimplification of it. I think it gets a little deeper. We talk about, I guess, conformity. We talk about the influence of the person asking the question, the so-called interrogator's bias. I mean, there is quite a lot with this Mandela effect topic, and I'm not dismissive of it because there is a Mandela effect, but there's a question of whether it is what they think it is or if it's something else. We'll be working on the Mandela Effect documentary here very soon, among other things, and that's just something you can take part in if you are in our Discord server. Again, the room is called Recorded Voice Chats, and what I'm going to do is after this live stream, I'm going to return it over to the 24/7, and I'll go ahead and play one of the conversations that we had the other night. It was myself, Pete Shea, Linda, and several others, and I think we talked about synchronicity, fake news, 9/11, among other things. Nukes being faked, yeah, that's a very important concept right now to discuss. How the public is terrorized by superstitions, meanwhile being told that they're very scientific. Like the more scientific somebody thinks they are, the more superstitious they are if they accept a lot of the things that aren't technically science. For example, is global warming a scientific proposition, or is it the Old Testament flood myth reinvented for the modern age? One of the things we talked about was Timothy McVeigh and his new identity as Paul Weisseball. Another interesting topic. Now, there are some clips from Kanye West from his interview with Tucker Carlson that were clipped, that were cut out for a few reasons, but this is one I'm going to play before we go. This is Kanye West talking about free energy. And I'm interested to see what people think about this. Is Kanye rogue? Is he off the rails? Is he a truth teller? Or is he playing a role, and is he the next O.J. Simpson / Charlie Manson? I mean, I think that's where it's going. I listened to him speak here, and you know, I get the idea that although he could be kind of a loose cannon, I think he might actually be in a Truman Show. And you might agree. I mean, it's like they can't quite control him 100%, but I think he is controlled, and he might be struggling against those controls. When he said that he felt like he was in the Truman Show, I'm like, yeah. He could be surrounded by so many handlers that it's tantamount to being like Truman. Let me play this clip.
Anymore. I'll talk to him if I see him. Yep. But I guarantee you he see me.
And I have visions that God gives me just over and over on community building and how to build these free energy, fully kinetic energy communities where we put the least impression on the earth. We're not building the new New York skyline cockfight, that we are humble in the way that we present ourselves. We've got to rethink who we are as a species.
Interesting, right? And then you see him walking around in his new fashion, which is like walking around in the mud. And I'm like, interesting. He talked about the skyline, bringing down the big buildings, living closer to the earth, sustainable, living in the mud. Kind of interesting where he's going with this. Not quite sure. Anyway, this is Murder Hornets, World War III. I'm going to turn it back over to the 24/7.
I'm so tired of World War III. I don't care for this riot scene. I've got a fever of 113. Watching my neighbors turn into zombies. Food on my face makes me feel uneasy. The commie world order is totally sleazy. Shifty eyed Bezos counting his cash. Now he can build his moon gulag. Nipsey, forgive me, I can't stay home. I'm going to the lake, gonna paddle my boat. Had enough Netflix, 4,000 lives. Walking around the food kingdom satisfy my mind. Dancing nurses are boring me, wasting millions in PPA. No one is in the hospitals, you see. Must be practicing the dance routines. News keeps saying the war zone is real. They left out the facts, there's no one to heal. I'm so tired of World War III. Now we have riots in the streets. sick. Stay out of the sunshine, find a TV show to pick.
We think of the Trump. We think of Trump, and then we think of the GOP, right, with the elephant versus the donkey of the Democrats. We think of strumpet or an elephant trumpet. So do you think there's any? Well, of course, we're into the metascript here, the greater decoding of what might be going on.
Maybe.
Have you any thoughts on that?
All right, everyone. This is the IPR 24/7 think tank for Sunday, October the 9th. This was last Sunday at 4 p.m. And I'm going back to 24/7. Thanks for joining. Hence, trumpets. It's the trumpets of the angel Gabriel or something. That has been brought up. I hadn't connected it with the elephant yet. There may be something. And what's with the donkey? You know, isn't the donkey associated?
Good question. The bird, the beast of burden. Yeah. I was thinking just so in greater symbolic terms, if there's a story laid out. Karl Rove said on an interview that no matter, he was aiming at us as well, no matter how far you think you've got, we're 7 steps ahead because we're creating the story. So the best we can do is sort of put the pieces together and maybe preempt, ultimately hope to preempt. But I think, Tim, because it's so pivotal, flat earth and beyond, we have the representation of the universe, I guess, the turtle with the elephants, and then we have the disc or a top. And I think ultimately these people are bit players, and everything is referencing, well, our greater immersion within reality and the role, the one player role that we play. I really do.
Well, my read on it is that now we're looking at the point where Westeros burns, Westworld burns, the EMP blast in Westworld correlates to this, and then we have the Hunt for Red October. Meanwhile, the Russians have a submarine, Poseidon, and all the Kraken references piling up. Judgment Day, Armageddon. Judgment Day in particular is a T2 reference, Terminator 2, which I think correlates to Pluto 2, and that's the one where you specifically have Seattle getting nuked. This is all. I was looking at the names because JL, Jurassic Wires goes into this. Seattle, he breaks down as like it has to do with sea attack, and this is some prophesied sea attack. I think that might be the case because again.
Did you say sea turtle?
Seattle. Look, this is interesting. If you look at the Terminator 2 clip where Seattle gets nuked, it focuses on a sea turtle on a playground. That's burning. I don't think that's a coincidence as far as the symbolic value because the turtle, the submarine, and also you have this like cartoon they show kids.
Oh, that's funny, man.
There's a lot there, but specifically though, the Rust movie is going back into production, and that's Alec Baldwin. He's the guy from Hunt for Red October, nuclear submarine, nuking America. And of course, he shot Helen Hutchins from Ukraine. The movie went into pause because of the murder, but now they're bringing it back. They're continuing the movie. And I think the code there is Westeros burning, Westworld burning. Well, the Rust has the same chapel as Westworld, the same as the Dawn Day Chapel. It's got the chapel where the thing happened, and I think that represents the White House. Well, Rust is a Western. The West in there, and then Rust is RUS for Russia, and then T for the Terminator. Like T2, Terminator 2, Cross, Second Coming, Judgment Day, Armageddon. It's all encoded in that movie as well. And the fact that they're bringing it back as in resuming it.
I, re- I reckon, Tim, it has to be almost included in every movie if the script is written from way back. It's like 9/11. I've long since accepted, well, in my own heart, or my own thinking anyway, that 9/11 was meant from the outset. Whatever experience we're having here, whatever construct we're in the midst of, whatever video game in a sense, yeah, it's scripted out from the start. So yeah, the best we can do is I don't know. I think obviously we're leaps ahead of people who don't consider these things. The best we can do though is realize these different gaps. I was just going to say, and I know you're sick of me posting in your own main chat, but I think it's so predominant. Talking about the turtle, the 2015 Economist cover magazine. Now, what I have to say about this, I haven't heard it from anyone else, and I don't believe anyone else is talking about this, but it's flat Earth related. And there you have the turtle in the center screen, before Alice even. Alice is on the right hand side, overlooking all the theater of all the puppets in the backdrop, which are the world political leaders. But the turtle is missing his payload, which is indicated by these lines coming up from his back, right? I found the elephant, Tim. Found the elephant very close by. So all now we're missing is the disc. And what does the disc ultimately represent? Remember, fact is fiction, fiction fact. All these characters on the world stage in the backdrop, they're just exactly that. They're puppets. They're just secondary players, bit players, I call them. Alice in Wonderland, all the cartoon characters contain the real truth. So while we left looking for, while we're looking for the disc atop, which is ultimately representing the flat Earth map. All the bowlers constantly ask you, show us a map, show us a model, something like that. So that's what the disc represents. What is the layout of the land in relation to the water on the surface of the Earth itself? And well, I'm not going to go into how I found the solution. Very simple as well. We followed the Pied Piper, Putin. Putin has a hand over his head, and you look down at his knuckle, and he's pointing down. Like children, we must become and connect the dots or follow the arrows. Forget about all the fucking complicated adult stuff. But yeah, I just thought about that in terms of the connection to the elephants. For me, the elephants represent the solidity of land. They represent the strength, and they represent memory as well. And this is where we go back to Trump and the GOP, and the elephant being the main. Yeah.
Okay.
If the Republicans are the elephant, then what are the Democrats?
They're the donkey.
Donkeys.
Oh, okay, a donkey and an elephant.
Okay, you mentioned the Economist 2015 cover with the turtle. Did you say it was missing its payload?
Yeah. It's missing. So, I mean, you know, I've posted that loads of times. I'll post it in chat here for anyone who is just not sure about what I'm talking about. If you zoom in to the bottom, Tim, the payload as in, so yeah, we've come away from literal reality, scientific determination, right? And now we look to the different clues. We look to the metascript, the lasting characters to present the truth. So as you look at the very center of screen here, as I posted in chat, is that the right chat? Hopefully, can you see that?
That is.
Okay.
Thank you. And I'm looking at your missing payload, and because my take on that is the military term for a missing nuclear warhead or weapon that's not accounted for, an arrow, broken arrow. And then we have Artemis, the rocket, which they couldn't launch because it's a broken arrow. It had a crack in it. And there are all sorts of connections. Artemis, the archer, the arrow being broken. She's the twin of Apollo. Many parallels, but I looked into it, and there have been 32 broken arrow incidents since 1950. So we're waiting for number 33. The missing payload would, be a reference from the turtle to the missing nuke, the incoming.
That's amazing, Tim. That's amazing. I reckon everyone I know. Well, I don't know what anyone else knows, but I think that life has to encompass a greater mystery for all of us, no matter what you're led into, no matter what sort of organizations you join. For me here, these are my own discoveries, which I think is why I sort of value them more. So if you look at the turtle there, I found the elephant, Tim. Actually, talking about arrows, if you look to the left and you see the panda bear, can you see the arrow between its legs? I think like children must become, and it's not to get immersed in all of this complicated adult stuff. As I say, just follow the Pied Piper who, remember, he was betrayed. He led the rats out of the Hamburg in Germany. Rats backwards is star, of course, and we all remember Antonio Super Rats, which is star IBS in reverse. But anyway, if we look at Putin and just take it simply as an instruction, Putin. Here's where put in to this secret encoded puzzle within. We recognize as flat earthers that what's fact is fiction, fiction fact. So here we have the turtle. With the elephants in mind and the disc at the top. Well, the elephant is to be found just by the right, I guess, as we look at it, the right side of the panda bear's leg in a reflection on the ground. I pointed this out before. I can do it again if you want. But here's the thing. We got to now follow the Pied Piper, put in, if you think the hand over the head reference, this is all Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band reference as well, but follow the hand down and Putin is pointing in a certain direction which coincides with the flute of the Pied Piper, which points us down towards the little boy at the end carrying the plane. So as children, we follow the arrows and see where everything leads. And there'll always be a couple of clues which tell you you're in the same direction as well. But anyway, not to get bogged down in that. That's why I thought about the elephant, and I can point out where the elephant is. But now we're left with it finding out where the disc Earth is.
Take a look at this. On the far right, top right, you have the nuke, and there's a rocket taking off. But you have the nuclear mushroom cloud, and above that you have the Earth with two faces, clearly divided: the east versus the west. The globe, its two faces, its poles are like antagonistic. Another. That's pretty much right now. And I keep talking about Westworld burning, Westeros and Game of Thrones burning, the constant reference to the West, because they're talking about the Great Reset is the sun setting on the West. And of course, Game of Thrones, Westeros burns before the winter. And they keep saying the winter's coming, and it looks like a nuclear winter. And I see the nuclear winter in Stranger Things. I see the same body of symbols, and it all correlates with West burns. Then we have nukes, which creates the nuclear winter effect. This all correlates to the dissolution of America, the fall of the Tower of Babel. It's all scripted, as you've been pointing out. And yeah, that's definitely it. Right now, we're at this point. Every time I search the word West, and honestly, this ties in to Kanye Westworld burning. And as Kanye Westworld burns, we're seeing him as kind of a barometer. You just look at what's happening in his life. And of course, when his house burned, that correlates to the burning house at Rust and to the burning house in Westworld when they overthrow Westworld Park. And this ties into the White House, which is, I think, what ultimately that house symbolizes. And this is the other connection. When Alec Baldwin, again, Hunt for Red October reference, when he shot that woman, he also shot the director, whose birthday is Trump's birthday, 6/14. Well, 6 months and 14 days was the timestamp on Don't Look Up before the world gets hit by the comet. The idea of judgment from above, Armageddon, which has been in the news right now, Armageddon, the dart hitting the rocket, they compared it to Armageddon. Biden's calling this nuke situation Armageddon. Bruce Willis in the news because he's digitally transcending now, Armageddon. It's pretty clear that the target, the West burning, is symbolized by this house. Then the house also ties in to Martin Luther King. And I fear we're integrating back into a burning house because the West is the burning house. It can't be fixed. The West is the reason for global warming. And then, again, this is all, if you ask me, it's all pretty clearly outlaid in all of these various movies and magazine covers.
Now, Tim, a house is not a home. When you mentioned about looking at the 2015 there and you referenced the Earth in the sky, what the heck is the Earth doing in the sky? I say this, well, I have my own thoughts on this, of course, but this is ultimate. Well, what do we reference the sky in the sky the same size? Well, the sun and the moon. So we have the two faces to the soul heavenly bodies which stand out no matter what you think. The sun and the moon seemingly equal size. So
the house is not home because the house is the astrological house. We're going into the house of Aquarius, the new age, a new house. The old house has to burn before we go into the new house or get flooded, the transition.
Right, and that's exactly what I was thinking in terms of, you remember the REM song, Rapid Eye Movement song, which is, it's the end of the world as we know it, and I feel fine, because a house is not a home, so the house that we've chosen to sort of occupy, I guess, in a sense, in our minds, is the spinning ball Earth. Now we leave that behind, well, I don't mind that, Tim. The destruction of the lie, always to be welcomed, and it's been played out in this dramatic sense on a worldwide scale. And I don't know half the things you're talking about in detail because you're paying so much more attention, and all the lads here are. But I think we're all coming at things from a different way. But Tim, I don't know if it's going to make it till next year. I think in a sense it has to happen this year. And maybe 10-10 tomorrow is significant. 10-10.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Why you're talking about, up there, the two faces. Both faces look pissed and nasty.
They look antagonistic, absolutely.
Yeah.
East versus West. You can't fix that. They look like they're at war. This is 2015.
Now, that's a great question. I have developed thoughts on this. When we think about the first missions to the moon, they were called the Apollo missions, but Apollo relates to the sun. So in some way, they're sort of connecting the moon and the sun in that sense. And now we have the Artemis missions. We're put on hold. Artemis is the twin of Apollo, right, Tim? And that's what it would be called in the first place. So I actually think what they're saying, well, the two divided faces, I have more to say. Look where the smile points. There's other clues here. Actually, I have to look at the rugby ball earth at the bottom as well, and where something seems to be pointing, which actually leads to the ultimate solution. And I can post that. Actually, I'll post the ultimate solution by following the Pied Piper, playing children's clues, just following the line, following the arrows, Tim. Look at the two arrows by Alice in Wonderland. We have 11.5 and 11.3. When you add the two up, you get 88 or 55 and 33. But yes, by doing that, so here's what I say, by following these clues. So the reason why we have these scolding faces on the sun and the moon, they're divided. They're divided. They're twins, and they've been separated. And well, who likes separation? Let me post this.
What's fascinating here is you have the missing arrow thing, because we were noting that this Artemis rocket wasn't launching because it was cracked and it had a leak. Lots of references to leaks, cracking a dam, schism, but they're saying, oh, it's cracked, it can't launch. And here is Artemis turns out to be the Greek version of Roman Diana. And at the same time, Princess Diana is in the news, and the thing with Princess Diana is she crashed into the 13th pillar beneath the bridge.
Yeah.
Cracked pillar. So I'm like, wait, cracked pillar? Cracked rocket, Artemis, Diana, broken arrow references like crazy. And this broken arrow tie into the nuke situation, which is, again, has been in the news since then. Like, we were catching foreshadowing. And then, of course, this Kraken thing and the Rust movie set had brought us months ago to this possibility that the West is going to burn. And I was saying that Kanye West's meltdown starting back in February was about the West burning. That's how far in advance we've been calling this, before Putin was openly calling the West Satan, before he was openly calling or declaring war on the, quote, Antichrist West. This is how they frame it. They've been building this up for some time.
Tim, what does the word West, when you break down the words, what does the word West mean to you? I'm reminded of a song. Did I sing it today? I was busking today. I did sing it today. It's a Spanish. What's the name of the song? Spanish Boot to Spanish Letter by Bob Dylan. But the last verse, when he's rejected by his girlfriend, is going abroad, and she keeps asking, "What can I send you back on my trip?" He's going, "I don't need anything. I just need your love. I need you to remain royal." And then loyal, royal and loyal. But he gets a letter then from her ship that was sailing, and she doesn't know when she's going to be seeing him again. And his last verse, parting verse, is, take heed of the western wind." What does the word West in that sense mean, Tim? Is it, East, we have Eastern philosophy. Remember the Beatles made the transition from West to East. So what is West material based? Is the devil's realm in the West?
Yeah,
Babylon, the new Babylon.
Yeah, when it comes down to it, I think what we're looking at is, one, every day we have a reset. Sun sets, comes back. Great reset is the setting of the sun on an age, and it's the setting of the sun on the west. This is brought up in the Rust Western, and now they're coming back to finish it. Like I said, Rust, Russia, T, the Terminator, the Satan II rocket. That's all the story. But what it means by the sun setting on the west, I think it's about the Western mind, individualism, property ownership. I think this is about the Kraken, the World War III. I think it's about the rise of collectivism, destroying the individual. This is why they're at war with ideas and memes, and now they're trying to say, they're basically
Beans, greens, potatoes, tomatoes, lamb, lamb, raw.
Tim, Tim, so nice one. Coffee Talks. Tim, you just brought something to mind. A Million Ways to Die in the West. A Seth MacFarlane movie. I posted this on in main Discord before. A Million Ways. You'll never guess. Just I won't ruin it for you. Just type in A Million Ways to Die in the West, Seth MacFarlane, and what is the leading protagonist's name? Choice of screen name. Go on. You will have to look at it.
You're going to have to tell me because...
Okay, I'll post it. Because I don't want to tell you, because you'll just get pissed off at me for saying it so much.
Well, look, here's the thing. America represents the embodiment of everything that's bad for the environment, everything that's bad for the world. The systemic racism, the nationalism, of course, but then also the capitalistic system, our social and economic system that is so bad that it will destroy the world if we don't stop it. And the movie Don't Look Up has a few very important undertones. One of them, I mean, one of the main messages of that movie was, if we follow greed, and we follow individual greed in particular, the world will be destroyed. We have to think about the collective and save the world altogether. And that's not what happened in the movie. So it's a cautionary tale, but it's the Earth as Titanic heading towards the space iceberg. And that's why they put Leonardo DiCaprio in front of that one. So you would make the association with the Titanic, which has already been used as a metaphor for the West. The Titanic is the West, not too big to fail. The climate change will take it down. This is also why they had Jeff Bezos posing on his mega yacht, and then he's on that TV show on Netflix called Inside Job, where he's on his Titanic and it gets taken down by the Kraken.
Well, Tim, honest to God.
Oh, Albert Stark's girlfriend. Okay, Albert Stark. That's from A Million Ways to Die.
Yes, that's what I was going to say. And look, Tim, at the start, I just saw it tonight in the town of Old Stump. I said, of course, Aristarchus is the stump of the tree of life, divided tree of life that we're on. That's what the dodo bird represents. But I just learned that now tonight by reading it. But yes, I was pointing out the name Albert Stark. So another Stark, we have Tony Stark, Arya Stark from Game of Thrones, Winterfell, all of these different clues. But yeah,
that's a big clue, isn't it?
in there as well. Yeah.
Yeah, the Stark name is big because you have the House of Stark wins the Iron Throne. When Westeros burns, we enter the nuclear winter. The West burns before we go into the New Age. The New Age is the age of Mars. Well, the connection here is Tony Stark's real-life counterpart, Elon Musk, is taking us to Mars. They literally found the emblem of the Game of Thrones House of Stark on Mars. Iron Man is Tony Stark. And, of course, iron is the metal associated with the red planet.
FE man as well, Tim. FE man is flat Earth man in a sense, right?
Well, I'm getting the picture here that the New Age isn't taking us to Mars physically, but it's making Earth Mars, and they can't do that until they burn the place down.
Now, Tim, honest to God, I don't know what to make of this now because I do and I don't, but I did consider today Noel. I was talking to you before about Noel in chat, or some people anyway. But yeah, Noel itself is Christmas, Xmas Day, 25th of December, when the sun is born, right? Elon and Noel, it's sort of the same. If you reverse it, immediately you get Lion, right, or Leon. But I think that could Elon? I'm not sure. Other people definitely mentioned this, but I'm not sure. To everyone else, he's a fucking hero. He's conquered everything. Elon Musk, could he be the Antichrist? So the opposite. Christ was born in Noel, Xmas Day. Elon, born, reverse of Christ, so the Antichrist, and now he is loved by all. He is adorned and admired, and look at all his achievements, etc. The richest man in the world, and everybody loves him. No one has a fault to find with him except all of us who know he's a fucking faker. Who I actually still think, about 90%, there's a possibility Seth MacFarlane is playing the role. I wouldn't be surprised, but I'm not even setting that. But yeah, what about Elon Musk being the Antichrist?
I like that. Okay, a couple of things about his name. I think you're right about this. Like, the name El refers to the elevated, the Elohim or Saturn, specifically El. And this is where you have the number 42 encoded into everything. It all refers to the shining, the Saturn, of course, 42 is encoded in everything Musk does, but specifically is from, as you know, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. But it's
You've gone low there, Tim. You're gone a bit low.
elevated, though. The ones that go to space are elevated, so the L is consistent. I think this is the name, like L. Ron Hubbard. Sure, it was Lafayette,
Right.
but they said L. And I think it's on purpose. Elon is the Elon from the book by Werner von Braun, like the Elon. I think that on is also significant. In a Royal Arch Masonry, they refer to God as Jabulon, referring to Jehovah, Baal, and On, as in like Dagon. They have like this composite God. And so you have L and On are both kind of referencing the same thing. I think it's a very occult name. I think the middle name Reeve is interesting. I'm not 100% on this, but there's some fascinating connections between us name and the world savior.
Tim,
Christian
my other
priest.
thought, you're a bit low, Tim. Your microphone just, I heard what you said, and we all heard what you said, but it was just a bit low. My other thought then was the surname, which is Musk, which is an anagram of scum. In a sense, yeah, the truth is sort of be told to us. So yeah, look at all the deceiving he is. Well, Starman, Mr. Satan, as you pointed out, Tim. I have other things to say about that. Star again, this star in the midst of everything. We all want to be big stars, but yeah. I'm thinking about that seriously now, because he's loved by everyone, isn't he? He's loved by everyone official anyway.
Can I say something real quick? I was just going to say Elon backwards is Noel, which means the head. So that's interesting.
Thank you for that. That is so interesting as well. That is so interesting. Now, again, when it comes to French, I'm talking about French, Noel, Noel is Christmas. Christmas, so backwards, it's Leon, which is lion. But that's so interesting. Yeah, okay, very good. Head, yeah, that's brilliant. That's brilliant.
No, I was going to bring this up. You can't separate NASA and the space program from Disney. Can't separate Disney from Mickey Mouse or Musk from Mousegate. And I'm thinking maybe Muskrat. And then also the whole idea of Mickey Mouse. I don't know. There's something in there. The whole Mickey Mouse universe.
Well, Tim, hear this. Now, let's not be so rigid. We'll go more by the sound. So Musk or must. So bringing it back to the elephants. An elephant, a young bull elephant goes on must. Like when we were all teenagers, and the hormones are going everywhere, and yeah. So an elephant on Musk is all about sexual sort of tension and expression. Look at the penis rockets of Elon Musk.
Well, hey, what about this? What do you think of the name SpaceX?
You can't say SpaceX without saying SpaceX.
And exactly. And now look, you get into the beliefs of the Thelemic cult, which is all about the new Martian age. And it's all about the union. Like, you know, all religions have this subtext with the god and the goddess. They almost always do. But in this case, they say that the goddess of the sky is in this eternal union and separation from the earth god, and that the earth god's union with the goddess is earth uniting with heaven. Heaven has been replaced by space. The rocket takes you to space, and it's the sex act that takes you to heaven in this context. So they think about it: space, sex; heaven, sex; sex magic. It's the same thing. It's the making sacred of this, the act of procreation that all religions have. These
And Tim, I don't mind this. So it comes back to the very core of our own being, our essence, how we came to be here. So I don't look at it as sort of pornographic or perverted in a sense. I think that the greater message throughout it all is just being told about us ourselves, and of course this is a massive part to play in all of us.
It's got to be about the
Elon chose to have babies with some crazy chick singer that is like out of her mind too. So I mean, you know,
her name is Grimes. Grimes, like Musk, Grimes. I think the baby's name is Yucky.
Tim, you'll know better. So, is when the Antichrist returns? Does he have I don't know. Does he have a counterpart, a partner in sense? And I'm thinking if we're on the right track here, then maybe Grimes has a part to play in that. But I'm not sure. I don't know. Does the Antichrist have a partner?
Okay, look. I bring up historical analogs like Bezos is obviously, or biblical as well. He's the Nimrod. I already pointed this out a couple of years ago. I figured this. Elon Musk represents Constantine. Constantine was actually a Martian pope. He prayed to Mars, the Temple of Mars. Constantine was there for the consolidation of the Bible, like what they're doing to the internet right now, cutting off all the apocrypha, all the heresies, all the non-canonical texts, all the auto-hoaxing. Right now, they're consolidating the new Bible. That's what Constantine did. And then also, he's known for taking a lot of what you would consider to be private traditional landowners, the coloni, and turning them into, I guess you would call them serfs. Like, basically, the serfdom, the mass slavery agenda that followed Constantine with the mass censorship agenda, I see that as repeating. And that's what the whole Martian program is about. The age of Horus, the age of Mars, it's about bottlenecking humanity into domes. Domed, enclosed, subterranean cities, above-ground cities, fiefdoms, high-tech fiefdoms. No different than being locked down to work the land for the lords. And Lord, I mean, that's, when it comes down to it, I think that's the agenda. And his role, of course, I think, is, of course, Constantine, a Martian pope. That's why I call him Pope Elon.
That's so good, Tim. What if we're Back to the Future and these historical accounts never actually happen and they're actually just being played out now? I love to think of it in that sense, and I love to think of you continually going for your popcorn and your doobie, your 420, as opposed to what the rest might be going for. You know, Tim. Do you know what I mean? You know well what I mean by that.
You know, I go for the B12. We've been talking about actually finding a brand of popcorn, like drop shipping, that we could actually have. And I was thinking about spelling it popcorn with a Q. Like, maybe I'll sell popcorn as a way to fund the channel. You know, Alex Jones is selling pills and that's a good market. Obviously, it's working. He can afford to pay off the Sandy hookers. You know, maybe we got to get into the popcorn. And I'd like to do, if I could, 3.3 hour energy or something, like a 5-hour energy variant.
We gotta maximize your sort of profitability from the time you input, Tim. Considering, I don't know, you must put in so much work. But I guess for me, it's not about money. If I was to think in terms of like all of this, because imagine this day, just 5 years time, whatever, and we're all pretty much still in the same situation. I would definitely behave differently right now in terms of trying to do exactly that, get the word out, and not have to worry about money so much as the greater message that's been got out. So just have enough to be happy with a greater goal in mind. But I can't. That's my problem, Tim. I can't even see beyond tomorrow, and I don't know how I'm going to change that.
The thing is, like what we're doing is, it would have costed a lot more a long time ago in the analog universe. The way we're crowdsourcing intelligence, the way we're getting information, aggregating it, and understanding it, interpreting it, this is really cutting edge stuff, and it just requires technical proficiency with Discord, basic research, and the understanding of how to criticize media. And, you can't buy that. You couldn't train people to do this. I was going to hire people to work for the tabloid that I have in the works, and I found a bunch of people willing to work for me just right by putting an ad on, I think it was LinkedIn. And I'm like, not a person here would be able to objectively criticize the news the way they do or take part in this because they're on the world stage. Yeah. You couldn't buy quote talent. You couldn't pay people to do what we're doing. Yeah. What we're doing is technically priceless. This is philosophy. And I agree. As far as running the channel, yeah, I'll sell some popcorn if that's what it takes. Whatever it takes to keep it going.
Hey Tim, I don't mind thinking that you're one of the most famous men in history. I don't mind thinking that.
We're not blips on their radar. I mean, what's great about this in a way is we're truly underground. We're not fake censored. We're like, we're about to be censored. Support us now. Buy our pills. Like, no, we're literally censored. We're literally avant-garde, and they don't like us. We're not allowed to be on there to be a punching bag. And I like this position.
I have something else to say about Elon. I couldn't get a word in edgewise between you two.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. No, it's fine. Anyway, you said Noel. And what is the famous book that everybody reads on Christmas is The Night Before Christmas, and not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse, except on Elon's rocket. Just a thought.
Now, okay, just a bit more detail there for me to get the thought.
Oh, you don't know the
We don't
book,
read here. We
The
don't
Night Before
read.
Christmas?
Yeah, we don't read. We can't read here in Ireland in general, and generally Christmas Eve we're peeling potatoes. I'm sorry, Linda. We don't read. No, I don't even know what The Night Before Christmas was all about. We never. that was not one of our.
Well, I guess you would have to, you'd have to look it up. 'Twas the night before Christmas, and all through the house not a creature
Yes.
was stirring, not even a mouse. Blah blah blah.
We should mash that up, Lynn. We should mash that up with the actual footage from Mousegate.
Yeah, we should.
I remember that. Well, what? So, how does that connect to Elon? Because I don't know the rest of that. I recognize the initial verse there, but we didn't read that. I never read that to my Steve, or So, what is it?
No, I was just relating it because you use the anagram Noel, and that's what we say here in America on Christmas Eve to our kids. We read that book.
I got another 42 for you.
Okay, thank you.
Dodo. Another 42. Elon Musk's dad was 42 years older than his daughter when he knocked her up. And I think, that's the story. Like, she's 33, he's 75, they just have a baby, and that was his daughter. That's Elon Musk's dad. But I'm like, why would his dad be 42 years older than his daughter?
Right.
Like, why does that number have to literally be attached?
I'll tell you, Tim, and you know it already anyway for the most part, but and not that I'm saying I know anything, but which reminds me of the 2015 Economist, that's 7 years ago. Here we are, 21 years, which is 777. 7 is a number of perfection, so 777 is triple perfection. The Queen is just after dying. So there's kings and queens popping up everywhere. Did you notice, Tim? Did you notice, Linda? There's kings and queens popping up everywhere. Who was the latest one to pop up? King of America now, apparently, Tim. King of America. But since the Queen died, so anyway,
Yes,
getting back
King
to
Tucker.
the 777 and 42. Well, 42 paradise. One die adds up to 21. All the faces of two die, which is divided. Adam and Eve, odd and even, where you have 42. 42 comes up in The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy has been the ultimate question. The whole point of the book and the whole point of the series of novels, even including the last part, which is called And Another Thing by Owen Colfer, after the death, fake death, by the way, of Douglas Noel Adams' DNA. But yeah, 42 is the ultimate quest to figure out what is the actual question. If 42 is the answer, I actually came up with an answer, Tim. Up in my own answer, specific to me, what do you get when you divide 0 by 1? But anyway, going back to Alice in Wonderland and Lewis Carroll, who, Tim, you mentioned many times in your show, first to devise a mathematical determination of how long it would take for you, according to the forces of gravity accepted at the time, all bollocks, of course. Alice in Wonderland, Alice told us that she was falling down the rabbit hole, that it was all bollocks, what she learned in school, and people in Australia upside down. But yeah, Lewis Carroll, calculating the amount of time it would take to fall if you cut a segment through the Earth, doesn't matter if you went through the center or not, out the other side in a straight line, it would take 42 minutes to fall. So all ultimately connected. Very good, very good.
Yeah, 42 minutes to fall through the Earth, 0 G. He said you could take the two continents, connect them through a tunnel, and take the oxygen out and fall through a vacuum. That's like the precursor to the concept of space travel. And that's why I think it's so fascinating that Musk is involved with Hyperloop, which is exactly that. Tunneling between two places in a vacuous tube and then monorailing it at a high rate of speed, like Willy Wonka style.
A wormhole, Tim. It's Einstein, Rosenstein's bridge. Another Stein. All these Steins everywhere. Tim, what do you think of ether? Ether is very controversial these days. What do you think of ether?
Yeah, you know what? The topic of ether is very interesting to me. I find So I've been digging through a lot of what would be considered occult literature for this new podcast, and I'm finding references to ether just kind of abruptly stopped at one point. But it was used like the Satanists in the San Francisco church in the 60s. Their rituals all presupposed the existence of something called ether, of this interface between the, I guess, I don't know how you explain it, like this medium, more or less, but they use the term ether, and I guess it's what exactly is your take on it? Do you think this is something they should? Because look, gravity, for example, what did they do? They said gravity is the result of bends in space-time as a result of large bodies of mass, and that means that the large body of mass is curving space-time. So gravity, they say, is a result of this curve. They curve everything. You notice the curvers. They don't just lie and curve the horizon. They've curved space-time. And I think this curving is all part of getting rid of objective reality, getting rid of up and down, and getting rid of what this, quote, ether might be, or alternate explanations for, quote, gravity, which I don't disbelieve in gravity, but their explanations are obviously not accounting for the big picture. And I think ether might be that missing link, but I'm not quite sure on what it is.
Okay. I think the blue marble, Tim, is the perfect metaphor. What we got to do, this is what we are primarily engaged in, is decoding what is already laid down or delivered to us. So the ball earthers take the ball literally. Flat earthers deny the ball, especially prominent figures like Nathan Oakley, who will just, he will tell you that he looks at the world with a new childlike wonder now, 7 years later, after giving up his job as a grocery delivery boy. Anyway, that's a different matter. But he will just tell you, oh, that's all. And when you mention the word ether to him, you're shouted down. Now, the point is, as far as we're concerned, anyway, when I say we, you know what I mean by that. But yeah, the truth is known. We are just reading what is presented to us, so we gotta sort of decode it in the right sense. All of us are in Underland, so the blue marble, as opposed to being literal, is a metaphoric representation. So we gotta take it apart, see how the individual component aspects apply to our own reality, and then go with it from there. When it comes to ether, luminiferous ether was something that was accepted. Einstein killed the ether, first of all. Einstein, one stone, killed the ether. But he's a fabricated character, so what is being told through his story? I have much to say about that. The reason Einstein came into being was because of the results of Mitchell-Morley. Then we have the MM as well, so more characters in the greater script. But they conflicted in whether the Earth was moving or not. When it was moving, Einstein, everything's relative, that's what he came on to go against, the counterpoint to Mitchell-Morley's seeming results, which seemed to say that the Earth was stationary and the ether was in motion. But the ether then was a luminiferous ether, and I think here's the key. Alice in Wonderland, all of us in Wonderland, we've got to take everything, all the scripted story, forget about all these characters, just as the literal characters, just take what you take from them and decoding it. Here's the story. What they both agreed upon, Tim, was the Earth was a ball. Now, I have made inroads in terms of my own investigations throughout the years that I can't refer to anyone else. And it's some of the things I say I can't refer, because I'm a flat earther and beyond. If I talk about mirrored water layer over an extended flat plane, you won't find any scientific writings about it, Tim, because they can't consider it. They have to come up with all of these pseudo-scientific explanations for phenomena. Okay,
let me bring this up. There's a couple of things you have to rule out. If you're going to say the Earth is flat and stationary, or if you're going to say it's stationary, then the stars cannot be light years away, because the distances you would have to traverse would be impossible to move on a 24-hour clock, which means that these are circling above. And if that's the case, then could the ether be a projection, or rather the combined presence of the luminaries from above shining down? Like, what is the influence of these things, and what are they in your view?
Right, Tim, that's a brilliant, man. So luminiferous ether as accepted within the metascript, the greater story, as we invert it, now we see that the ether is something that is in the luminiferous ether, according to the ball Earth, it was established the Earth was a ball, a heliocentric model was in place. So the luminiferous ether was the all-pervading medium, through a static medium, by the way, through which everything pervades, right? Everything travels, everything is in motion through. In decoding it, everything inverted, ether, which is different from luminiferous ether is in motion and within the confines of this Earth surround that we're in, which is, it's a barrier above. There has to be some sort of divide. We have to decide what's beyond. It seems most likely that it's water, right? Because 70% of the Earth is covered in whatever saline waters. So this is the point. Ether itself is an inversion of their luminiferous ether. What they say is ever expansive in terms of greater heliocentric or galactic models at the time. Well, now it is flat Earth enclosed, and it's also in motion as opposed to being static, a static medium through which everything penetrated or perpetrated through. So very interesting. And here's my look. I tell you, I could talk for ages about this sort of stuff because I think I've decoded Einstein. I've decoded in that sense. Let me just say this, Tim. Here's why I say, just very briefly. Here's why I say, because I have it. I meant to say this at the start to make it more clearer. Here's why I say I can recognize that Einstein and Mitchell Morley were characters, because they both agreed that the Earth was a ball. But I came to terms in my own mind, the mind of man. The only way a ball can develop is if all of Earth, according to normal experience, can declare the Earth's surface to be in motion, and then we take other factors like the sky and the sun going around setting into account, and the ball then emerges. You know what I mean? So thank you. Sorry, Tim, for persevering there.
No, I think it all is metaphor, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree.
For us, because Jens got on the subject of you brought up time, space continuum, or whatever. And if you think about it, if you're the massive object, right? You're the mass, and you're walking through your house, and if you had a light smoke in the air to where you could see the air, it is circles and curves. Because I've tried this myself. So I'm moving the time continuum, because I could never step back in the same spot twice, because the air moved.
Well,
the dust moved. Everything moved.
So I will say just briefly, Tim, to Linda, I would say that ether is, or space-time is metaphor for ether. If we think about actual reality, I know I could travel to you. If I had my jet boots, I could travel over to you or Tim at a whim. 10 minutes in potential anyway, and vice versa. So we all experience a sort of a same reality in terms of external, but so if we're going to continue and paint the picture, I really do think we live in a bubble. So the thing that creates the surround is the ether itself, the emanating source from, I think, the North Center. So that is what creates and separates us, Earth realm, which is a broken, divided state, from the waters beyond. And all of these energies then are moving around us, and we are immersed within them all. So like that smoke you talked about, as we move through the ether, which is moving in a certain direction, then we create this passage of time. And remember, we gauge time by the sun. Right, and the passage of the sun, but we have to ask what actually the sun is. If it's a product of a broken system, and it's the same thing or the same energy that's creating space itself, what we would determine to be space, but then we can see how they've just changed the language. That's what they've done. They've disguised the language and the known.
That's what I was going to ask you. Because wouldn't this be the only way to explain synchronicity? Synchronicity couldn't happen if the universe is a bunch of objects and then we're on top of it and it's already existing as a static creation. Synchronicity can only happen if reality's created as we experience it, and that can only happen if it's some sort of like a 3D printer or something. It's like as it's a work in progress. Like you're living your life, and every moment is a moment of it manifesting. But so the past exists because it's already been molded. But the future is indeterminate. The future is like just basically the filament, and you are the lens or whatever, where the
Oh, but Tim, what if it's the other way around exactly? And we are the greater power here, so that the future is more set than the past, and we are just coming to a state of remembering because that's the way this construct, this simulation is scripted, because we are outside of this. And this, I think this is the whole point about heliocentrism. And don't get me talking about the father of heliocentrism. It's not Copernicus. It is Aristarchus, one Aristarchus of Samos. And when we look as flat earthers to our true reality as we perceive it, everything is right there. But two things that stand out in particular connection are, of course, the sun and the moon. Sun and the moon. If we're dealing with some sort of boundary, we have to replace in our minds the emptiness of infinite space given to us, occupied already by our education or miseducation or whatever, scientific thinking. Well, then you have to replace it with something to further your picturing. For me, it's waters beyond. So then we're dealing with an invisible energy barrier and a mirror sky. So the moon and the sun being direct reflections, happy enough with that, Tim, that the moon, as it looks solid, it looks more solid than some of the modern telescopes who you spend thousands of euros on to get you this really solid effect. But for me, it's a reflection of solidity, like if you went down on a dark night to a still lake and you looked at the reflection of the moon in the water. If you hadn't proper orientation, you wouldn't know that the moon, as you saw it in the water, was not the real moon. You would say that's the solid moon, but no, it's actually a reflection of solidity. That's what I say the moon itself is a reflection of solidity, which is ultimately a reflection of the sun. What's the sun a reflection of? It's not. The sun has to be, you can't get to the Father unless you go to the sun, so the sun has to lead somewhere else. And that's where I think, yeah, I'm not to take up time, that's where I think Polaris comes into it. Polaris and Aristarchus, okay.
Like, okay, are you on the same page as the idea that like there's some kind of recycling, like we're in some kind of recycling center for souls? Sun maybe the projector in some sense, or we arrive here in some way as light, but that we're somehow recycled. Maybe the moon is some kind of like garbage disposal for souls, and it vacuums up the dead, and then you're recycled to the system. I mean, this idea has been brought up before, the idea of the Saturn moon time loop thing. But I mean, what's your thoughts on recycling? Because if nothing else, it seems like a lot of their iconography with this god has to do with death and rebirth and the knowledge of the journey of the soul in these endless loops.
I think maybe because the soul knows better, we sort of challenge ourselves. One thing I've come to him is we're outside of time. All we gauge is time again, passage of the sun. But I think that it's like a joke. It's like if I told you a joke and around all your mates in school and everyone laughed and you sort of laughed along, but you didn't really get it. And it's only when you were walking home that you got it, and you wished you were fucking a little bit brighter and you got it at the start because it would have saved that falsehood. I think maybe that's the way life is. If we live for eternity, and we purposely come in to figure it out, and we sort of clear our mind, clear our memory, and we don't do it. What the fuck is another 70 years in terms of eternity that we live for? It's a challenge, you said. Life is bittersweet. I think we're told that at the very start with the beautiful lullaby, Rockabye Baby, with the horrific lyrics, dastardly lyrics in a sense. But yeah, we're told the truth at the start of what we're entering. And I think there's clues everywhere for us to gauge it. When you talk about this Armageddon that's coming, Tim, life is calm. Life is calm in most. Nothing happens most of the time. I think the destruction will be a dramatic televisual affair. Do you know what I mean? More than reality, as we know well. You know, with our fake goggles in place. You know, so that's what I think, and I think it's all just playing out. And we're greater than this, so we can take it in our stride. And well, I'm going to say hope for the best. Hope that our loved ones wake up and the clues are there all around, but hope that they wake up and can get to enjoy the show. I don't know.
Can I backtrack for a minute? Getting back on the ether. What if the ether is just the sine wave of the universe, and that's where we sync up with it at times, and that's why we have our synchronicity moments, which is outside of time?
Think about a sine wave, Linda. So just point your finger out in front of you, right, and just keep it on the same vertical plane, right? So just move it up and down within the same limits, right? So just keep doing that, and now just move it horizontally at the same time. That's all a sine wave is. Everything seems to be complicated only because it's been made that way.
No, but
I'm not. Well, I'm not.
no, I'm not.
Okay.
Yeah, but you're not hearing what I'm saying, because everything runs on waves. Energy is a wave. Your cell phone works with waves of, you know, a radio wave to pick up your signal so we can talk right now or whatever. It's waves.
Yeah, but I'm trying.
That's all I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm
if
saying
the
as well.
if the universe has its own wave, everybody couldn't be in tune with that all at the same time or whatever. We just interact with it occasionally, and I think that's probably the synchronicities that we experience. That's just my thought on it.
Okay, well, when I mentioned sine waves, I guess I was going back to my own thoughts about what's going on, generating this reality that we're in, which is at the North Center. There's something moving around, and a sine wave ultimately, when everything has been signaled out, it's like when you drop a rock in a body of water, still water. It will create that wave because you have a force in motion, and this will cause a disturbance. So in reality that we're in, that's what a sine wave is. And we have to actually, I think this is why we have to increase our frequency, because we have to oppose this oppressive force that's coming down from us, because we're in a divided place. All the sine waves and all the synchronicities, I'm absolutely certain that they're written into the program, because we were always meant to figure out our reality, and especially at this time. No other time, as we know, the capabilities of having these interactions and correspondences across borders. The Earth is so small now. The Earth is smaller than ever, in spite of what infinite plane society says. But in our local sense, we are. It's so much. You know what I mean? So we have this capability, and I think that that's written into. We're greater than this, Linda. We're great. Synchronicities are just things there to remind us that we are in a greater game. But when it comes to all the motions that we're under, the forces that we're under, this is what I think, because we're in a broken system, we have a collapsed barrier. I think this is what the umbrella, the Rain Man references as well. Think about an umbrella. You have the greater circus top tent, but you also have the spines that sort of curve around. So when you pull the force of motion up and down, then you have this expression. And this is what happens ultimately with the sun as it moves in and out. The earth breathes, in a sense. You have the source itself moving up and down, in and out, and round on a daily basis, which gives us all the motions in the sky, gives us the ether in motion, and it gives us the tides in motion, in and out on a monthly basis, which gives us the phases of the moon, right, with direct reflection of the sun against the contour barrier. But here's a great one in terms of the words chosen: up and down. All of these continuously up and down on an annual basis, which gives us, spring and fall. We don't call it fall over here, we call it autumn, but spring and fall. So I think synchronicities go beyond that. We are immaterial in nature. All this shit is easy for us. Excuse me. Sorry for saying it like that, but I think it is. I think it is. It's just I think that everything means something, and synchronicities are just.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Like, I've come to conclude that, people who say life has no meaning, a lot of ballers will say this. They'll say, we're just a tiny speck, the universe is infinite, nothing means anything, coincidences are just you and your ego, fantasizing that your life means something when you're just cosmic sludge, or you're, what do they call it, protoplasmic goo that's evolved, and you're, they basically put you down. You're nothing. They give you the Sweet 101 talk that O'Brien gave to Winston, just putting him down and down and down. But I think, no, I think meaning is the rule, not the exception. I think this place is inherently meaningful, and he could even say, I think it's created by meaning, the relationship between everything, and it's all in relation to the perceiver. To me, this place is built for sentience, that it's inherently meaningful.
I love it, Tim.
Nothing's meaningful.
I love it, Tim, and that's exactly the way I think as well. And this is why I say that because everything is meaningful, every single thing is meaningful in our lives. Because we are greater than this experience. We've just immersed ourselves in this sort of dwelling for a while. And this is why I say that the greater, which is what the 2015 Economist cover magazine, which is 7 years ago as well. So remember I talked about the 777, the triple jubilee, the Queen being dead, 7, number of perfection, and 7 as well. We're born into sin. There we have Eve in the middle of 7. So I'm not sure what to make about that ultimately, but my point is when it comes back to our own position here, yeah, like children we must become, as is exemplified on the 2015 cover. We are Alice, all of us. So we are overlooking the theatre. And in a sense, you are Alice there, Tim. Or you represent all of us in terms of the greater platform, where we know we are the greater truth. Everyone looks at us and calls us cartoons and laughs at us while they take all of the theatre seriously. So we already know this. So now we're looking for different clues to follow in relation to the greater story.
Character, I've been finding other references to this archetype, and I think Alice is Persephone, and the Wonderland represents the underworld. The Mad Hatter is Hades, and it's the annual journey into the underworld for the winter. But I think a lot of it's allegory for sure, but the idea of Virgo or Persephone being kidnapped, taken to the underworld, goes along with the seasonal changes into the underworld. And I think that, a lot of it is metaphor. And Hades is like Saturn, and he's the demiurge. And we're Alice, or we're the light, where the soul's imprisoned in this thing. And this Mad Hatter is there as more or less as an instructor, as much as a jailer. But
I've thought about this. I've thought about this, Tim, and I talked about it on my own channel, especially early doors, when I started to think I cared a bit more. But I thought about that, it's a heady thing coming to think in a different sense than having only 70 short years. And I have a university education, not that it matters a damn, but I definitely had an interest in sort of popular science at least, and beyond. But I was immersed in scientism, I guess, and yes, that's all I had. Absolute atheist. Everyone I told at the church was a big scam, big bunch of fucking robbing, pedophile, etc. But coming away from that. That is one of the most massive beliefs, because it changes everything. Now, this is my point. At later stages, when I set up my own channel and beyond that, I was thinking, if I had eternity on my side, and I love my son so much, and I knew that he would just be immersed in a game in terms of our greater eternity, it would just be a blink of an eye, I would set him the most fiendish game I could ever set him. And if he achieved it, but I already know whether he would be able to achieve it or not and succeed. If he achieved it or not, the resolution would be still the same. And here's a brilliant one, Tim. Do you remember the movie The Game by Michael Douglas? Sorry, not The Game by Michael Douglas. The movie starring Michael Douglas. Does that ring any bells?
Yeah, The Game. Yes, The Game.
Brilliant.
Where...
That's what I think that's exactly what I'm thinking along those lines. That if you were to have the most loved thing that you could ever associate with, and you knew you were eternal, you just wanted them to sort of come to appreciate it somewhat, you'd set them the most fiendish challenges, wouldn't you, Tim? And even should they fail, they had the ability to succeed, and you're not going to think any less of them, because they'll come out richer at the end of the day.
I know where you're coming from with that in a sense, like Satan and Job and doing God's work and stuff, but in a way, I kind of think that's like a narcissistic parent, like punishing you for your own good. I don't know if I like that. Like, I'm still not convinced that the person behind this great mechanism isn't the demiurge, some kind of malevolent thing. Although my experience here has been fantastic and I like it, but I can't speak for everybody. However, I'm kind of up in the air about it.
Yeah, that's what, Tim, life is miserable for me, but I think it makes it miserable is my mind. it's my mind which dwells on the past, which dwells on the future, and I fail
Yeah,
to sort
I
of
got to stay focused
put that
on the
silent.
things that are actually great. I mean, think about the fact that you've got, like, I used to travel and move, especially when I was on the military, and I had books. I had like duffel bags full of books, bookshelves. I would transport them everywhere. My memories of moving, running up and down stairs with duffel bags full of books, putting them back on, taking them down, referencing, reading, whatever. But all those books burned. A lot of them got left behind, scattered everywhere. But now I have access to all the information I could possibly want, and it's faster. No trips to the library. Like, the quality of living for people who are philosophically inclined has just gone way up.
Well, I would say that the information you've already garnered, what you gain from here on in, will be peripheral, because there's so much information out there. You know how your access to, well, the worldwide sort of a collected network entails so much more information incoming. That's why I say we have to go back to childhood and the truth. If everything is meaningful, Tim, the truth is delivered to us as children. I actually think, as I might have said to you last time, I definitely said it elsewhere as well, I definitely think it's the parents who lie to the children. I don't think the elite lie to the children. The parents lie to the children. They send them off to places. They teach them things that they had no right teaching them without due diligence and due consideration themselves. And I think ultimately it is the nature of life. Life is a lie of F. I'd like to think I'd like to know your thoughts on the letter F. Actually, Tim. We have father. We have faith. We have it's it is all. If words are meaningful, then letters certainly have to be meaningful because they are the core of words. But you don't have to answer that right now. But I'd like to think
you're definitely right about that. I have been doing some research on runes and the basis for letters, and it's pretty consistent across the board. Whether you're looking at Hebrew characters or Norse runes or even English, there's a meaning to each one. In the runic system, the alphabet starts with the letter that corresponds to F, and it looks just like the F in a way, and it symbolizes property or cattle, like the antler, and it's because they see the cattle as the beginning of civilization, the beginning of establishing, settling down city-states. It's the beginning. And it's interesting because in the tarot cards, it starts with the Fool corresponding to Aleph, the very first letter, which is an ox.
I was just going to mention the E. I was just going to mention the E, Tim, and if you think of the capital letter E, and you negate the lower crossbar, then you get the letter F. So it's like as if we have to leave the lower aspect behind, which is what the devil represents, and move to the heart and above. But that's so interesting, man. That's so...
it is. You're probably right, because all these letters, they're based on archetypal shapes.
Yeah.
And every single letter is, it's a unique expression of what, in this system I'm studying or looking at, it describes the universe as being the result of the God speaking, or the words speaking.
In the beginning was the word, yeah.
And Crowley said the word of the New Age, abracadabra, which actually means I create as I speak. But this is an interesting idea. This is why they use the sign of the silence. It's to be aware of the words that you're using and the significance of it, because we lose it when everybody's talking. You may not realize how powerful words are. And from the initiated interpretation of the letters, every letter represents a manifestation or a way that it, like for example, the S rune, obviously if you look at the S rune, it looks like a lightning bolt, and you can pretty much intuit from that what you could derive from that, what it means. And lightning isn't just from above striking the earth, but it's really a confluence of it goes from, kind of meets in the middle, more or less. But the theory behind this, of course, is that spellcraft, runes, that it's all about the power of the spoken word, which is what the mind manifests through. Like if you're the manifesting machine here, you're actually spelling it out as you go, and the words are that important. And this is why sigils, I think, are all over the place. Word magic, phonetic magic, anagram magic. And it's all based on, yeah, some occult understanding of the shapes and properties of letters.
So Tim, imagine we were powerful wizards in our own right. We had this capability and potential within us, but we were suppressed in some way. This is where I go back to my own thoughts that the barrier above, well, okay, ether. So the force that's holding back the barrier above, or separating the earth from the waters, it has a equal and opposite reactionary force, which is the ether. So as the force moves around the central pivot, yeah, we are also privy to, or we're in the midst of this prevailing force, which is unnatural to us. So by us, yeah, it's not just speaking words as well; it's chanting words. You remember Eyes Wide Shut? So it's a chant. It's creating a certain vibration which counteracts the greater imposition. That's a good way of putting it. And it's within that then that we can release this greater potential, which is already imbued within us, but it's just been suppressed by the nature of our existence or our challenge here. What do you think, Tim?
Yeah, the Lemite say vibrating the names. When they do invocations, evocations, it's almost like singing. And even a very popular thing in hoodoo, American voodoo, whatever, this like Americanized version of voodoo, it involves like an amalgamation of a lot of different traditions, but they use psalms. And psalms were songs,
Lovely.
older than the Bible.
Yes.
And the idea is that these are incantations, and cant or chant, cant,
Right.
it's the same, it refers to the same thing. An incantation is a chant, and the idea is that they've been used for so many subsequent generations that they've accrued some kind of residual power that transcends just it being a series of syllables and sounds.
Yeah, brilliant. Brilliant. And we are just coming out of the cave in a sense, so it's not as if we're discovering anything. That this is known, this is the setting for our reality is already known. We have to come to appreciate that. And I've said this many, many times. I had a great chat on Gio's channel tonight with a guy called Gregory, who was a Bible literalist and a great scholar as well. I'm not putting him down. It was a great chat. But I certainly have my own points of view, which is flat earth and beyond. But I think this is getting to the core and the heart of matters, Tim, and this is also, well, with Tesla, which goes back to Elon Musk, right? Elon Musk as well, Tesla. He brought everyone their electric cars. He brought everyone to space. What else did you say? Now he's into chocolate candy, Willy Wonka. Tim, he's the he has to be. Who hates him? Except, no, I don't even hate him. But, who's aware that he might be a fraud? Very, very, very small percentage of the population.
About Tesla, you might appreciate, okay, so Tesla, whenever you see him, he's often holding a ball of lightning or like electricity.
Right.
And he's, and this is just an iconic image. And he's known as being this inventor who went against the grain. He was opposed by Thomas Edison. Well, go back to the 7 sages of the ancient Greeks, and you've got Thales. Well, Thales is an anagram for Tesla. Thales discovered static electricity, and every image of him, he's holding lightning in his hand. And he was opposed by the other guys, and he was opposed in his own time, just like Tesla. I think it's a historical analog. By the way, Thales was the guy who said that the world was on a endless, infinite ocean, and it's a patch of land. And he also predicted the first solar eclipse, 585 BC.
Tim, that's even more brilliant. You were talking about all the books you just carry around, all the information you took in. I didn't sort of fulfill my point. What I meant to finish my point by saying is all the information you have up to this point, you already know everything you need to know. There's so much confusion now from here on in. It will just add shit to the mix. Forgive my language. But Tim, I got rid of all of my material possessions. I had a load of books, and when I went traveling, looking for a new place to find a home, I took all my books with me. But then I came back, and when I left again, I left everything behind. I just put all my books, all my CDs, all my valuables into the local sort of rubbish den where someone could collect them if they wanted, and I just sort of left them behind. And I'm happy I did that, but here's my point, I kept 2 books. kept two books, and one was the complete works of Shakespeare, and the other one was A History of Western Philosophy by Bertrand Russell. Not a very interesting character, Tim, but now I remember reading about Thales. Now I'll whip out that book again and read it in a new light, because I have that like 25 years and I read through it loads of times. But now that you remind me of it, I'll go back to it again, understanding what you already understood a long time ago, well, last few years, that all of these characters are fabricated characters. Thales never existed. Plato never existed. Aristarchus, Eratosthenes never existed. But the greater truth that they do relay is in the decoding. So yeah, very good. And can I just say, Tim, I reckon, and I've said this as well, I've been vocal about this, that just as Einstein is to the ballers the hero put up on a pedestal, who's a fabricated character, we found out, Tesla is the antithesis, right? He's the opposing character for us conspiracy-minded people. And who has brought more light to this Tesla character than anyone else? Well, Elon Musk. Elon Musk with the lightning bolt, as you say, and well, Elon Musk is a fabricated character, but I reckon that Tesla never existed as well, Tim. Just another archetype isn't the proper term, is it? I'm not sure what it is.
There's a connection there. You're right about that. And then they sent the Tesla Roadster into space with Starman, who's David Bowie. And David Bowie played Tesla. And he's got the lightning bolt on his face, the man who fell to earth like lightning, saying, yeah, he played Tesla. Yeah, here you have an image of Thales holding lightning, discovered static electricity, and then you have beneath them Tesla. And of course, yeah, Thales and Tesla had similar life stories. There's some connections worth looking at.
That's fantastic, Tim. That's fantastic.
These are the gods of the earth. The way I see it.
Like recycled or something, yeah. They're definitely...
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, you know, if you actually read Genesis as God the power structure, then you see all this put in place. They set up their gods. They set up their power structure. And all these people have influences on all of it. Even though they don't exist. They're just God characters. But they shape societies.
Right, the world stage has its infrastructure comprised of a bunch of stories and characters who live these stories. And they have to invent them and have these roles filled. And there are these historical analogs, because I think they're all part of the same template. They replaced Noah, they replaced Nimrod with these modern counterparts. And yeah, I think there's a one-to-one correlation here. And of course, yeah, Elon has to be just another one of these gods, lowercase g, Martian Pope, but whatever he is, yeah, definitely. And they're all composited in the same way.
Yeah, and they're creating us in their image, like they said. Because look at society today. I was going to say to you, Dodo, earlier that Yins were talking about words, about them actually basically being swords. But when you actually are telling a story, words are a barrier because you can't explain the whole experience with just a few words. It's an impossibility. You can't put the feeling in there. You can't put the emotion. You can't put any of that stuff in your words.
Hey, it looks to me like Thales may have used water as a concept similar to the way that, Pete, you're talking about ether. Thales was a radical, but one of his statements was that everything's made of water. this universal fluid. He had a different concept of physics, and the rebel aspect of it, though, is certainly there. And he believed the world was a disk.
Sorry, I didn't hear what you had to say. I'll be open and honest with you. I had to go to the bathroom, and I took.
Oh, I was just pointing out that Thales, like Tesla, is something of a rebel, a radical, but he believed that the entire universe was water or liquid, and I think that might be sort of a kind of an ether-like concept.
Yes.
On things.
Him, I was just going to say I decided to go for a quick smoke, schmoke, SCHMOKE, if you know what I mean, as well at the window. But brilliant, man. I think that it's water everywhere, ether, water. If we think of an energy disturbing the waters beyond, then we're going to get a sort of we're going to be immersed in the outcome, right? And that's what I think clouds actually are. If it's saline waters beyond, the energy is disassociating the water from the salt. The clouds gather as salt particulate. This is why they load chemtrails or whatever you want, as salt, cloud seeding with salt nitrates or whatever. But yeah, that operates, or sorry, not that operates within the ether. The vibrational level. When they talk about empty space as we go higher, that just means that the atmosphere is vacated. So it's pushed down. Gravity is a force from above, in a sense, which is this reactionary force of ether. But here, here's the clouds. The clouds are salt particulate, which absorb the water particulate, and this is where we get so bringing us back on point. Excellent at the point I was thinking about at the window, the front window, that is. Yeah. So clouds, when clouds collide, and especially dark clouds collide, we can have the likelihood of lightning. So Thales, Tesla, lightning, Zeus, the god. So I was thinking the gods versus the Titans, and I was thinking then back to the Titanic, where we have the Titan icy broken into two parts. And here's what I was thinking further then, Tim, to the directors of 9/11. I don't think Stanley Kubrick was the sole director. All of the major directors were involved. They're all insiders to whatever degree. But James Cameron, when he was he is associated with the Titanic wreck. When he was down investigating the wreck, 9/11 happened, and there was a big controversy on the cruise ship whether to tell him about it or not, as he was down for his few-hour trip down below, and they decided not to tell him because it might cause too much stress. So they waited until he came up on the day of 9/11 and told him. I remember seeing the video years ago. Good luck finding it fucking now. But he comes up then. What movie did he direct? Of course, the Titanic. So I think it's all sort of scripted out. But what do you think? Here's what I think, though, Tim. So the relationship between the gods and the Titans. The Titans are the fathers. They're the core constituents, and then the gods are deliverances from them. They are separated from them through war. I think we live in a broken earth, and everything that we experience around us is in a divided state. And this is how lightning came into being, because of this divided state. Ultimately, if the tree is intact, like we remember every Christmas, when we put the tree on the X, then we have a different system in play, a different light, a different reality beneath, and a different, no lightning. That's what I would say. No gods. Just all
this James Cameron connection is incredible. James Cameron on the deck of the Titanic eating a submarine on 9/11. Now, the significance there is we've been talking about the Hunt for Red October and the incoming 9/11-like event. I've been talking about T2, Terminator 2, and James Cameron directed that. Another connection, another 9/11ing, the nuking connection, and I correlated that to the Titanic because of the movie Don't Look Up, where the Earth is the Titanic, and then Bezos, the modern counterpart to Nimrod, on his personal Titanic being killed by the Kraken on a show called Inside Job about what? 9/11.
No way.
All these interlocking connections, and then he's eating a submarine, a sub. That's too funny. This is too interrelated, especially when you look into the Terminator 2 connections to 9/11, the predictive programming.
And Tim, you
Brilliant.
just reminded me, Terminator 2 or T2, if you put a capital letter T next to a capital letter T, you get pi. So I actually think everything comes back to pi. And pi in motion is phi, and this is the sort of the spiral of life that we are under. And this is how we sort of grow, and how actually, yeah, how we grow, how we stretch like a spring. Like a baby, we're born, and then we stretch out, and then we collapse back in again. I think this is all down to the motion at the center. The motion causes the motion in the ocean. That's excellent,
Well,
Tim.
T2. T2. T is a cross. Double cross, second coming, judgment
Yeah.
day. Terminator 2, Satan 2, correlating to, of course, Pluto 2. Pluto, the god of the underworld, the Kraken. And right now the Russians have Poseidon, who releases the Kraken. James Cameron eating a submarine on the Titanic during 9/11 is foreshadowing for this next 9/11 event, 100%.
Mm. Well, Tim, again, are you worried?
No, nukes are fake. I'm entertained. I'm sorry, but like I'm like totally entertained by it. I'm not
That's good.
scared of dying whatsoever. I don't think it's a thing. Like I understand death and the concept, but I know this is mind war, and I'm prepared to analyze it because we're really behind the scenes in a lot of ways. We have insights that people on the world stage don't, and you know, I sometimes forget they're balls of stress. Like they're like worried. Oh, I'm going to be locked in a doomsday bunker when the nukes hit, and nobody in there is going to be vaxxed. Like that's what they're worried about. Like they're so full of fear. But no, I'm not worried at all. I don't think you are either, are you?
Well, I'm terrified in a way. Not about. I guess it's not about what I think is going on, which I have no fear about. I won't even tell you my day busking. You wouldn't believe it. So much love around. But it's about the people who I'm sort of close to and what they think about what I have to say. It makes it such a sort of isolating experience. And if panic and pandemonium sets in, I'm wondering how I would deal with it. Like, you know, do you know what I mean? So, and I'm not contained in that sense. I'm not living in a forest somewhere. You know what I mean, Tim? And I don't know where to go or how to do it. Yeah.
What we do here, I think, what this offers is a way to legitimize something that's legitimate that's been delegitimized by the media. They say, oh, conspiracy theorists are terrorists. They kill their families. They raid capitals. But what we're doing is philosophical. It's about epistemology. It's about really the love of ideas and discussing these things. And it's outside of that. And so I'm just like, in a way, we can just look at the people who don't get it as not particularly interested in philosophy, which I can understand. You know, for some people, maybe it's not the most important thing.
I guess that's the burden of the body, isn't it? And that's the burden of the material sort of encumbrance. But yeah, I'm free in my mind. I've beautiful thoughts in my mind about how this will all pan out. But Tim, I heard you the other day. You're so funny, man. But that had to be one of your best. Cut it out. Remember you said you don't need to take psychedelics. Just watch the mainstream media. I didn't quote that correctly. You said that the other day in some context or other, and it was fucking hilarious.
Yeah, it's true that the media is literally like, it's so psychedelic in the sense that it's fractured any cohesiveness that we all share. When someone takes acid, they're in another world. They're no longer in sync. Well, nobody's in sync anymore. We live in a psychedelic world because of this hypermediation, and I would be afraid to take acid right now. Because I don't know where I'd end up.
Well, I wasn't afraid to take acid about 2 years ago and go on a show. I was reporting live how I was feeling. I was walking down the road and I met a guy. Of course, everyone I tell, everyone I meet, I talk about flat Earth or whatever. But we happened to get along well, and he was big into conspiracies in a big way. But just as we left, I never saw him again. He said, "Do you ever take acid?" I said, "Well, I'm not sure. I took a few things when all of the head stores were around, and I felt weird about. But I never took acid, as in acid." And he said, "Well, take this, bud." So I went on and did a show, and I do remember, I never listened back to my shows as well, but I do remember coming to some sort of certain realizations. I saw colors everywhere. But I think, Tim, that in my own sort of frame of mind, that no matter what the drug, unless I overdose it, if I take normal doses of it, it's not going to change me that much. You know what I mean? I'm sort of happy enough with myself, and I'm always aware of my own. What would you call it? Surround. That's a good way of putting it. You know what I mean? I think it's like
I'm afraid of taking mushrooms. I fear mushrooms because I recall the last time I took them, I felt tremendous empathy and love for all mankind, and I don't want to forgive my enemies right now, especially the ones that owe us a amount of money. Like, I got to keep it simmering. The last thing I want to do is take mushrooms and transcend it. So I have to wait.
Hey, Tim, I got to get you. I'll put you on a percentage if we go down this route. I had the best case in history to earn. I don't know. You name a number. If I was in America, I think you'd be advising me to go for 10 million or something like that. But I have the best case in history. I already put the 3 cops who arrested me on the back of not giving the legal name when I was busking on 10,000 euros per hour and for every hour of my incarceration. So that's like I was incarcerated for 160 hours. So work that out yourself. Now I can just sue the state for false imprisonment, and there's so much more to the story. They have absolutely no case whatsoever. So maybe, Tim, if we went down that line, I would give you a cut. I'm not sure if I want to go down that line, but I would give you a cut, and that would finance the rest of your endeavors for a certain while. That case is not winnable. There's 0% chance because they have no case whatsoever. But why did I mention that now? Well, oh yeah, your mushroom. Yeah, you're not sure whether you're ready to forgive some. Well, do what you got to do, Tim. I wonder how your legal case is proceeding now. Are you putting a lot of work into it? Like, I mean, do you have to make a stringent defense?
With what I have is actually it's paved. My way is paved in front of me. It's paved with gold. I don't have to do anything because the crime itself, the cyber squatting, yeah, he owns the stolen property. He can't escape that, and it meets all the requirements. I just need to serve him with a damage complaint. No trial. He's already convicted. Right. And then 2, the identity theft case that involves YouTube, that is going to be done at the level of a grand jury indictment once he's discovered and once I draw attention to it. I don't have to lift a finger, I just need to shine a light on him. And that's going to happen eventually. And I think what'll ironically make it happen is when I get hit with a judgment for that civil suit. That guy sued me for trademark and hurt feelings, $600,000. If he wins that judgment against me, I'm going to be scrutinized by the media, and there'll be a few interviews because they'll want to know what the hell I did. And when that happens, I'll explain.
Okay.
The defendant was working with my cyber squatter, cyber stalker, and they were combining their efforts against me. And this guy happens to be. Anyway, it's. I have a strategy.
Okay.
I suffice it to say, it's going to work out.
For sure, it's going to work out well. Let me ask you this, Tim. That's what I'm saying about you, man. Do you sleep well? Tell the truth.
Yeah, in fact, I always feel like there's not enough time in the day, and I resent the fact that I have to stop.
Your mind must be thinking about so many things. I'm completely the opposite, I should think. I don't know. I'm so inactive in a sense. I'm almost embarrassed, but I'm not quite embarrassed. I don't know what it's better to do. Is it better to do nothing at all, think nothing at all, and just float our way through if you can find the circumstances which allow that? And of course, it's easy to find. Listen, I've talked about I know I can go for the black card. I know my relationship with the legal name. It's all a fraud. All money is dead. It's a dead currency, which is all in relationship to the legal name trust fund, which you have a relationship to, which must be declared. It's assumed by your silence that you consent to being the trustee, but ultimately your declaration that you are the beneficiary, which is all you are, because we're much greater, will change standards, will change attitudes. And of course, this is where the law comes into it, Tim. It's all about words itself, isn't it? And strict and stringent definitions of words as used by these, what would you call them, interlopers, you know? And
yes, esoteric.
Yeah, right.
We are ruled over because we exist in the exoteric world, and the ones who have the initiated interpretation have an edge over us. And in the one area, though, where we have an edge is because of our unique position and area of research, we know we're esoteric when it comes to the media. We're initiates. We know what's up. And the people who are promulgating the propaganda, unless they're near the top of the capstone, they don't know what we know. And in a way, this is a great leveling. And I think it's a great time to be a part of this thing because we're not part of the controlled opposition, lemming, Judas Goat-led fake truther movement. We're actually authentic. And I don't think this has happened before.
I've said it many times. We're at a pivotal, it's the most significant moment in history. This platform here is, I've said it on other occasions, your show is probably one of the only shows worth listening to because it encompasses everything. First of all, when you have deep through, I was listening to David Icke and some of what he said last night. I can appreciate it. I can take what he has to give, but that he isn't an overt flat earther. I don't talk about this. There's always some catch then, something is tainted. I'm not assuming that he doesn't know greater truth. He's just not delivering it. And remember, Tim, I'm going to go shortly now. Sorry for taking up your time as well. But here's the thing, that down the conspiracy pathway, especially since the internet came along, all of the gurus which took me here, when it came to flat earth, they all disappeared. They all vanished like farts in the mist. They all just said nothing. Everyone was silent. When these were some of the greatest inquisitive, inquiring, oppositional minds that I've ever come across in my life, suddenly they're silent on this most obvious of truths. I'm not saying flat Earth is the truth, but you know what I mean in relation to spinning ball Earth, or let's say the obvious lie. The obvious lie.
Yeah. Why would the cutting edge? Everybody on the cutting edge suddenly stopped at the exact same point, at the quote edge.
Yeah.
They're the flat earthers in the sense that they use the term. They use the term to mean people who are limited, can't conceptualize, can't imagine something that would require the ability to conceive of a model. But no, they're the ones with the lack of imagination. And they all stopped at the same point. So either they have a tether connecting them to the same intelligence agencies, or I don't know. I don't have another explanation. I think that there's a lot of gatekeepers that
I do, Tim. As we exit Plato's cave, there's all of these different stalls placed along our pathway. We've emerged into reality, and all of these people in play know more than what I do. But when you realize their limitations, when you become tired of their offerings, you just move along the path and you find others, and it's an ever-diminishing path. And even up to now, it's an ever-diminishing path in terms of trying to identify the actors and the people put in place, especially among the flat earth side, and where you yourself go from there. So yeah, that's my explanation. The whole place is inundated with actors. Well, there's two possibilities, Tim. They're either working for the devil or they're working together in unison for the creator or for the greater awakening of humanity. I'd like to think in the latter sense. If it's the former sense, well, that's on the individual, isn't it? It has to be. That's the only way I can look at it. And good luck with what you have to face, I should think, if you go against your fellow man.
Well, Pete, thanks for taking the time, as
Tim.
always. And, we're not live, but I do use the Craigbot for transcripts and recordings.
That's fine,
And
bud.
maybe later I'll go through these MP3s, but we like having...
That's brilliant. Yeah. You far away. I told you anything I have to say, you can use it free will and do what you like with it. There'll be no challenge for me, no matter what you do with it, honest to God. And I do appreciate the time, and it's been a brilliant conversation, absolutely. And I'm going to go away and think about things now to a deeper level than even I thought possible, just based on a few things that you prompted me and others as well. So yeah, thank you very much, Tim, and love to all. So I'll talk to you next time.
It is October the 8th, 2022. We're a month out from the midterm elections, which every time it's an election now it feels apocalyptic. We know that the Republicans are going to play sore loser. I get it. Biden stole the election. You can't say that, but it looks like it. But I'm pretty sure they're going to preemptively call every single loss a victory that was stolen. So it's something to look forward to. Contested elections and nutcases, or rather, cultists on both sides are in control. Climate cultists whose adherents are gluing themselves to the streets, blocking traffic, and then you have the cultists on the other side who are waiting for the third coming of Jesus, being JFK Jr. And yesterday on 107, I mentioned this character on the fringe who goes by the name 107. And this is a character that the QAnoners believe is actually JFK Jr. And I brought him up. I said, look, he's going to show up, Mr. 107, because the date, 1007. That's just their code language. And sure enough, this is on Raw Story today, how a QAnon leader who hints he may be JFK Jr. became central to GOP election denial. And this whole piece is about 107, JFK Jr., who is involved in efforts to install election deniers in key positions everywhere. And he's part of a few organizations that I was reading about. And I've known of this person because when he live streams, he only shows his boots. And many people just assumed it was JFK Jr. But whatever the case is, he's not wrong about everything. He is calling out a lot of the hoaxes. There's a mix here. But he was also certain that if Trump didn't win, there would be a civil war. So it's another example of somebody who keeps hyping up the threat of civil war, and it never actually manifests. And they disappear for a while. People forget that they had a prophecy that didn't come true, and then they reemerge. But anyway, right now, Juan 7 is part of a group called SOS for America, which is an organization that's meant to overturn the elections. But again, my point is this, and this is commented on in this article in a Raw Story quote, it's really wild this guy who runs these scams is willing to let you call him JFK Jr. And he has a seat at the table coordinating with Republicans. And that's a very good point there. It's not that he says he's John F. Kennedy Jr. It's that he allows people to believe this. He allows the true believers to just imagine. I mean, it's really quite remarkable here. And he's not the only one. There's a whole cast of characters. There's some preacher out there. His name is Bob Joyce, who doesn't say that he's Elvis, but he lets the QAnoners believe that he's Elvis. I mean, if somebody thought that I was somebody else, I would clarify the situation. I wouldn't cash in on it, but that's exactly what they've been doing. Other things in the news right now. Again, we're talking about the Kanye West Truman Show awakening that just happened. I mean, this is pretty big news. Kanye West is on the Tucker Carlson show, and he's talking about how the Uvalde shooting was surreal in the way that it was everywhere. He couldn't avoid hearing about it. He described 78 media platforms. It was on the radio that he felt like the people at the Gap knew about the shooting before it even happened. And he was contrasting this with the shootings that the media never talk about. I had made a similar point a couple days before, discussing how Democrats don't care if you're killed by a handgun in some inner city. They don't care. And you can find those videos on Twitter all day long, people killing each other. They only care about assault rifle 15s in certain schools. They only care about those for a reason. And it's because it's about political power. It's not about saving lives. If they cared about saving lives, they wouldn't only focus on assault rifle 15s or Armalite 15, a company which is complicit in the major scam. Not only did they fork over $73 million, but they took a fall on behalf of the Second Amendment. They accepted some level of culpability for a psyop, something that wasn't even real. My point is, Kanye seemed to have inadvertently stumbled into this area of inquiry where he compared his experience of hearing about Uvalde to being in the Truman Show. And when you get down to it, what is the Truman Show? I mean, we talk about it quite often. It's maybe just an allegory, maybe it's a literal depiction of reality, but at the core of it, it's a movie, it's a show. And Truman is the only person who doesn't know it's a movie, but what makes it a conspiracy is that everybody is conspiring to keep him from finding out that it's a show. And it really accurately describes how a great deal of media works today. And it got me thinking, could Kanye West be a Truman? Could he actually have inadvertently stumbled upon something? Is he an escape risk? Is he rogue? Or is he merely reading along with a script? It could be a mix. It's an interesting question. And I hadn't really thought about this before Pete Davidson came to my attention. I just assumed that they're playing roles consciously, world stage, lifetime acting gigs. But then you have someone like Pete Davidson, who is born into the cult. His father died at the age of 33, burned in one of the Twin Towers. Very occultic, very connected to the PSYOP entertainment complex, one of the biggest PSYOPs of our lifetimes. And then he said in a follow-up interview years later that doctors would question him and ask him, "Are you sure your father's dead?" In other words, Pete Davidson said he was followed around by a bunch of weirdos who were making sure he didn't know it was a hoax. My point being, he could be an example of someone who's not in the know. He could be a useful idiot, a stooge. Just because you're born into the cult doesn't mean that you're going to be given all the info. And I wonder how many of these celebrities are just useful stooges. Are we going to see Kanye West riding off into the sunset on a white horse very soon, being framed for something he didn't do? We'll see. We're joined here by AJ206, Frank Murr, Kenny, Lean Dion, Salty Siren, Linda Curtis, One Step Too Far. Phones are open, 833-311-1984. Peter W., if you want to call in, 833. Armageddon warning reflects Biden's instincts about Putin. NASA to slam rocket into asteroid in Armageddon-style save the world test. Just bringing this up because I like to consider things in this metascript context where everything is connected on some level. It's part of the same story. Not a coincidence that we see the transcendence of Bruce Willis. In the movie Armageddon, he sacrifices himself to save the world and deflect the asteroid, which otherwise would have killed us all. Meanwhile, on the world stage right now, as the dart is destroying the asteroid, Bruce Willis is selling his likeness to movie studios to use in pure CGI fashion because he can no longer perform these roles because of certain cognitive limitations, some kind of condition he has, aphasia, I believe. But my point is, he's imperfect here on Earth. So a perfected version is now transcending into the digital realm. And this is happening at the exact same time that the movie Armageddon is being brought up. I'm not sure if these things are disconnected or connected on some way, but when it comes to the world stage, when someone is put front and center, it's generally part of some bigger narrative build-up. And I find it very interesting that Armageddon is suddenly being force memed out there. And they brought the meme out there with Bruce Willis. And again, it seems to me that it's more about the meme than anything. And Armageddon, Hunt for Red October, Poseidon, Kraken, all these things are on the table right now. Along with a few other things that we've been uncovering. Look at all the strange connections between this recent spate of mass shootings in Parkland, Highland Park. The use of the word park, which I think strongly correlates with Westworld, which is actually Westworld Park, which is what I think we're in. And I think there might be another implication behind this idea of the park. It might likely tie in like with the Vegas shooting, which happened in a paddock or a fenced-in area by a guy named Stephen Paddock. Well, the word paddock and park are the same if you get into the etymology. And I think what we might be talking about is this realm, Is it a paddock? Are we in a park? Is this West World? Is the West gonna burn like Westworld Park? It all seems to be leading that way, especially with Putin and his being backed into a corner. Again, Biden talking about Armageddon. You can see where the script is leading. My only question is, are they going to fake it, or can they just threaten to do it, and is that enough? And this does connect to what Kanye West was talking about when he speculated that the media knew about Uvalde before it happened. Because what I'm saying is, no matter where you look, you can't avoid confronting Armageddon, this imagery, the same symbols. It's a narrative buildup or a meta script buildup for the next major psyop. And much of it ties in to Dark Winter. Just a few things they put out there on the table. You have The Division, Dark Winter, Tom Clancy, came out 2022, Jake Gyllenhaal, who was in a movie which had a great deal of predictive programming for 2020, which was Donnie Darko, and a lot of 9/11 tie-ins. So you have The Division by Tom Clancy, who also wrote Hunt for Red October. Hunt for Red October, nuclear submarine, like the one right now, the Poseidon, which releases the Kraken. Again, Tom Clancy wrote 9/11 more or less, and apparently he wrote the incoming Dark Winter, which has been foreshadowed. And a Dark Winter, you could correlate this to the nuclear winter. And a nuclear winter, of course, would be the result of environmental devastation from a lot of nuclear explosions. And the predictive programming in Stranger Things has what appears to be nuclear winter. This inexplicable ash raining down. It's the hellfire from where Hawkins broke open. Then, and this is all very integrated into the news of the day when these movies come out. Like this movie comes out, Hawkins cracks open, and then in Seattle they start doing these simulations for if an earthquake hits and it's got a magnitude of 7.5, it's going to give us a 42-foot tsunami. Interestingly enough, it was Stranger Things Season 4, Episode 2 that had a 7.4 earthquake, which brought about this hellfire, nuclear fallout-like material from the sky. The scenery there was very reminiscent of even the end of Game of Thrones, where Westeros, again, West burning, Westeros burns, and after Westeros burns, because of the red dragons, or the dragons, you have the winter kicks in. And in the Game of Thrones, the winters last a long time. Winter is coming. The winter is coming follows upon the burning of Westeros. Again, West burns, winter, perpetual winter. We're talking about a severe and prolonged climatic cooling, which would be caused by these widespread firestorms. Again, concurrent programming, end of Stranger Things, end of Game of Thrones, end of Westworld. Pretty obvious EMP references, all of it centered around a space needle, which reaffirms the Seattle connection, Hawkins connection. We're looking at movies that are telegraphing what's to come, the burning of the West. And this all does correlate, interestingly enough, to Kanye West and the burning of Kanye West's world. And he was a key figure central in the emergence of this Kraken narrative as we brought in the Pluto return. It was like marked by this big celebrity CERN-like ceremony on February 22nd, 2022 in the stadium, which was dark and the floor was flooded. It looked like post-EMP. And here you have the Kanye West chapel, which is, I think, it represents the West, splitting open, burning, all very symbolic. And again, the return of Pluto has everything to do with this because it returned to the position it was in back in 1776. And Pluto, Hades, Poseidon, this is the entity, the underworld, or the beneath the ocean. You're talking about nuclear submarines. I mean, it's perfect. The symbolism is perfect. Something from below, a kraken. And again, it's Poseidon that releases the kraken in these newer iterations. And I think the kraken is all symbolic, of course, of the schism, the split, the crack in our society, worldview warfare. And this also ties in to Kanye West even getting all this recent attention, uh, not because of his interview with Tucker, but because of the fashion show where he wore the White Lives Matter t shirt. White Lives Matter, of course, a jab at Black Lives Matter. And when you get down to this Kraken story, it's not about race or race war, it's about the polarization, black and white. So he's playing into the race war storyline here, the narratives, which connects to Helter Skelter. Helter Skelter, Charles Manson, the instigated race war, or at least the attempt. And there's some fascinating connections here too. Because here you are at Dawn Day 2 on 2/22/2022, Kanye West welcoming Hades' his return, and he's adjacent to Marilyn Manson. And they're singing some song about going to jail. Marilyn Manson, of course, has a couple of important tie-ins here. There's actually 3 tie-ins. One, Charles Manson. Two, Church of Satan. Because at the Charles Manson event, it was Susan Atkins, a witch from the Church of Satan, who killed Sharon Tate. And then you have, of course, Marilyn. That part of his name would connect to Marilyn Monroe. And Kanye West's ex-wife, Kim Kardashian, sleeps with the lock of hair from Marilyn Monroe and wears her dresses. Lots of interesting connections and tie-ins here. But again, with Charles Manson was the prophecy of the black versus white race war that they were attempting to instigate. And here you have Kanye, again, buddies with Marilyn Manson, hyping this White Lives Matter meme. Not a coincidence. And there's more with Kanye. If you get deeper into the look, I'm looking at these celebrities as completely scripted characters, but they have roles that are very occultic. You could say satanic. I mean, here you have Kanye West dressing as Jesus for the whole Coachella event, Sunday school. Now you have him as the Burning Man, as a phoenix at Dawn Day 1, which was held on the anniversary date where you would normally have the Burning Man festivals, but they had been canceled for COVID. And that one was, it seemed to me as the same ritual, but the Christ, the Burning Man, these are very analogous characters, and for him to play both these roles is highly significant. And then he's there for the emergence of Pluto and Pluto's return in 1776, which all ties into the same set of symbols, which we could get into. I mean, if we want to get deep into the numbers and the connections, it's pretty undeniable. But Kanye has a very interesting prophecy in David Bowie's music from 1972, and then his posthumous release Black Star, which seemed to prophesy some kind of a savior character who would be fallen to earth, who would save mankind from himself, probably climate change. But this fallen savior worship, it's been encoded into a number of these high-profile rock stars since Elvis. This Black Star, Saturn worship, it's all pretty integrated into this world stage theater. Like I say, this mass media is the de facto state church. Well, they do have their gods and goddesses that people are essentially worshiping, but it's all surreptitious. It's all occult. David Bowie, his music, his persona, it's all about mankind's alchemical transformation as we move into the new age. The descent into the monolith, the merging with the screen or the screened reality. David Bowie's music was consistently, I would say, it was almost like a soundtrack to the space age, as Space Oddity correlates to Space Odyssey. Again, a major Kubrick reference here. But the very beginning of the space program, you had the Apollo 11. David Bowie's music was playing then. The first music video in space was that song played in the ISS by Chris Hadfield. And then Elon Musk sent an effigy of Bowie, or Starman, up into space in the car. And of course, Starman happens to be an anagram for Mr. Satan, which ties into Bowie's persona as the man who fell to earth. And this all ties into this rock star worship, because what you're talking about is the luminary that falls. The star, comes to the earth as a rock, And it's all symbolic, I believe, of spirit slowing, or spirit and its descent into matter, or light slowing down. It's all symbolic, it's all ritualistic, it's all Masonic. 9/11, this was a ritual, of course, and it corresponds to the emergence of the space age. In fact, I reference Stanley Kubrick a lot in this context, and I'm doing some more research into a very interesting connection between Stanley Kubrick and Lee Harvey Oswald that would show you that NASA's a bigger player than just faking space badly, but they're part of the bigger worldview warfare department, which includes outer space. But I think it also covers all of the major assassinations, all of the major mass shootings. Same production department. You know what? You could kind of infer this just by looking at Mark Kelly, astronaut, now senator. His wife was shot by Gerald Loeffner, so he's been behind the scenes with the fake shootings, fake space, and of course politics. All right, phones are open, 833-311-1984. Just rambling here at the moment. Lean Dion says, like Westeros burned at the end of Game of Thrones, break the wheel, the new crowned child installed. Yes, they kept talking about breaking the wheel. Very significant there. The crowned child. And of course, Game of Thrones, it was the House of Stark and the Iron Throne. We're moving into the New Age after the West burns. And the New Age is the Age of Horus, which is the Egyptian counterpart to Mars, associated with iron. The red planet, iron. These are all very key associations. I mean, think about this. Game of Thrones, House of Stark, family emblem was actually found on Mars. If you want to believe it. I mean, that's on you. But Game of Thrones fever reaches Mars. Mars reconnaissance orbiter spots the House of Stark symbol on the red planet. Now, this is not a coincidence. It's not a coincidence that they're using Starship to get you to Mars, where they also have the Star Trek emblem. But another connection here. Here you have Game of Thrones, Iron Throne, Westeros burns, House of Stark. Iron Man has been associated with Elon Musk, who's taking us to Mars. Elon Musk was actually studied by Robert Downey Jr., who wanted to play Tony Stark in Iron Man, and he felt like he had to study Elon Musk to be a better Iron Man. I mean, how weird is that? Musk himself, a character that was written about before he was born by Wernher von Braun. But again, House of Stark, Tony Stark, Iron Man. Overlapping connections here. Again, this is something I wrote about. In fact, I'm going to have to do an updated version of this book. I don't want to take time off to write, because writing is very time intensive. So I'm writing a little bit at a time, and I'm posting a lot more blogs. I'm on Substack if you go to timosman.blog. And I'm putting this together because I need to update the Metascript Decoded, which I released when I did somewhat hastily, because I wanted to show that I was predicting that what we're doing here is correlating an actual story that can have predictive capabilities. And Metascript.cc is where I've been putting together a lot of these visual mind maps. And here's one that correlates a lot of the things that actually tie into this theme of the West burning, and it brings Russia into it. And I did predict this back in January. But here you have Westeros burning on the bottom left. Above that you have Westworld burning. And this is interesting in itself, because the protagonist in Westworld is Dolores, played by Evan Wood, who in real life was dating Marilyn Manson, who is represented in the movie by the Man in Black. There's a very strong parallel there, worth exploring. Okay, so in addition to Westeros burning and Westworld burning, you have the Rust Western Chapel event, the shooting. And this chapel looks like the Kanye West Chapel, looks like the Westworld Chapel. These are not coincidences. If you ask me, it's part of the same storyline. Now, what you have with the Western, or the Rust shooting, is Alec Baldwin. And that brings in Hunt for Red October. Not only that, but Helena Hutchins is from a place where Hunt for Red October takes place. There's an overlapping of the reality and fiction with Helena Hutchins, Alec Baldwin, Hunt for Red October, and of course the code here is the chapel, the house, and of course it being a Western. Now the reason why this house is significant, I believe that the house or the chapel, the one that Kanye West is talking about, it's not his childhood house. It has a deeper meaning. Someone had actually asked him about this. They said, what is Donde 2 about? And he said, it's about running back into the burning house. That's a reference to Martin Luther King Jr., who said, I'm afraid we're integrating into a burning house, meaning the West can't be saved. The West is a burning house. No sense in running back into it. Now, I mentioned the end of Stranger Things, Season 4, Episode 2, the cracking open of the ground of Hawkins, the second part of that one. And when the ground splits open, before the nuclear winter, and again, this represents the West, before that happens, or as it happens rather, it centers on a church. And you have a big cross in the ground where the earth is split open and it's burning. That looks just like Donde 2. It's like an identical scene. It's identical. A couple of other points I could mention here. At the Rust shooting, the director that was shot, Joel Souza, has Trump's birthday. Significance there? Donald Trump was portrayed by Alec Baldwin on SNL. So he portrays Donald Trump. He hates Donald Trump. He said he hates Donald Trump so much he wants a meteor to hit the White House. Now you have here another inference of the West being destroyed by a meteor. And interestingly enough, the director's birthday, Trump's birthday, 6/14, ties in to the movie Don't Look Up, which at that time was trending, and one of the lines was, it's going to hit us in 6 months and 14 days. 6/14, Trump's birthday reference. Just another interesting tie-in here to the White House or the West. Again, Kanye West world's burning in front of all of us. Westeros burns, Westworld burns. The town of Hawkins and Stranger Things burns, all foreshadowing nuclear winter. Then you have the Rust Western with the tie-ins, of course, to the Hunt for Red October. And much of this was foreshadowed back in January at the Northwest Twin Parks tower fire, which was caused by space heaters, but climate change took the blame. And of course, space heaters was a reference to, I believe, at the time I was suggesting, that this would likely be a reference to space wars and whatever is going to come out of this eventual and engineered collision between Russia and the West, or China and Russia and the West. And it's ultimately, if you ask me, it's going to come down to space communism or space capitalism. Billionaires aren't sustainable. Trillionaires, no way. Not from the perspective of the commies, who want everything to be green and sustainable. And to me, that's ultimately what this Mars thing is about. Yes, the West has to burn so we can move into the Martian age, but I don't think they're sending anybody to Mars on some trip, some vacation from this place. Not at all. They're getting the masses to accept the utopian vision of Mars, that this is the ideal that we should all adopt across the universe. Once we can accept that, then we'll make Earth Mars. And that's why they have to burn this place down. Joined by Jenna Lovecraft Reeves, Mizelle, Rourke 66, Clockwork 113, Salty Siren, Thanks everyone for joining. Molly Rollins says happy Saturn Day. Yeah, Saturn days generally start sooner. I was working on a few projects. I actually am program manager for the Dark Matter Digital Network again. Many of you might remember the time I spent working with that, and it's a great platform for conducting interviews and panel discussions with a lot of different people who go into other areas that, it's considered to be paranormal. And although I don't get heavily into paranormal, I am working on a side project podcast which specifically deals with the area where perception management becomes lesser magic, where media manipulation goes beyond merely going after subconscious motivations or desires, but gets into what we would consider to be magic. Like, is this a suppressed technology? Is it being used on us? Is the world run by witches and warlocks? I mean, it sounds fantastical, but I'm just going off of their own symbols. I'm not the one with the satanic hand signs and the satanic logos everywhere. I'm not the one with the blatantly, I would say, imposition of religious imagery over every agenda. It seems to me that they're either making it look like they're answering to some lower power, or they really are. But I think these are questions worth asking, areas worth exploring. Not necessarily paranormal, but it's kind of in that area. Like, I don't really believe that consciousness extinguishes at the death of the body. I don't necessarily believe in heaven or hell as described, but I don't think anybody's given us the right answers. And again, I don't know if you'd call that paranormal, but these are all interesting topics if you ask me. And so I am getting back into the dark matter network. It's not going to change anything here, except in the mornings, more than likely we'll be doing our interviews at that time. And if you know anybody, if there's anybody I've talked to in the past, or if there's someone you want me to reach out to, just let me know on that website, darkmatter.radio, and I will definitely look into it. I have a list of people who are already interested. I'm just setting up times, and this will usually be in the mornings. And if I'm not taking calls, I might not wake you up with text messages. You'll have to check your emails, but I'll let you know in advance. All right, let's continue. Wonka World says NASA was created as a giant black budget op from the beginning. What better way to spend billions? That makes the most sense to me. And here's a connection I was alluding to. There is a story that Lee Harvey Oswald was working for Riley's Coffee, and he believed he was going to go work for NASA. And everyone else at Riley's Coffee did. Why didn't he? Well, maybe he did. Maybe they got sent to the fake moon mission department, and he got sent to the fake assassination department. And this is one of these areas that I'm going to be discussing on this podcast, because there's so many small little details that need to be kind of hashed out there. Like, for example, all right, I'll go ahead and call right back, caller. 833-311-1984. All right, let me see. I'm going through some comments. Lean Dion says the family got paid. Now Rust filming resumes. I'm so bored by these anti-gun celebrities like Alec Baldwin playing with guns in their movies. I mean, that's one of the big psyops of our time. Action movies are actually anti-gun. They glorify gun violence so they can demonize it later. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey Tim, what's up? Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
This is One Step. I had some information I thought would be interesting for us to go over. Do you remember talking about Baked Alaska and Nick Fuentes yesterday?
Yes. Yesterday I was talking about how these guys were kind of questionable because Nick Fuentes is advocating for like a white nationalist takeover of government, but in his personal life, there are some things about
But
him.
he's a Hispanic homosexual.
Yeah, I mean, that doesn't comport. And then Baked Alaska, I don't know much about him other than he was calling out Ray
Well,
Epps.
I'm gonna give you a lot of Baked Alaska info that's gonna blow your mind.
Yeah, please fill us in because these are fascinating characters. Baked Alaska and Nick Fuentes.
Okay, so Baked Alaska, whose name is actually like Anthime, which is like Anthime Joseph Kamgiane, actually Jewish, which is interesting given like his involvement with the Groypers and all that and their like anti-Jewry mission.
You know what? That's interesting because, yeah, one of the things he's known for, if people haven't seen this, is desecrating Jewish displays, ripping down stuff like signage that could be considered hate crime proximal. I don't know, but it would make
Yeah, he
less
was
sense.
charged. He was charged with a hate crime for it.
Okay, okay. Anyway, go on, go on.
Yeah,
Baked
I'm going to
Alaska.
give you a lot of info, a lot of info on this because he's currently serving like time in federal prison, which will go into like basically like the honeypot schemes and all this stuff. Like he was a plant from a long time ago. Like back in 2016, like he was working for BuzzFeed, like on the left. Get like that kind of like put him on the scene, but then he got fired for like his tweets and stuff because he got involved in like meme culture. Like 2016 is like when like meme like not Richard Dawkins like like memetics like meme like literal meme, but like how we all think of it, the colloquial meme. Okay, so he got like fired from BuzzFeed. Like he actually like moved far. He went far right, far conservative. He was at the what was it, Charlottesville, like the Unite the Right rally. He was actually in the line that was marching, chanting, "The Jews will not replace us."
Right. Oh, that's what they said. I thought they were saying you will not replace us. Okay. Well, that's where they get this idea of the white replacement theory being some kind of motivation for mass shooters, like the Buffalo shooter. I mean, these psyops
Oh,
all
okay.
tie together, don't they?
Well, this is like really right up your alley. Like I'm going to be throwing a lot of information at you, but I'm going to try and do it like quickly.
No, take your
So,
time. Take your time. I didn't know he was with BuzzFeed, and this is consistent. Like you got Gavin McInnes, who started Vice. You've got so many of these alt-right types who were kind of mixing with the far left. Even this was even true with Andrew Breitbart. I think he was hanging out with Ariana Huffington before he got with Breitbart. This is par for the course, but yeah, please go on.
right. So, okay. So he's like they made sure to get him on video with Duke, like what's his name, Charles Duke, who's the like well-known like KKK racist.
David Duke.
Dr. David Duke. He's there's a video clip of him walking up to him at Charlottesville, shaking his hand, saying, "Thank you, like we love you, Dr. Duke. Thank you very much, like for what you're doing for the cause, yada yada." Then like he's like on live stream. There's a big thing like this is where the meme like I need milk, because he got like maced in the face. There's actually like if you're paying attention, he maces himself directly in the eyes, right? Because he's got security around him, and then like freaks out, like thinks he blinded himself, could have blinded himself, which is interesting because years later, like he's been arrested multiple times for literally on live stream macing random like innocent individuals like in public. But like keeps getting arrested, whatever. But I'll rewind back. So like back to 2016 when he got in trouble for that, like being like involved with that, like he came out with a video apologizing and like castigating and denouncing like the far right, like tried to pull a switcheroo because like he didn't want because he got banned from Twitter and like YouTube, and he like lost his mind, like that was his livelihood. Kid always wanted to be famous, like ripe for the picking if you're thinking about like if you're a federal agency and you want to get somebody and like plant them into certain areas. So actually what had happened was he like with the whole Trump thing in 2017, like on like July 7th, 2017, like capitalizing off all this Trump stuff, he actually wrote and published a book called Meme Magic, Secrets Revealed by Baked Alaska.
What?
And
Okay, okay, wait a second here. Meme magic. Let me bring this up because I recall a number of people bring
yeah,
up Pepe the
I
Frog. Okay,
want
so
to
he's
read you like the description and stuff because he was instrumental in like getting like the whole Keck thing tied to like white nationalism. Like this is after he obviously had been like contacted by like feds. We're going years back because it gets even worse once we're involved with Nick Fuentes. But like the Keck thing, like he like on the Meme Magic book, like the book's about how we used memes to like troll the left and get Donald Trump elected president. well, one of the book descriptions says Smug Frog Keck and God Emperor Trump, all viral internet sensations that helped energize the conservative youth movement and put Donald Trump in the White House. But who's responsible for these far-right internet memes that stand to reshape Western culture as we know it? In this gripping gonzo-style political memoir, celebrity meme magician and counterculture insider Baked Alaska reveals everything the mainstream doesn't know about the hidden forces transforming our society.
Right. This guy
That's
seems
like one
like,
of
okay, this is fascinating. Now, again, for people who aren't aware, the frog meme was believed by many to be a manifestation of an ancient Egyptian god, and that the release of this frog meme tied into the Bible, they would tie it to something, I believe it's in Ezekiel where the frogs rain from the sky. I mean, it gets biblical, and they constantly said that. And this is leading up to about the time that
biblical,
Q
yes.
came.
Like biblical, yes, which is interesting because he also, once he got involved with like Nick Fuentes, he was doing this like thing called Yoba, like Year of Baked Alaska. He went like, oh, I'm a Christian now, like got baptized and was all about Jesus. And like the first time he got like a major arrest, this might have been after January 6th because he was there for like all that, right? He had a website you could go to where you could click to donate, click to like support, and then like click to pray. I mean, it's wild. But here's an interesting thing. So after he published when he published the book, you could tell this is like when he like was contacted, because he didn't just publish it as like Baked Alaska. Like what's the name you use? Like
A pen name, a pseudonym,
a pen name. Yeah,
nom-de-plume.
right. Okay. So even though his name is like Timothy, Gallen, like I forget off the top of my head, he went by Tim Treadstone. Now, if you remember, Treadstone was from Bourne Ultimatum, like the Bourne movies. Treadstone was the like program they used for these like agents of like the black ops, like wet work, like assassins basically. It's who Jason Bourne, who was like part of Treadstone. So he went by Tim Treadstone as like a pen name, and Baked Alaska. Like
It's like they give
just
themselves
interesting.
away.
Like,
Look, and my view on this character, and I want to hear more about him and Fuentes, but he was the one who was loudly calling out feds, and this got people to think.
yeah.
They said, okay, this insurrection was instigated, and I think that is a bit of meme magic that he was playing, because if a Fed calls the other guys feds, then people don't think the whole thing is a hoax. They'll say it was instigated rather than simulated.
Right, Fed. And here's the thing: is that I'll find the clip and like put it in the Discord later. He actually talks about on stream how he was contacted by the FBI. These are his words on January 5th. Asking to meet him and discuss things with him, and then like he just like I think he kind of realizes like, oh shit, like why did I say that? That was a dumb thing to say, and kind of brushes it off like I was like, oh yeah, what am I gonna do? Meet with you? Like I'm not some Fed. That sounds stupid. Like I'm not gonna meet with you without a lawyer, because he's already in like legal trouble. Like this is like several arrests and like goat rodeos, like dog and pony shows. Like he'd been arrested multiple times across the nation, was like on probation at the time that he traveled to DC. He was on house arrest. He still went, right? But somehow he keeps, none of like, and mind you, after January 6th, even though he's live streamed in Nancy Pelosi's office, he didn't actually get arrested for that, right? So obviously he had been contacted, right, for all this stuff.
Yeah, how is he the guy who calls out the Fed who's saying, go into the Capitol, and he's like, don't do this, and the next day he's at Nancy Pelosi's desk? It makes no sense.
Right. So he at this time had been involved with the Groyper, like Nick Fuentes, America First movement type stuff. After January 6th, Nick Fuentes, he had his bank accounts frozen by the feds. He was put on a no-fly list, and so he had to drive to all of his locations to his little like AFPAC and all this stuff, which clearly was turned into a honeypot for the feds. And that was the speculation at the time, but now looking back with the information we have now, we can basically prove that. Okay, so people were accusing him of that, but you know, like he has his sycophant like followers, the Groypers. When he was setting up these events that he now had to drive to, and he was hiding from his like audience that like he was on a no-fly list, that his bank accounts were frozen, yada yada yada. Like he. In order for them to show up, they had to give a picture of themselves, a photo of their government ID, their social security number, and their current address and date of birth, all that stuff. So they had to give all that stuff in order to be cleared to show up to this event because of threats, yada, yada, yada. Clearly honeypot stuff, which looking back now, we can basically say with absolute proof. Keep in mind, Nick Fuentes was never arrested. He was there at the Capitol, like he didn't go into the Capitol, but he was there, was smart enough not to go in, was smart enough to destroy his phone after everything started going down. But they still froze all of his like assets and stuff, which they later unfroze and then took him off the no-fly list. Why? Because he's cooperating with the feds. Now, Baked Alaska, in spite of the fact that he has all this Fed protection, he keeps getting arrested, and for some reason, he keeps getting like a slap on the wrist, and the judges just keep slap on the wrist, because he clearly has
what do you think of
protection.
this? A commenter, Robert Bell, says that they do these no-fly frozen accounts to give them street cred. Like, who would believe these individuals if they didn't have some kind of confrontation, like they're actually fighting the power? It makes them into believable heroes. I have a picture on the screen of Baked Alaska hanging out with Fuentes.
That's not. Oh yeah, they're very very close. You can find tons of streams with them together. Like you can find, I can send you like hours and hours of clips of them like defending each other, all kinds of shit. So recently, like Baked Alaska had just pushed it too far. He got arrested for I can't remember what, but he just like they couldn't keep like pushing this, like kicking the can down the road. So he got sentenced to 6 months in federal prison, right? So, and this was as part of his plea agreement, right? Because he had like racked up like 10 years like suspended sentence if he violated again. So like he finally gets like arrested and put like and I don't know if he's there now, but like he's set to serve his time. But as part of his plea agreement, which isn't public, right? Then all of a sudden, a bunch of well-known like inner circle Groypers who had given their information that we just talked about as part of these like honeypots months and months and months ago, start getting arrested by the feds, like rounded up, like 6 or 7 of them. And I can get you guys specifics on this, like I'll send it into the Discord.
Would it be accurate to call these individuals Judas goats? Like, I thought Alex Jones would have been arrested when he got in front of the audience and he said, "We're going to take Joe Biden out one way or the other." Like that to me.
The people that they're arresting, like the people they're arresting that I'm talking about right now, are like nobodies that are just like
that's what I mean. A Judas goat would be the guy who leads all the nobodies, the stooges, into getting caught up in something, and now they're part of.
Right.
It seems like that would be the case.
If in that analogy, they're like Baked Alaska and Nick are the Judas goats.
Yes.
And because like America First, like this is a pretty big movement. People don't realize like how like politically influential it is. Like Marjorie Taylor Greene spoke at his event. Like I forget who the Asian lady who's like super in right wing politics like is like close with Nick Fuentes. Like Nick Fuentes has connections. Cozy TV, his streaming platform, which was completely designed by an Israeli and national, and it runs its servers out of Israel, which isn't weird at all. That's nothing like CMP or like, you know, Bannon or any of those people. Patriot Phone with Eric Prince, you know, those type of things. But
And let me mention this too, really quick. The first the Proud Boys were started by Gavin McInnes, who was connected to Vice, another interesting connection there. And this is a guy who swatted himself. I mean, Baked Alaska maced himself, but Gavin McSmullet swatted himself. But the Proud Boy leader, Jeremy Bertino,
he got all those guys to fight in public, and then he was nowhere to be found. Raised a bunch of money to help the guys that were arrested that are still in prison for fighting those Antifa guys, and just nowhere to be found. He didn't get in trouble for that. He didn't get, like, you know what I mean? He ended up denouncing the Proud Boys, but like those Proud Boys that were in that fight, essentially defending themselves, but they were in New York, like, they're still in prison. All that money he raised didn't go to them.
Right, exactly. And another Proud Boy leader, Jeremy Bertino, was just charged or pled guilty to seditious conspiracy. Now you have the leaders of these groups taking a fall for everybody else. If you're a Proud Boy, you're a Western chauvinist. I mean, they already used, I think the character Derek Chauvin was meant to smear Western chauvinism as the meme. This is meme magic. Meme magic is real. The media
This is the meme magic, right? Like, exactly like we're talking about, which also tying back, if you want to go like early life with Tim, grew up in Alaska, right? Like as close to Russia as you can be in Alaska. He's fluent in Russian, and speaks a little bit of Ukrainian. I think that's a little bit more coincidental. But it's pretty interesting that, like, you know, I mean, he's that's just another, you know, domino in the line.